God, it's like my throat is preemptively getting tingles, like it knows. It's like, oh no, you're back on this game. Oh no, you're going to be voicing all the characters. Oh no. Good numbing, and welcome back to session 4 of our Danganronpa 1 revisit, where today we're tackling, hopefully, the entirety of Case 4, continuing our trend of, you know, doing a whole case per stream. Case 5 and 6, we'll see how it goes to them, because they're a bit more crazy and a bit all over the place in terms of how they handle themselves. But we should still try, if we can, wrap this up by Wednesday, and then we'll spend the rest of the week on Riser 2, and then next week go into Dangan 2. Anyway, let's dive straight in to the start of Chapter 4. Leon killed Sayaka. Monokuma killed Junko. Then Leon got executed. Then Mondo killed Chihiro. And then he got executed. Ifumi killed Taka, and Celeste killed Ifumi. Then she got executed. And that brings us up to now. The next morning, in the dining hall, the day after Celeste's case. So now there's only 5 of us here. And only a third of the number of people we started with.
Indeed.
Loneliness has become commonplace. That's true. Still. What did I see yesterday? I don't understand. Sakura is the mastermind spy? Can that really be true? Makoto, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Can't bring it up in front of the others. If I did that, it would just confuse everyone that much more. But Kyoko spots it because she's too good at this shit. Okay, in that case, let's eat till we pass out. Huh? What do you mean, in that case? Because look at how scary everyone looks. It's got to be because you're all fighting on empty stomachs, right? If you fill your belly, I'm sure you'll all cheer up. So let's eat. Okay. Let's fry up some fish and donuts and eat till we can't stand up. What? That's like a Deep Impact style Meteor Impact extinction level event combination of foods. Huh? What? Those are both breakfast time top sellers. Still, the till we can't stand up pass is a problem. After we're done, we need to go explore.
I see.
That's right. Since the class trial is over, new areas should have opened up.
It's true.
Plus, we still have Alter Ego. We don't have to give in to despair just yet. She's right. We have to plan ahead and think about the future.
You got it!
Yeah, think happy thoughts, not deathly thoughts.
You know?
Like, when are we gonna get out of here, right?
For serious.
When it's all over? I think I want to get reborn for serious. Reborn as someone serious.
Well...
Hey, you okay? That sounds like something someone who's about to die would say. I'm totally okay, I'm not gonna die. Why? Because there ain't gonna be any more murders. What makes you so sure?
According to the spirits...
I predicted it last night. Since it revealed itself to me from the ether, there's no doubt about it.
However...
How accurate is your fortune-telling anyway?
How about that?
I can usually hit 20 or 30% on a good day. That seems... really low.
It's not like
well, yeah, it's not like it's ESP or whatever. Of course, it's only going to get it right sometimes.
The occult is
I told you,
bullcrap.
my fortune-telling isn't some occult thing.
So,
Fortune-telling isn't occult?
You got it all
Of course
wrong.
not! Clairvoyance is clairvoyance! Don't put it in the same category as cattle mutilation!
Huh?
Cattle what?
So...
He's referring to the urban legend where aliens abduct cows and dissect them as parts of their research.
Actually...
No, you're calling it an urban legend? As a matter of fact, it's true! As a matter of fact, it happened to me! It all happened one day when I went to get a hamburger. It was a place I'd never been to before. They claimed their patties were 100% all beef. So I got a burger to go and headed home.
But...
And before long, the sky was filled with a mysterious blinding light.
some crazy beam came out of nowhere and locked onto my hamburger. And as soon as the beam touched it, the burger started floating in midair.
Just a hero, please.
And then, still floating there, the entire burger started coming apart. One part of it just vanished, while the rest fell back into my hand. Do you realize what that means? It means the burger wasn't 100% beef. It must have had some pork or something mixed
Oh,
in.
Jesus Christ, hero.
Something like 70% pork and 30% beef would be my guess. You can't trick me.
So I stormed back into the burger place and got up in the manager's grill, and they totally admitted it. It wasn't 100% beef. They totally mixed in ground pork with it.
How about that?
Now, do you see? That is cattle mutilation. I kinda got lost halfway through. I can't tell if you're for the occult or against it. You stink of stupidity.
Don't be mean.
I stink. How dare you? Well, you do stink though. That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, your prediction turns out to be true. Well, at the very least, I won't murder anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, me either. I mean, I would never.
Of course.
Me either.
Indeed.
Nor I. That goes for me too, of course. I've never killed any of my friends. But those words of encouragement were helping us come together as one. After so much sacrifice and hardship, we finally became united. But,
Well,
to be honest, I wish Byakuya and Toko were here for this too.
But
But they're so hard to deal with. They only think about themselves. Yeah, we're better off without them, I say. That was enough to prove we were united for the time being, but within that bond hid a weakness and fragility. Chapter 4. The All-Star Apologies. We began our search as soon as we finished breakfast in the dining hall. We had to head out and find out what had opened up, what was waiting for us. Where actually is? Can we find out? Where is the other problem children? Oh, he's not in the. Oh, okay. Everyone's on the 4th floor. Got it. I was gonna say the new floor. Like, I was like, where is Byakuya and Toko? I don't mind doing the trek. It gets me back in the spirit of it. When we get to Dangan 2, they change it up a bit and have islands instead, as I've said before. And in those islands, like, each island is where the whole case is. My, like, only real criticism with it is that it feels like each island gets completely held together for the whole case, instead of it being, you know, like, separated or alternating. Like, you know, like how in case 3, we was going back to the nurse's room on the 1st floor and whatnot. It should involve the new areas, but not be only the new areas, whilst in Dangan 2, and to be fair, most of V3 as well, it's only the new areas when they unlock. So now we have access to the 4th floor of Hope's Peak Academy. Maybe this time we'll find some kind of clue. No, this time I have to find it. Yeah, I was gonna say, this one is, this floor. This is the... We can't go any much further in it. You can see on the mini-map, the reason why Monokuma's there, that's Monokuma's room. That's like his setup room, so we can't go there yet. So we can check the music room. Oh, this is the music room. It's hardly even a classroom, it's more like an actual concert hall. There's a grand piano, it seems really old. I bet it's worth a lot of money. Of course, without someone around to play, it's totally useless. Hey, Kyoko.
hey,
You know, you haven't told me what you think yet. What I think?
so
About the secret room in the boys' bathroom. Ah, well, I did find the secret room, but as soon as I started looking around, I was attacked.
what?
Attacked? By who? Well, they came from behind. I didn't have any time to react, so I didn't see who it was. And when I came to, the mountain of files and documents were all gone. I'm sorry. I know how important those
That's
were.
fine.
It's okay. I already saw what I needed to in there. And I half suspected the mastermind might come after you. What?
Because
When I discovered the room, the mastermind must have seen me on the surveillance camera in the hallway. They must have seen me go into the boys' bathroom and not come out again. Still, I wanted you to go and see it. I wanted to see how the mastermind would react. Essentially, I wanted to find out if the mastermind actually knew about that room.
it would seem.
But to attack you and steal everything in the room? That must mean there was some unknown clue in there that could reveal the mastermind's identity. Then you knew I was going to get attacked?
That doesn't matter.
You can handle that kind of thing though, right? After all, you're a boy. Fucking ouch, Christ. What does she think a boy is? Fine, I understand. Let me ask you something else. Do you know about the note that was left in there? The note that said you must not leave?
Just a second.
We shouldn't have talked about that there. Not here. Go on to the surveillance camera.
So-
I'm looking into it. If I find out anything, I'll let you know.
Listen to me.
Is that okay? She made it sound like she was asking, but it was clear I wouldn't have any say in the matter.
So then...
So now it's your turn. Let's hear your secret. Huh? Did you think I wouldn't notice? You're hiding something.
Am I wrong?
Am I wrong? That's...
What?
What's the matter? If you're worried about the camera, why not just write it down? Well...
Hey.
We're friends, so you should be able to trust me. Isn't that what you said before? I fucking hate this what's coming up. I hate this what's coming up, because, like, if I was Makoto, I wouldn't have helped hide this back, but he fucking does. Well, you shouldn't keep secrets between friends, but it's something worse than expressing doubt about your friend that you don't have evidence for. Tell her! I haven't found conclusive evidence yet. If I tell her now, it could just make things much worse. Then you should keep secrets, but there's nothing more than expressing your doubt when you have evidence for. Fucking tell her! God damn. No, do it! You motherfucker, do it! Don't be a bitch, Makoto! Tell her! God damn it! I hate this. I don't agree. This is like the only thing with Makoto like for the whole game, I just straight up do not agree. Oh, next to the whole leaving Sayaka in a room. Just fucking tell her. Come on. Fine. Sorry, I can't tell you. Not yet.
Correct.
So that's your answer.
However...
But do you think that's fair? You were happy to hear what I had to say, but now you're unwilling to share? I'm sorry. I really am.
That's fine.
It's
Goodbye.
fine. Goodbye. With those as her parting words, Kyoko left me standing there alone. I think I made her mad. I wouldn't have been so concrete about it. I would have gone, yes, Sakura's the spy. I'd say I just saw something strange last night when I got out of the room. This is what it was. I don't want to cast doubt. This is the situation I was in. But no. How have you got, Hero? I'm glad this floor opened up and all, but there's like a ton of locked rooms up here. Oh, right, yeah, this floor, a lot of this floor is more set up for later. The reason why I haven't checked this room is because it's fucking locked, if I recall. And it's not the only one that's locked as well. Oh, no good, the door's locked, because I won't be getting in there. Going to the nameplate, it's the data center. But what's behind the door is a total mystery. Hey Monokuma, from the school store, I'm very kind. Gather up the coins and come play with me, or I might die of loneliness. Speak. Yeah, it's like, hey, if you somehow haven't gone to the shop yet, do it. Inside the room, the smell of medicine was oppressive. So this is the chemical lab. I hope inhaling all this doesn't do permanent damage. It's a remarkably big shelf, and it's stocked with kinds of medicine.
That's right.
Listen, Makoto, listen. Just take a deep breath and calm down and listen to me. Okay, Hina, just chill out. There's all kinds of stuff we didn't have before. Vitamins, minerals, amino acids, creatine.
Okay.
And what? They even have Protozyme X. Well, what's that?
Hey.
A high-quality protein drink. It's nothing like that cheap swill in the warehouse. It's connoisseur level. Oh yeah? This is amazing. It's a gold mine. Oh, my prayers finally been answered. Time to load up some more prayers then. A gold mine, huh? Hina and Sakura seem to be lost in a deep but friendly conversation. I need to find out what's going on with Sakura and the mastermind, but I can't while she's with
Hey,
Hina.
Makoto.
Huh? You need something? No, it's nothing. You sure? Oh, okay then. I was lost in conversation with Hina. I need to find out what's going on with Sakura and the mastermind. What is it, Makoto? Do you need something? No, it's nothing. Really? Well, okay. Oh, I remember. First, we need to get that photo in the corner. But I remember on my blind playthrough, I clicked every single fucking plant. This is the office. Of course, there's no hint of any teachers that would normally be able to rely on. There's a picture on the floor. This picture. What? Oh, Celeste, I miss you already. Also, Celeste doesn't have her claw ring on. Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka? The smiling faces of 3 people who are dead now. A classroom without metal plates over the windows. It's exactly the same. It's just like the picture I saw before. There's no way this isn't important somehow. They're smiling the way you'd expect any normal teenager to smile. I say that, Celeste is extremely embarrassed. It's a normal group of high schoolers living a normal school life. Well, Celeste's dressing is not so much normal. Can't possibly believe they were able to smile like that in a world of despair like this. So does that mean this picture was taken before they ever came to Hope's Peak? Which would mean everyone in the picture knew each other before they got here, including Sayaka. No, there's no way. Monokuma did it. It must be fake. No! You're fake! Monokuma popped out of nowhere and snatched the picture from my hand. A forgery plot? What are you, a middle schooler? You think the moon landing was faked too? Come on. Then you're saying this picture is real?
Hey!
If there was such a thing as a Noble Truth Prize, I'd take first, second, and fourth place.
Too bad.
Actually, that's probably not true. I asked you a question. Is this picture real or is it a fake? Oh, Makoto, you're so eager to split things in half, aren't you?
Hey!
But it's no use, just no use. If you try to split something that you can't split, you'll end up feeling like you're the one being split.
It's true.
The picture is real. No more, no less. Without another word, Monokuma disappeared. So the picture's real? It's really real? If that's true, if that's the case... Oh, it's not every plant, but I remember, maybe it was Dangan 2 then, where it's like a point where it's like, oh actually no, yeah, you can, look, you can see the okay, not every plant, but it's some of them, but I remember investigating. And then this room also is locked, I believe, the headmaster's room. The nameplate on the door said headmaster's room. The headmaster's room? Oh, there must be something worthwhile in there. Huh? The door's locked. Damn it! I've already taken a good look at things around here. There's a lot to think about, but for now I should head back to the dining hall and talk to the others. Not long after I got to the dining hall, the others began to trickle in. And after a few minutes... So, is this everyone?
Well, then.
Okay, let's discuss what we all discovered. Yeah, good idea. Alright, let's go from left to right.
Yeah.
There was a big shelf in the chemical lab on the 4th floor, and it had all kinds of chemicals and stuff.
Okay.
And there was an all-star cast of nutrient additives and supplements. You should at least go take a peek. I highly recommend it. You think you and Olga are probably the only ones interested in stuff like that. Oh, but it's not all good stuff, though. There were medicine and health stuff on top of that. There was also a bunch of different poisons. Poison? They were all labelled clearly, though, so it'd be hard to grab one by mistake.
It's true.
Still, we'd better make sure we're careful around there. And we probably shouldn't tell Byakuya or Toko about the poison, right? What do you mean? Well, just in case. You know what I'm trying to say. Just in case? Yeah, I think you're right.
However,
It's Byakuya. It won't be long before he's discovered it for himself. But to put something as dangerous as poison right out in the open? That's absolutely the work of the mastermind. What did you find, Hero? I found a couple rooms on the 4th floor, but they were locked. The data center and the headmaster's room. The headmaster's room? Ooh, that sounds like exactly the kind of place we'd find some clues. We could somehow unlock the door and get inside. Who cares about a stupid lock?
How about that?
There should be no problem for the world's strongest missing link to lock the door knock down one measly door. What was that? Whoa! No, please continue. Did you say I've got the nicest butt on the block? The curviest hips in town? Is that what you said? Hell no, I didn't.
Hey.
Then what did you say? Because I know you weren't talking about tearing down the door to the headmaster's room. Knocking down your headmaster's door? What kind of war on education are you trying to start here?
Your teacher had
That's
such
my
faith
room, you know? It is now, anyway.
in you. Betrayal.
Monokuma, shut up, let me speak. And you're thinking of busting it down? You seriously don't want to piss me off. You have any idea how much bacteria lives on a single bear claw? No, I was just kidding, please don't get mad. I'm not mad. You're totally mad. I was hoping I wouldn't have to add a roll for this. But if you're gonna go around having those thoughts, I have no choice but to add to the school regulations. Seriously? Breaking down a locked door is prohibited. That's a roll now, you jerks. The new rules added to the regulations. Is he gone? Oh man, I was scared for my life. I'm sure he's gonna kill me for serious. But if he would go out of his way to make up a rule like that, there is no doubt something important must be hidden in the headmaster's room. But now it's a rule, there's nothing we can do. Metal sheets have been attached to all the windows on the 4th floor. None of them budged an inch.
In other words...
Just like everywhere else. Escape from the 4th floor seems unlikely. That was to be expected, though. Kyoko? She's ignoring me.
So,
Hey, Makoto. Does Kyoko seem upset to you?
right.
She is, isn't she? Oh, she's totally mad. Yeah, it looks like it.
What's your deal?
I bet it's your fault, isn't it? You must have done something to her. This is bad. So has anyone said what they need to say? I think so.
For serious?
It looks like nobody found any clues at all, let alone a way out of here. I haven't been this depressed since my house burned to the ground. Oh, someone do something to cheer me up. What? I want to know the story of how your house burned down, but I guess now isn't the time, is it? Can I say something?
How about that?
It's because my dad was smoking in bed. No, that's something I'd like to report. So you guys will remember, right? You remember when I found the picture on the 3rd floor the other day? You mean the one that showed Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon all together, right? Yeah, I remember. What about it? Well, I found another one. Another picture, almost just like that one. Another one? But this time the picture was of Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka. Huh? And they were all smiling. And the classroom in the picture didn't have any metal covering the windows. So the picture of Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon wasn't the only one. You found one that had Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka? But how can that...
Conspiracy!
Monokuma must have faked it! But if the picture is real, then everyone who was in it, they would have had to have some kind of hidden connection there, don't you think? Some deeper truth that we just don't understand.
What?
Can't be, it's a fake! But Monokuma said it was real. I know we could just write that off as a lie, but...
So
then you trust Monokuma's word over the people who have died? Huh?
Because...
That's what you're saying, isn't it? No, that's not it. I'm shocked. I'm told, you told everyone how we should believe in our friends, but you refuse to do the same. That's not... What's going on, Kyoko? Why are you getting so emotional? I don't understand why she's so angry. Maybe it's because you're the only friend she had, and the way you became friends was by having her promise to tell you secrets, and then the moment she asked once, what are you hiding? You say, I don't want to tell you. That's kind of like, come on. That's like such a basic, fundamental betrayal of trust in her eyes.
Hey,
Come on, guys, stop fighting, or all your good luck's gonna float away. Anyway, Makoto, you're thinking about it too much. I think Monokuma didn't fake that picture.
Of course.
He's just trying to confuse us. You shouldn't listen to anything Monokuma has to say. You might be right, but still. Are you still so conflicted? Who is it?
What?
Of course it is! It looks like you guys have stopped playing nice. Byakuya, you all have the same sunken look on your faces. You were so ugly before. You shouldn't let them sink any lower. When I look at you, it makes me think of a frog sinking into a pile of manure.
You know?
Sorry.
Just a second.
Why are you apologizing? Leave us alone. You're not a part of this.
That's right.
That's true enough. Your problems aren't mine. We are, and always will be, completely separate. So whatever's causing your faces to turn so ugly has absolutely nothing to do with me. And if I happen to discover a vital clue, it wouldn't concern you in the slightest. Huh? Are you finally just say something useful? Byakuya, what have you been up to?
That's fine.
I don't mind telling you. Perhaps forcing your lazy brains to get to work might do you some good.
Such
I was in the bath. Would you like us to know today's lottery numbers? He was taking a bath? Is he saying he's been talking to Alter Ego? Did you tell him something?
It would seem...
Maybe we should all go take a bath. Ah, good idea. A mixed bath!
Okay.
A mixed bath. And Alter Ego really did tell him something? I wonder what it could have been. The dressing... Oh, yeah, right, wrong room. This is the dressing room. I went to laundry. Oh, hello, Toko. When I got to the dressing room, Toko was sitting alone on the bench, the laptop in front of her. Toko, did you decide to come here what Alter Ego had to say too?
What's your
I
problem?
already heard it with Master. With Master. You don't have to keep saying it. Anyway, so what are you doing right now? Shut up. Stop bothering me.
How about that?
Get out of the way. We have to talk to Alter Ego.
Whoa.
No, I made Master a promise. A promise? Master told me to wait here, so that's what I'm doing.
Huh?
What are you, his dog? That's what Master wants. I do anything he asks. You just love being mistreated. Well, fine. If you really want me gone, all means. Hey guys, what's going on? You know you to move. Sure thing, just kneel before me and beg. First a mega masochist and now a super sadist. Just sitting on the laptop, I can't get to it. Fuck. Will Kyoko talk to us yet? Listen, Kyoko, about that picture from before. She's being very thorough about pretending I don't exist. Yeah, she's pissed off at you. Toko, seriously, I'm asking you nicely to let us use the laptop. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to kneel and beg.
How about that?
Come on, Makoto, give it a 1-2 combo. 1, drop to your knees. 2, beseech. What are you acting like you're not part of this? I was as desperate as I felt. Finally, I did kneel down in front of her and I said, please, I'm begging you, will you let us use the laptop? Such an ultra miraculous feeling of happiness. All my pent up anger at Master for abusing me is evaporating. So even you realize it's abuse.
Hey.
That should be enough, right? Hurry up and let us talk to Alter Ego. Okay.
You really came.
Everyone, come closer. I already told Byakuya, but I was finally able to crack open all the files that were on this laptop. Sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Correct.
Just what I thought. Hey, one man. You alright?
I see.
Finally, the time has come. I'm starting to get kind of nervous. I felt the same way. Resting on the keyboard, my hands had started to shake.
Just a second.
Move. A single word was like a sharpened blade. Wounded, I moved to let her take over.
So then.
Alright, just humming the song. Fair enough. To get you caught up on what you missed, Case 4... Oh wait, first, you remember at the end of Case 3, we bonded with Kyoko a little bit by basically saying, look, we're friends, I believe in you. What secrets are you hiding? I want to help. And Kyoko finally, like bent the knee a little bit and went, alright, fine, and let us in on what she's doing. Well, at the end of that, we also, after investigating that room, stumbled upon Sakura fighting with Monokuma, and it had very suspicious dialogue surrounding them. Well, Kyoko could see straight through us. So the following morning, she knew we'd seen something that had got us on edge, and she tried to question us on it. And she went out of her way to go, we built this friendship on you getting me to say my secrets. Now it's your turn, Makoto. What are you hiding? And Makoto, the fucking idiot, said, and I know why. In his logic, it's because he doesn't have evidence and he doesn't want to create suspicion in the group. But, like a fucking idiot, he says, I can't tell you, Kyoko. And so ever since, like, the one glimmer of trust we built with Kyoko now feels has been betrayed, so she's being a little, like, sharper and, you know, crueler with us. Anytime we try and talk to her, she pretends we don't exist, and anytime she's forced to talk with us, she's very sharp with her words, because she's pissed off at us that, you know, the one glimmer of trust we built, we immediately, you know, broke for her. And I kind of get it. Lovely. This is, I kind of get it to an extent, because it's like, Makoto doesn't have evidence that Sakura's the spy. It's just that situation was kind of weird. But equally, I still would have told Kyoko and just been like, hey, this is this bit, this is that bit, this is this bit. Oh, I'm raging at the JCC. Oh god, good luck. You know, like, there's still ways of handling this. But no. So we have to go through a small arc for a little while of Kyoko and Makoto going through a lover's quarrel. And I wish I was kidding, but considering the fact that they do later on get feelings for each other, it basically fucking is. Here we go. Kyoko began typing, the words appearing as fast as I could read them. Can you tell us what you found out?
Leave it to me.
Sure, I analysed the files and extracted all the useful information I could find. And one particularly important fact I discovered was that a certain plan has been put into effect here. To isolate the students of Hope's Peak Academy and create a communal life for them. That was the stated goal of the plan. But it was meant to be more than just a normal school life. The students were intended to live out the rest of their lives here. That's...
I see.
It's exactly the situation we found ourselves in. It's quite unthinkable, isn't it? And what's more, the one who came up with the plan was none other than the administrators of Hope's Peak themselves. What? Wait, hold on. Then the reason we've been imprisoned here, it wasn't the work of some psycho freak or criminal organization or whatever?
No way.
It was the school itself? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? Oh, we're not going to find out till case goddamn 6. Don't you worry. Everything will be revealed in case 6.
Just a second.
I don't think Alter Ego is finished. Perhaps we should hear the rest.
That's right.
It seems like the reason they devised this plan was because of what happened a year ago. This is how they described the event. They said it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. This specific event that they're talking about is literally the crux of the entire lore of the franchise. Everything that happened in Danganronpa is because of the event they're talking about. And you know what makes it both great and terrible is that in this game, they never give explicit detail on what it actually is. They give you the idea, they let your head run away with it, but they don't explicitly state what it is, despite the fact it is literally at the absolute crux of the entire franchise's lore. It's not until Dangan 2 and Ultra Despair Goals especially that they start actually explaining what it is a bit more. And I know why they're vague in this one. They're vague not just because they want you to kind of think for yourself a little bit and figure it out for yourself. It's because if they gave the detail that they give in the later games, it would spoil too much. Once you have the context of what the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history actually is, a lot of things across the whole franchise you get spoiled for you, which is why they don't give you all the pieces now. Even if it's, you know, the first whole game, they don't give you the pieces. They let you figure it out for yourself. But I also like the fact that this game doesn't answer absolutely everything. I just wish by the time we got the V3, it actually fucking did. But that's the story of another day. What does that mean? Yeah, what kind of name is that for something? Otherwise known as the tragedy, it was apparently some sort of devastating occurrence. Because of the tragedy, Hope's Peak Academy was forced to discontinue its role as a school and close down. I see. Things are finally starting to make sense. What this means is, 1 year ago, this tragedy, took place, and whatever it was, it forced Hope's Peak to shut down. From there, they decided to use the school as a kind of staging ground.
That's right.
They planned to sequester the students here, where they would live out the rest of their lives.
So,
But why would the Hope's Peak administrators want to shut everyone in like that?
Hey.
And what could this tragic event have possibly been? In a flash, Gyoko had typed their question into the computer. And the thing is, the motives of Chapter 1 that led to the Case 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3, all of those motives tie into the tragedy. If you know what it is, and you sit and you go, oh. It also makes Case 3 even more annoying to an extent, because you realise that the motive that was promised in Case 3 is kind of pointless. Everyone just fell for it, which I guess makes it more tragic than pointless, but still. And type their questions into the computer, and the answer we got was, sorry, I don't know. The information was ever on this computer. It's gone now. I'm totally useless, I'm sorry. And that was all he said.
What?
Then, is it really the end? We got halfway through the answer and that's it?
Indeed.
It would appear so. Disappointing. Oh, wait. There was one other thing I forgot to mention. I think it might be important. I believe it has to do with the Mastermind. The Mastermind? Gyoko's fingers moved even faster than they had so far. Did you figure out the Mastermind's identity?
Sorry.
No, that I still don't know, but I did find a clue, I think. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
The headmaster?
The headmaster is here in the school?
Okay.
Then that's got to be the mastermind. I mean, Monokuma's been calling himself the mastermind, right? The headmaster, right? Fuck.
Perhaps.
Which makes the real headmaster that more suspicious.
Serious?
But if we break down the door to his room, we're dead, right? What are we supposed to do? I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster. This bit I worked out immediately. Kyoko every time anything mentioning the actual headmaster is brought up, Kyoko gets antsy. And when she finds out the headmaster's in this school, now suddenly she's on like a death march. She's like, I'm going to find them. I figured it out immediately. It's like, oh, the headmaster's like family to Kyoko. Got it. Or at least someone very close. I didn't figure it out as much as it eventually is. But it's like, you're like, oh, okay. You know? No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on?
I
can't explain why. I just know that I have to find him. She has to? Kyoko, what's going on with you? When she heard about the headmaster, her reaction was almost violent.
So then.
We should see if Alter Ego has any more information. That seemed to be her attempt to regain her composure. She started typing again. Did you learn anything else?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. That's everything I found. All the information on this laptop seems to be pretty old, so that's all I can do from here.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry. Then it really is all over.
Hey.
Wait, Alter Ego seems to have more to say.
So,
Well, it's kind of a different topic, but I was wondering about something. I haven't seen Celeste, Hifumi, or Taka since yesterday. A heavy silence fell across the room. The only sound was a flat, precise clicking of keys as Kyoko typed. They're all dead. What? I see. Certainly I knew that was a possibility, but
okay then.
it really happened.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. There's no point in me getting depressed over things I can't do anything about.
Anyway.
Well then, I guess that's it. That's it? A simple phrase that held so much meaning. She began typing again. You've done your job, thank you. I'm done? I guess I am, huh?
Okay
Then maybe I'll take a little rest. I'm kinda tired. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. With that, the laptop entered sleep mode.
I see.
So Alter Ego did everything he could.
Indeed.
We won't have to talk that to him all that much anymore.
But
But I feel sorry for him.
But
You feel sorry? But he's just a computer program, right?
Well.
I know, but still. He did everything he could for us, you know?
hmm.
I mean, yeah, it did, but that's what a computer program is designed to do. You don't tell a computer good job every time you shut it down, do you? Well, no. But when you talk to Alter Ego, I guess I just didn't see it that way. I know what you mean. I feel the same way. Hey, come on, it's just a program. You can tell the difference between a program and a friend, right? But you know, what's the difference between us and that program, really? Huh? I started thinking about how you would differentiate a person and an AI. An Alter Ego isn't human. I know that. It's just a program running on a computer. But at the same time, I couldn't help but think of him as our friend.
that's right.
Yeah, he's so different from us. He's still our friend. I think maybe I understand where you're coming from. Then there's no problem calling him a friend. After all, the more friends the merrier, right?
How about that?
Check this out. Friendship has no survival value. Instead, it gives value to survival. Fuck, Hero. That's like the first decent thing you've said. So anyway... Don't so anyway that! It's a totally smart and cool thing that I quoted from I don't remember where.
Hey.
Anyway, there's nothing more Alter Ego can do to help us. As such, his role in this is over. Am I wrong about that? No, but...
Just a second.
And frankly, I question the ease of which you decide who is and isn't your friend. Yeah, so Kyoko's still pissed off at us because we didn't share our secret. Do you really mean that?
Wait.
The story's gotten off track. And the thing is, everyone's aware. They don't know why Kyoko's pissed off at Makoto, but everyone's aware Kyoko is pissed off at Makoto. So it's like every scene, they sit there and they're like, anyway, moving on. The story's got enough track. We should go over what Alter Ego said one more time. Yeah, good idea. What was the whole Pig staff thinking? Why are they making us kill each other? Alter Ego said that's what happened 1 year ago is what started everything.
Well.
Yeah, it said it was the biggest, most awful, most hopeless event in human history, right? I can't stress enough, get used to them quoting it in that exact way. There's like a drinking game in the Danganronpa community of going through a Danganronpa game that has the tragedy in it and taking a shot every time they do that entire line instead of just saying the tragedy. It must have been a huge incident, whatever it was. But did something like that really happen a year ago? I don't remember anything happening that you could describe that way. What about you guys? I don't really watch the news, so...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, nothing comes to mind.
Anyway.
That event led to the closing of Hope's
At
Peak.
the very least.
If nothing else, it must have had some kind of connection to this school.
What?
Maybe all the students here were killed or something.
However,
That kind of catastrophe would have been all over the news. At least one of us would remember that.
Would it be...
And maybe they covered it up. That would explain why none of us knew that the school had been shut down.
I see.
So if they're covering up something like that, I suppose it's not totally impossible.
What the heck?
What's wrong with our government? Our taxes pay their salaries. They should be handling stuff like that.
Anyway.
Maybe. But right now, there's only one path open to us.
So...
We have to find the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
Correct.
We have to find him and make him tell us everything.
No matter what.
As long as we get our hands on him. I think, Kyoko, when you said headmaster, I got that feeling again. But even that is a problem not so easily solved. Kid, you don't pay tax. Hero is 21. He might do. I mean, admittedly, like I said, Hero's the only high school student that he only was in high school because he got pulled back. He got held back classes for like several years straight, but he's like the only one that's an adult. Everyone else is like 16, 17, or 18. He's straight up 21. Yeah, you're right. So there's a chance, not a big chance, but a chance. I imagine he still lives with his parents because he's incapable of surviving on his own, but you know. Yeah, but 21, yeah, I know. Well, our business is done here, so for now we should get out of here. Oh yeah, good idea.
Yep.
Then that's it. Oh, is it really that dusty? Wait, I mean, oh no, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm not guarding it. Byakuya is going to be so mad at me. I'm 14, by the way. Fair enough, dude. The point I'm getting at is that there's no way Hero would survive on his own. I can imagine he still lives with his parents, but there's no way in hell he could live on his own. This guy is not smart in the nicest possible way. He's not sharp. He doesn't got much survival skills. He just kind of fumbles his way through everything. Let's avoid getting involved any further. Good call. As we left the dressing room, someone was there waiting for us. My heart is pounding away. It's pounding with anger. Oh, you're not so mad about the whole breaking into the headmaster's room thing, are you? Oh, that little matter doesn't even matter a little. I'm just a little jealous of you guys enjoying an indecent mixed bath. But that doesn't matter, either. It's building. I feel it building. My head's about to boil over with rage. Don't get so angry here. Let me help you censor your chakra. Etch this onto the wall of your brain, okay? When you do something to me, I do it right back. An eye for an eye. A fang for a fang. Huh? Fang for a fang? Be careful, you just had some incantation of devastation. No, it's just a saying. Oh, I see. But what's he talking about? Oh, that's Makoto speaking. Makoto just like channeled his inner hero. But what's he talking about? Sakura knows. The headmaster area. Monokuma, I sleep. Yeah, no, the thing is, the moment we... Because on the 4th floor, because you know, every case we look a new floor. On the 4th floor, we found the headmaster's room. But it was locked. And when we tried to get in, Monokuma showed up and added a new rule. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's going to be like right at the end, isn't it? Attempting to break in the locked rooms is strictly prohibited. Yeah. The moment we tried to break into the headmaster's room is the moment he showed up and made this rule, telling everyone there's something important in the headmaster's room he doesn't want us to see. I've seen a decent hot spring scene. Real shit, yeah.
This is as soon the door opens.
Usual lines.
Correct.
So it's nighttime.
Hey.
What does everyone want to do? Celeste was the one who suggested our nighttime rule, but now she's gone. I think we should still avoid being out at nighttime. I know it'll make me feel better that way. I agree.
It's true.
Very well then. In that case, time for bed. So everyone headed back to their rooms. Monokuma's parting words left me feeling anxious the rest of the night. Once I was back in my room, I got lost in thought. What we'd learned from Alter Ego kept on spinning around and around in my mind. The administrators of Hope's Peak had planned all of this. They did it because of the tragedy, which had happened a year before, and apparently the headmaster is the one behind it all, the mastermind? All these mysteries make me worried, but I still have to try and unravel them bit by bit. I'm sure the road will be long and tough, but I don't have any other choice. Unless we rest at night so we get another Monokuma theatre. Let's talk a bit about where I was before I became a bear. At first, I was at a total loss. I just had no idea what I would become. A lady in our tech support department suggested I try being a shrimp. She was like, oh, the company's been trying to push for this forever. It's a really incredible offer. But as she laid out all the details, it turned out it wasn't a tiger prawn like I'd hoped, but a little popcorn shrimp. It's totally tiny. I would have been the world's smallest mascot. I like eating shrimp. I don't want to be one myself, but someone might come along and step on me. So then the lady totally started laughing at me. She was like, you think you can do a tiger prawn on our budget? So ultimately, I decided to become a bear instead.
And that's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
Good morning, everyone.
Yep, usual. Good morning. First things first, I need to head to the dining hall. I need to see if Kyoko's still mad at me. She slept on it. Akuma, I didn't ask. Oh, hey, Hina. How you doing? Good morning, Hina.
Hey, Makoto.
Morning. Hey, so yesterday, you were kind of cool. Huh? What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, when you said alter ego is your friend?
So
I was thinking the same thing. But when stuff like that happens, I never know how to say what I'm thinking.
You got it.
So I'm really glad you said it for me. So thanks. I think the theatre parts are my biggest hole trying to play this. Well, to be fair, they're all nautical nonsense, so you can just hold circle if you want to get past them. It's a thing across the whole franchise. Actually, I take that back. It's not in Ultra Despair Girls, because that game's doing a whole different thing. But in 1, 2, and 3, every time you sleep the night, it plays a Monokuma theatre. I think they get better in the second game, because they're actually sometimes relevant, or if they do decide to get a bit weird, it gets zany enough, you go there and you go, alright, whatever. My one is in V3, because V3, most of them are references to films. You're making the hurdle higher, fam. I don't mind them, it's just, like, nonsense. Thanks, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're usually, like, totally normal, but when the time comes, BAM! You bust out your special power.
I mean,
It's weird, it's incredibly stupid. Yeah, that's the point, you know... Well, not the point as in you're supposed to be like, oh, this is dumb. It's the point of Monokuma is supposed to come across as this bumbling idiot that's killing everyone. I mean, even before yesterday, when stuff comes up, it's like, you always do something about it. Hina, why are you... What's with your face? What are you trying to tell me? Even before yesterday? You're talking about the class trials and stuff? Those are my words, fair enough. I mean, that stuff is just... I just kind of took care of it yourself, you know? It totally didn't. With your power and Sakura's and everyone else, I'm sure we'll get out of here. Oh, she really has a lot of faith in me. Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay.
I am right. Alright. Now that we've got that fighting spirit, let's go get some grub. You can want me to play this? Well, you can at least enjoy watching it then. She's right. Even if the road is long, if we don't keep moving forward, we'll never reach our goal. And I think the writing as a whole gets way better in the sequel. And I'm gonna keep fucking saying this, and I'll probably say it more when we actually get to Dangan 2. I prefer this game's atmosphere, and how much more grounded it is as a whole, because the sequels start to get a little crazier. Well, I said V3 is fucking insane, but that's besides the point. 2 and UDG get a little crazier. But the character writing in both of those games, UDG and 2, are just so much better. Dining hall, the first thing I saw was her. What are you staring at? Oh, Toko.
What's your
What, you think
problem?
your eyes will rot just by looking at me? And Joy's not saying anything. That's the most powerful currency for me. Fair enough, dude. Fine, then don't look at me. I think he's just surprised to see you at the breakfast meeting is all. Indeed. It's been quite a while since you joined us. Yeah, what made you change your mind? Byakuya said he likes a girl who to have some meat on her bones. So... I'm gonna start eating. I'm gonna force it down into my stomach. I'm gonna eat till I drop.
okay.
I refuse to look.
Hina.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Well, other than that, it looks like Kyoko isn't here.
You know?
Oh, she said she'd come by later. Later? Yeah, she's still avoiding us. Yeah, after you leave. Yep. Yep, she's still pissed off at us. She's not even trying to hide it anymore. I know I saw with you to show some backbone, but you didn't need to show her that much.
Just a second.
You're dirty, Makoto. Dirty. President Dirty of Dirtlandia. You don't understand.
Just the worst.
You're the type that takes the stairs of love 3 steps at a time, aren't you? Wouldn't voice actor, probably wouldn't bat an eyelash at this. Oh, I'm telling you, it's not like that. Just shut up already, Hina. You've been running your filthy mouth like that all morning. Filthy? Me? Don't make me repeat myself. filthy? No use denying it. We can all see how disgusting you are. Shut up. You and that lusty body of yours. Toko, are you trying to insult her or come on to her? Night after night, you go out for your illicit club meetings. Hey, knock it off. I can't deal with dirty stuff like that. Your midnight fucking stop making up words, Toko. Activities only put us in even more danger.
Please.
Stop it. You'd like me to stop, wouldn't you? You sweaty hands gripping that big fat choke tight. Going for the extra. What the fuck? Ladder. The screams are like the screech of a violated blackboard. And it's what the? I think what Toko. Someone stop her. Decent ideas are coming to me one after another. So would you rather have a black eye on the left or right? Sorry.
Hey, come
Let's
on.
leave Toko alone. She's got a little funny from all her pent-up frustration. Yeah, the hero's like, hey, look, after everything that's going on, I think she has a right to have, like, frustration horny, you know?
You know?
Anyway, you and Kyoko need to make up already, you know? Everyone can see the fact that Kyoko and Makoto... Yeah, I know. I mean, of course I want things to get better as soon as possible. With everything that's been going on, I haven't had a chance to talk to her about what I saw. For anything, I need to talk to Sakura about it. Sakura, can we talk? Sakura? What is it? Can you make some time later? There's something I could talk to you. So now Kyoko's dumped him. Makoto's trying to go to win Sakura's heart. Are you in heat, Makoto? Don't you care? They are, as long as they got the right equipment.
Just the worst.
Watch out, Sakura. Makoto's transformed into a wild beast. Prime Minister, wild beast of Beastopia. Everyone's losing their minds but me. Why is this happening to me? Can it... I'll talk. Wait till tomorrow. I'd like to get some rest today. You know, the only reason Sakura threatens Toko is because Sakura, cares for Hina. And so she felt that, like, the approach she was doing on Hina was kind of fucking weird. Which, to be fair, it was. For some reason, I've been feeling more down these last few days. Huh? Are you sick? Did you get hurt? No, nothing serious. I just had some minor aches and pains. Huh? Is that... from fucking fighting to death the mastermind? It's because of that battle. It's been pretty bad. You have to go get rest. Are you sure you're okay? Like Sakura and I would fight a lot. I'd like to see that, man. Not because physically you'd lose, but because verbally I'd be interested to see how it'd go. I think physically everyone would lose. She's the ultimate martial artist, for fuck's sake. Yeah. I'm sure a protein shake and some sleep will get me right back on my feet.
You got it.
That's true. Protein is good for all kinds of stuff.
Hey.
You guys, like, worship protein. It's like you're a god or something. Train Nikito.
Okay.
She's the ultimate martial artist. I mean, I guess, depending on, like, if you're, like, the ultimate Aikido. Saying that, Danganronpa V3, there's an ultimate Aikido master called Tenko. And, like, she's a character that would be great if it wasn't for the fact she dies as soon as the character development starts to happen. Because before her character development, her entire gimmick or her entire character is that she just hates men. And I'm not kidding, it's just dirty male. It's like, shut the fuck up, please. But she's the ultimate Aikido master and she beats the shit out of everyone. Her entire physical prowess would be her biggest weakness. Well, yeah, isn't it the whole, like, larger they are, the harder they fall? Kodo, I don't know what it is you want to talk to Sakura about, but we have to save it to tomorrow. She's in pain. Yeah, got it. Sorry.
You know?
Well, for now, let's eat. Eat? I'm kind of nervous. Huh? Oh, calm. It's just food.
What's your
Because I don't
problem?
usually eat in front of other people. I'm powering against them. Ever since I was a kid, I'd eat by myself.
What the heck?
What about your family? Oh, well, yeah. I used to live with my dad, my mom, and my mom.
Huh?
You had two moms? What? That's just how things were. That's like a serious issue. You can tell this game was originally written in 2009. And then released in like 2010 in Japan. Just let it go. You're asking for trouble getting involved with her more than you have to. How dare you speak with me with that disgusting mouth of yours? The Shaolin Kenpo implements chokeholds. Oh, damn. So stop saying stuff like that. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and eat. If I don't, Kyoko will never show up. Really miserable situation, man. I scarfed down breakfast as fast as I could and immediately headed back to my room. That was also, by the way, the reason why I, like, beelined Kyoko's report card, because you physically can't hang out with her throughout the whole of this chapter, because she doesn't want to fucking talk to you. Getting out of a Gogaplata. It sounds terrifying. It takes a lot of courage to stand face to face with Sakura and accuse her of something. Anyway, free time. We maxed out... Well, one of the people we maxed out's dead, unfortunately. But we maxed out Kyoko, thankfully, beforehand. Yeah, so that sounds terrifying. We could hang out with Hina. I don't think Byakuya will talk to us. He might do, but nah, I'm good. Taka, miss you, buddy. Mondo, miss you, buddy. Leon, don't really miss you. Don't really miss you either. Hiro... Sakura, Sayaka, the first girlfriend. Ow! Oh god! Oh shit! Oh, I got goosebumps just thinking about that. Ow! Yeah, that sounds terrifying. When I was a kid, when I say I was a kid, I'm talking like 6 or 7 years old. Our primary school had a karate club, and I think I did like 2 classes, and that was it. Because when I was a kid, I'd get bored of things so goddamn quick. And I was one of those people that if I got bored of something, I was stubborn about it. And not stubborn as in I kept doing it. Stubborn as in I wouldn't give it another chance when I was a kid. After like 2 weeks, I was like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. Mum would be like, no, just give it another go. Just try another couple of weeks, see how it goes. I'd be like, no, I don't want to do it anymore. Get me out. I don't want to do it. And that would be the end of it. I was extremely... The moment I decided I was against or done with something, nothing could change my mind as a kid. It was the bottom line. And, like, so my knowledge of martial arts and whatnot is literally like that. Like, that's literally as far as it was. It's just like 2 weeks of fucking around when I was like 6 or 7. I did do a basic CQC course when I was like 14 or 15. Which is close quarter combat if you played Metal Gear Solid. And it is literally just like the fundamentals of self-defense. It's not necessarily like tied to any martial arts. It's just a fundamental of self-defense if you get fucked, if you get stuck. Because, you know, I live in a town that's... as much as I love the town and its history is fantastic, doesn't change the fact the town has like one of the highest crime rates of the area. So I needed to be able to defend myself. Thankfully, it's never come to that. But still. Very military matters, cool. Yeah, my mum could be strict, but she was understanding. I think it's the thing. Like, if she knew I had decided it's not happening, she'd be like, alright, fine. And she'd let it go. Anyway. I took ROTC. Fair enough. I kind of want to hang with Hina. If like... This isn't just for you, one man. If anyone watching this is like, oh man, he never hangs with the guys. Don't worry, when Danganronpa 2 comes out, we're gonna be Gundam's best friend, because I love that man. I adore that man. I can't not. He has hamsters living in his clothes, and he treats them like they're people, and he's like they're best friends with them. And he's also got an extremely strict moral compass that he abides to at all times. And he doesn't let anyone distract his thoughts and feelings. He's like such a focused, like, man of action who loves animals. It's just like Gundam is such a trait of a human being. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. And I also love voicing Gundam. I could listen... I've said it before, but I could listen to Chris Turkle-Farah, like, anytime. Like, I want that man to read me bedtime stories. Because his voice is so... Oh, every time I hear Chris talk, I just want to kiss him. And I say this as someone who likes women. I just want to kiss that man. I'm so glad he's voicing Capitano in Genshin. I mean, where I am today. Yeah, the history builds the present and all that. I'm not going to spend as much time in this because we've already got a lot of toys. Or a lot of things. Hey, an antique doll. That'd be great to give Celeste. My emotional end would be stunted without my old man. And then that's the luxury, because, like, for me, it's the other way around with my parents. My natural father, we clashed most of our life, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And eventually, he disowned me because my sister refused to invite him to a wedding we knew he would ruin by getting drunk and getting angry. And when I tried to point that out to him, he disowned me for it. And I went, oh yeah, fuck you. And that was, 2021 now. But then equally, I haven't been on the... As long as I've not been on, like, I was on, like, horrific terms with him before then. But I was the only one of the 4 siblings that made an effort for him, because I felt like I had to. Because all the others were done, you know? All the others, like, they either only tried to get money out of him because they did not want to actually talk to him, or they evaded him like the plague. So for me, I was more reliant on my mum anyway. Doesn't change the fact that mum and I bicker like a fucking old married couple sometimes. Like, we bicker like nobody's business, but we do it from a place of love, and we both know that. Ironically enough, the man who taught me the value of emotions, funny, even though he was an old school mentality, he had an alternative interpretation. Makes sense considering he was a Gen Xer. Yeah. To be honest, like, I make the memes every now and then about, like, you know, Gen Zers or millennials and booms and whatnot. But I honestly don't really, like, pay much attention to generations. I make the memes because most of the time they're alright, they're kind of funny. You get the odd one where you sit and you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Not for him, I'd be running to jail for a century. Yeah. And sometimes you need people like that. The people that don't teach you necessarily all the fundamental skills, or they don't even have to. Just the ones that teach you your heart exists. And it's okay to listen to it. Where is Hina? And I need to look up what she likes. Oh jeez, where the hell is Hina? Okay, they're investigating the 4th floor. Oh, she's in the music room. Kyoko's absolutely not gonna fucking talk to me, so... Actually, I'll go see what happens. If I go and talk to her, does she just, like, blank me off? Does she just pretend I don't exist still? Kyoko, don't worry, it's just an undertall boy coming to approach you. Let's see. I'm busy, don't have time to waste. Yeah, she's not prepared to talk to us that fucking all. Actually, how tall is Makoto? I remember him being kind of not tall. He's 5'3". Yeah, he's a small boy. Meanwhile, Byakuya is 6'1", so every time I'm like standing up to him, it's just like, oh jeez. 6'2", 5'9", 5'7", 6'0", 5'5". Oh, even like our first girlfriend was like 2 inches taller than us. 5'6". Oh, you know, the person that he actually ends up with is 3 inches taller than him. Oh, he's the same height as Hina. That's cute. Toko's only smidge taller. 6'4". Damn, Sakura. I mean, it makes sense, but damn. Celeste was 5'5". I thought Celeste was taller. I guess that was like the heels that she wore that kind of made her seem that way. Junko's 5'7". And Chihiro's 4'10". Oh, at least I wasn't the smallest. I was only nearly the smallest. Fucking Makoto, 5'3". That's why, like, do you think that's why this camera angle was like this? It's like 5'11" versus 6'0". No, it's because it was on a PSP, so they put the aimer in like a middle point, not a high point. Anyway, let me quickly look up what Hina loves so we can make sure our social link actually moves, because we've not got that many events left. Like, to actually get to play with. So I don't think 5 has many, if any. Danganronpa, Hina, gifts. Donuts, kitten hair clips, G-stick, sick, G-sick, not G-stick, that's different. Jesus Christ. Water Lover and the Astral Boy doll. Let's see if we have any of these. Okay, we don't have number 12. Do we have number 16? Yes, because they have numbers on them. Do you have 26? We don't, and 36? We don't, and 38? We do. So we've got 2 of the things we can give her. Oh, I just missed that comment. Whoops. About your school stuff. Where parents can be ludicrous maladvantages school mentalities, and even though I need to get a bachelor's or my associate's degree for high school days. Yeah, and that's badass. I went as far as college, got my college degrees, I went, yeah, I'm done. Pushing on him doesn't help. Smacking him doesn't help. What the heck is up with those things? Oh, so I'm talking about the metal plates covering all the windows. Have you been punching the metal, Hina? Oh, I know. We should try grabbing the top and yanking it down. It's nailed in. So I talked to Hina for a while. Let's spend some time with this girl. You want to do some stretches with me? I mean, it'd probably be a good thing to do. Hina's lead and did some elaborate stretching. I'm an addict to learning, and that's a good thing to be an addict of. Hina's lead and did some elaborate stretching. I love learning new things, to be fair as well, but it's not like... For me, it's like I was done with book smarts. I wanted to learn the world myself. I wanted to learn the things around me myself. I didn't want to just keep on reading and studying. Hina, I'll go a little closer to the game today. Of Hina. It's one rule, Hina. No talking! What are you, fucking Dante with Agni and Rudra? You'd like to give her a present? Yes, I would. Let's give this beanbag a present. No, she loves the kitten hair clip. What? I can keep this, right? Yay, ultra stoked. Seeing Hina so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Is something wrong, Hina? I've reached my limit.
Just a second.
I'm stuck in here. Can't do any sports. Can't do anything. I'm sick of it. It was just annoying. I want to get out under the sun and do some laps. Run a marathon. I want to do some real sports. Hina, calm down, okay? I can't do anything in here. But if I can't move around, I'm going to die. Like a bunny rabbit. I always heard bunny rabbits die from loneliness.
That's terrible.
Whatever. I'm going to die if I can't get some proper physical activity. Anything that's a little extreme?
What the heck?
You think I'm kidding, don't you? But I seriously can't sit still, you know. I'd like to introduce it to a concept known as CrossFit. Why else would I have joined 6 sport teams in school? 6?
That's right.
Yeah, track, basketball, softball, volleyball, tennis, and the big one. The big one. You got a main sport, but I ran out of juice. Bouldering, going home. No, she's the swimmer. Your main sport's swimming, right? Yeah, you got it. I don't even care what stroke it is. Just get me in a pool under a blue sky. Just because of it. But isn't it hard to do that many sports, even for you? Because I have to do exercises, but not for, like, fitness. It's because my joints are awful, and they will literally chatter on themselves if I don't make them stronger. Because, you know, born with, like, a million conditions, me. Yay! It's hard to do many sports, even for you.
Well...
If I can't move, I'll just shrivel up and die. And I need a challenge. More and more new stuff to try. From 220 to 170. Fair, man. A challenge. What I really love about sports isn't winning, you know? It's having to fight and struggle and give it your all to reach the top. It's that excitement, that fear that you might suffer a heartbreaking loss. And when you finally reach that goal, it's just... lonely. It's lonely at the top, you know? I really got into sports, so I couldn't really relate to what she was talking about. But I could tell that the reason Hina was so amazing was how hard she could fight and struggle. So that's why I want to push myself as hard as possible when it comes to swimming. I want to aim for the very highest mountaintop. The highest mountaintop?
Okay.
I'm talking about a gold medal, of course. Aim for the gold, even if it means I'm a super gold spaz. Hey, don't talk to yourself like that. It's like, Fibromyalgia... Fucking brain. My dyslexia won't read that word, but I know what it is. My weird psychopath, and originally did it to train as a pro wrestler. Damn. Did you just call us up? Okay, but if that's what you want, isn't that all the more reason? If you have a goal, why are you standing around making excuses?
Huh?
Excuses?
Just a second.
Hey, when did I ever make any excuses? Sure, maybe we're stuck in here right now with no way out, but you really want to make an effort, shouldn't you try and see what you can do in here? That's a challenge. You just made an official challenge.
Yeah, totally.
But, yeah, I think you're right. If I want to get that gold medal, I have to make every effort I can. I want to become a genius of effort. I bet Ian Thorpe said something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't go around making excuses just because we're stuck in here. Alright, I'm going to go do some push-ups in my room. Like, maybe like 1,000 or something. Before she was done talking, Nina took off like a bat out of hell. And I like to regard my own well-being. In college, I had this one friend, bless her heart, and she would get so angry at me every time she saw me do something that she knew for a fact I wasn't supposed to do because of my body. Like, the biggest thing I'm not supposed to do, I'm better with it now, can handle it better now, but I'm not supposed to tackle stairs at all. If there's an option for a lift, I'm supposed to take it every time because my ankles will buckle. In the college that I was at, it was 5 floors, and the staircase was in the middle of the entire building. So it was more convenient to go to, for me, than to go to the back left corner of the building to take the lift. I only ever took the lift if I was late for a class. Like, if I was on the ground floor and I needed a class on the 5th floor, then I'd take it because it'd be quicker. like in the long run, to run over and then do it. But I'd always take the stairs. But the most of the building, like each floor, well, not most of the building was like super modern glass. So you could see everyone from every floor if you was near the middle. It was completely open. You could see everything. And the amount of times she saw me, like, taking the stairs and be up on the 3rd floor and she'd be on the ground floor. And she'd just go, Rob! You idiot! And I was just like, dying! And the thing is that because she was actually, like, very fit, she could fucking chase me up the stairs and meet me by the 4th. Like, if I was on the 3rd going up and she was on the ground, she'd catch up to me by the 4th. And then be like, you're supposed to take the lift, you moron. I don't want to be the one that has to push you if you end up in a wheelchair. Like, shit like that. So she'd, like, always get annoyed at me because she knew exactly what my limits of my body were and was always annoyed at me when I then just didn't take care and just took the stairs anyway because I was like, oh, it's right there, it's convenient. I say that, she's the same friend that, the one of only 2 times in my life I actually really drunk alcohol, the college end party. She went out of her way to walk me home. Because, I was a moron. It was my first real exposure to alcohol. Because, you know, legal drinking age in the UK is 18, not 21. So I was 18 at the college end party. We just, like, finished our courses. We was getting, like, drunk and whatnot. I mixed drinks. You know, first exposure to any alcohol, and I mixed drinks. I got destroyed. To put it mildly. I got absolutely eviscerated. I have no recollection of that day. But I know from other people and a string of messages and my mum clarifying a few things that friend, like, she lives in the polar opposite direction from my house. She walked me most of the way home, met my mum in the middle before she then had to turn back, go all the way back to the town square, go back on her train because she missed her original train just to make sure I got home. And then, like, get to where she was, sort of thing. Like, she looked after me. She was tough lover, but she looked after me. Not lovers in lovers, she had a boyfriend, but you know what I mean. Like, she looked after me and she made sure I did alright. I hope she's doing alright, though. When she went to uni, she went, like, far out, and I haven't really spoken to her too much since. Unfortunately, just the nature of that thing. She went to university far off, and I just lost contact. Despite some of my history of college and some of the troubles I had, the events were traumatizing, and the events, you know, led me to having been diagnosed with PTSD, but the people I met I still hold dear to my life, even if I've spoken to them in years. So I'm 23 now, some of them I haven't spoken to since I was like 18. But I still value them, I still care about them to the world. Even a couple of them that I know don't like me, I still care about and I still wish them well. Seriously, that's something similar with my best mate. After his attempt, I spent about a year and a half rehabilitating him. Yeah. It's crazy what you can do, like with some of your friends, maybe even beyond what you realise you can do. If that makes sense. Like, you know you care about these people, but sometimes it's only when, like, that push is there, you realise just how much you're prepared to do for them. Like, you don't like, you might think, yeah, I'd do that, but when you're actually in that position, and suddenly you're just doing these things for them, you're like, oh, you know? Wrong time as expected. Report card's been updated based on my experience. More skill points. Once we're all done, head back to my room for a little while. Still more time. Let's go Pesahina again, because we've got the other thing that she can have. I don't remember what skill she has. What's Byakuya doing in the warehouse? And you're having food yet, because you might be a sporty, but you're also a foodaholic. It's why so many of my stories come from college, because even if, like, college did a lot of damage, I met a lot of people that I deeply value, even if we don't talk to, and it's because of stories with them. Like, it's one of the only things I'm proud I inherited from my natural father, is that both of us have an impeccable memory when it comes to events with people. Like, my natural, like, father, my old man, like, when I was a kid, like, he could just, like, cherry pick a story from, like, 30 years ago and tell it in, like, in perfect detail. And, like, as I've got older, that started to happen with me. Like, I can just, if it involves people and people I care about, doesn't matter how much time passes, I remember it like it was yesterday, because it means something to me. I was capable of it, despite what some of my former friends have said. I actually do value my friendship, just terrible expressing it in words. Yeah, I get that. I'd like to think I'm better with it, but especially during my college days, I was very much... Well, I was, to be fair, I've said it before, and I'm trying not to go into too much detail with it, but I don't mind talking about it. I was, abused by my ex, like, the entirety of college. Literally, it was, like, the first month of college I got with this girl, and for the entire 2 years I was there, everything in my life was made worse. Like, even after we quote-unquote broke up and everything else, it was... It did lifelong damage, and it's why I'm diagnosed with PTSD, because it was serious abuse. It wasn't just name-calling or anything like that, it was everything under the sun, you can imagine. Anyway, there's a lot of darkness with that, obviously, but I still, like, when I think back on it, there's still so many, like, positive memories I have. Like, I had a friend who lived literally down the road from the college and turned 18 before any of us, so we would go crash at his place and have drinks between classes. I wouldn't drink too much, but, because, you know, I still value my education, but you'd have little bits and whatnot. Or, like, I remember, like, just outside the college down the road was, like, a pizzeria, and, like, one of us would, like, go down and buy a big one for all of us to share in, like, the break between classes. Or something like that. And, like, I just have those little moments, or where at one point... Never touched the ball. Good. I don't drink full stop anymore because, it's a crazy thing when you're diagnosed with PTSD and you have a history of it, is that alcohol really, 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 really fucks with your head. Because your head's already got damage, you know? So I don't drink full stop anymore. I'm saying that this is back when I was an ignorant teenager. Or ignoranter teenager. You two are, yeah. Or like, I remember like going into town and we only planned to go for like a little while. Like, we just like go into like the town centre and whatnot and just kind of hang out for a bit. Like, it was going to be like, 20 minutes, just kind of... Because it was like before classes, because we, like... I remember, I think it was like a hot summer's day and we knew like no one in our group could sleep. So he was like, should we just go meet up at like 5 AM and like get some like breakfast at a cafe together? And he was like, yeah, let's do it. And it was like 20 minutes and then we kind of like can pull ourselves together, like wallow into the college or whatever. No, we were there till like just before our classes started at like 8. Well, bury my emotions in pursuit of a goal. For me, it's not that I bury my emotions, I let them ride. It's just, but that has its own benefits and, like, crutches, obviously. And, like, I always just let my emotions ride, because I'd rather everyone know exactly what I am than no one know. And that's just kind of... I said you did. Oh, I never was trying to accuse, I'm just comparing. So that's my own bad. But I'm just the opposite in that sense. Like, I always just express and talk and try and make sure everyone knows just because it's me. And so I know it has its own strengths and weaknesses as well, but Anyway, Hina, hi again.
Okay.
Each and every person has to do their job. The cooperation of each player is true teamwork.
You got it.
That's a quote from a famous rugby player, Yuji Matsuo. I wonder if that's a real person. We gotta do the same thing. Cooperate so we can survive.
Yeah.
Well, that come off in the worst way to people. Well, to be fair, like, you know what I'm gonna say with you, one man. Like, every time we've chatted, I think you're fine. I think you're all right. I enjoy your company. I like the debates we have, even if we disagree on things here and there. But at the same time, and I'm sure it's coming, and I'm sure you're thinking it at some point, we've never met in person, so I don't... There's probably a point of it where, like, if we met in person, maybe I would notice, or maybe I wouldn't, you know? Maybe it'd be no different whatsoever. But I think you're alright, and I stand by that. In text rather in person. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go for a run and release some of that stress. You know, if I was trapped in this situation, and someone said, do you want to go for a run? I'm not an exercising person, but I'd probably say, yeah, you know what, fuck it. It's just something to take your mind off shit. You know, I got a little closer today. Gonna give her a present? Yes. It was this, wasn't it?
Huh?
Yes, it was. Okay.
Aw.
Hey, Makoto. I'm so tired. Yeah, you look pretty tired. What happened? I didn't realise in my story exterior is that it masks my nervous and paranoid demeanour. Oh, bless you. I know that sounded patronised. I didn't mean it that way. You know I don't. But, bless you, man. I can only hope for you that things get easier as time goes on. Because I used to be bad. After, like, I finally got away from her and, you know, was trying to find my footing in the world, like, after college and whatnot. It was, like, a year and a half straight, if not, like, 2 years of, like, the worst paranoia in my life. I did not like going out under any circumstances. I was always checking my shoulder. I hated it. And what didn't help is I remember, and it upset me personally so much, even though it didn't bother my mum at all. It was on a Mother's Day, and I went out with my mum, and we went to a shoe shop, and that person was working at the shoe shop, and I couldn't stay in the building. Well, for obvious reasons, but you know what I mean? I couldn't stay in the building. I just left, and I waited outside, and I just couldn't do it, and it completely threw me off my rhythm for the entire rest of the day, and I felt like I'd spoiled Mother's Day for my mum. My mum understood, and it was fine, but I was just like, ugh, you know, when you just kind of beat yourself up for that shit. Like, I couldn't help it, because, like, my PTSD and everything, like, kicked in overdrive, and I just couldn't handle it. But at the same time, I was just like, ugh, I just felt so bad. I was like, I couldn't just keep it together, ugh. I had more friends than my daughter years in teenage, let alone my pre-teens or child. Fair enough. Yeah, you look pretty tired. What happened?
Whoa.
I woke up earlier than normal this morning, so I decided to do a push-up, sit-up, squat set. I ended up doing 1,000 of each. Jesus Christ. Well, that would explain it. Tired. So tired. I want something sweet. I want those things you get when you mix flour, sugar, butter and eggs and deep fry them. Use your words, Hina. If you want a donut, just say you want a donut. So what Hina's looking for is Cheerios. Donuts. Oh, I know, you want some donuts, don't you? Don't tell anyone, but it's actually a bunch of frozen donuts in the warehouse.
Okay.
Throw those in the microwave for a few seconds and just imagine. I have never had microwaved donuts, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I want them. Anytime I have donuts, I like to have them cold. Is that me? Am I the weird one? Imagine the warm chewiness of that donut. You know what I'm saying, right? You'd eat the crap out of that, right? You do love your donuts, huh?
Just a second.
Is there anyone who doesn't? Who on earth? No. Who in the whole universe can say they hate donuts? Think about the sensation of biting into a donut. First the sweetness floods your mouth, then the soft dough cushions you. Makes you get that hint of egg and butter, right? Anything that isn't fresh. Fair. I can do things that aren't fresh. My problem is reheated. If something's been cooked, and like this, and there's leftovers, it doesn't matter what you do. If you cook it again in the oven, if you microwave it, I don't care what you do. It won't taste good to me. It throws me off. I can't have reheated food. I'm a complete fucking snob when it comes to reheated food. If it's been cooked before, something is there that you can only get on the first experience. If you cook it again, that thing is missing and it's off, and it puts me off it every time. Egg and butter, right? Your whole body starts to melt. You feel like you're falling into the center of the donut itself. When people talk about the donut effect, that's what they're talking about. I don't think that's what the donut effect is, Hina. That's absolutely not true. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling like Niagara Falls over here.
Just a second.
Get out of my way, Makoto. I'm gonna uppercut you. Oh, I got an uppercut with your name on it. What the fuck? I'm not in the way! Wait for me, God of Donuts. Almost before she was done talking, Hina took off like a bat out of hell. That's the second time Makoto's used that description. Whenever I'm around her, I feel like I'm soaking in the essence of human vitality. More skill points. Fuck, give me a new skill. Because that's what I prefer with Dangan 2 onwards. The way they handle the skill point and skill system. Because in this game, hanging with people has a chance to get you skills, but more often than not you get skill points. So you can actually, because each skill has points you have to spend before you can use it. In Dangan 2 onwards, they replaced the skill point system with a level system. Anytime you do investigating, or interact with people, or talk with people, or solve the case, or whatever, you get experience points that level you up. Your level directly equals how many skill points you have. And then every time you hang out with people, you only get new skills. So there's more immediate gratification for hanging out with people, instead of some of them being delayed where you have to get skill points first, sort of thing. But then to say that, the second game uniforms a lot of the systems in this one. So in this one, everyone has a different length report card depending on how long their character is. In the second game onwards, everyone has like exactly 5 ranks. So you have like exactly 5 events with them before you're then done. And it even has like a marker to blueprint how far along you are. Like it's like a flower, and the flower like gets colour to one of its petals each time you do a rank until it's all bloomed. I watched her run off and went back to my room. Then my only gripe becomes at that point is that I feel like a lot of the time some characters should have more than 5 ranks. Especially Mikan. When we get to Mikan in Dangan 2, I want to protect that girl more than anything. Like, she's in my top 3 favorite characters of the franchise. But when in her events, it feels like she just needed one more. Because you give her some comfort from her history, but you don't actually give her the exact comfort she wants. And it's like, you just need one more to kind of seal the deal. And you get it in the post-game. Because like I said, once you beat the game, you unlock a free play mode, where like all the characters are alive and you can hang out with whoever you want. In Dangan 2, everyone gets an extra event in their free time mode. Like a 6th event. And in that one, you can straight up propose to Mikan. Because Mikan's entire life are people using and abandoning her. And so by proposing to her, you make the promise that you won't abandon her whatsoever. And it's like, it's the most adorable thing in the world. It's the only character you do something like that with. Not even the fucking actual love interest character do you do that with. No, it's Mikan. Which is why my headcanon is always that Mikan should have ended up with the main character. Because, come on, if you do her events, he proposes to her, for fuck's sake. He doesn't do it in the fancy way. He doesn't, like, get on his one hand and knee and propose a ring, because they don't have a ring. He just says, when we get out of here, I'm gonna marry you. And, like, Mika goes, huh? Anyway.
Attention! Please gather in the gym as soon as you possibly can.
Oh, God, already?
Quickly!
Oh, don't tell me this is what I think it is. He made a special announcement to ask us to come to the gym. He's pretty serious about it, too. I don't think we only get 1 day of free time, but I know what this event's gonna fucking be. Oh no. Time for the next motivation to get Case 4 moving. Case 4 is my favourite case in the game. Ignoring the 5-6 duology, because in every Danganronpa game, Case 5 and 6 is when the main plot takes over a bit more, and it's less about, you know, solving the crime, it's more about what's actually going on in the overarching story. But in terms of, like, the main 4 cases of each game, Case 4 is my favourite in this one, easily. Hey, Sakura.
Huh.
You're the last one. Everyone else is already inside. Aren't you going in?
However...
I have a bad feeling about this. More than just a feeling, probably. Monokuma did call us all together, after all. Sakura.
Well, then.
Makoto. If something happens to me... You know... Huh?
I'm sorry.
No, never mind.
So then...
I'm... Who would ever believe in someone who doesn't believe in themselves? Sakura? Everyone must have heard the announcement, and when they all go in the gym, it began. Alright, Monokuma, let's hear your next motive.
Well?
Okay, let's get this show on the road. You're about to give us your next motive presentation, aren't you?
That's right.
You got us all together to present another motive, right? Is he right?
Huh?
We just have to go through this again? No, not again. I can't take it anymore.
I see.
I'm impressed by your level of dismay. You finally see just how low on the totem pole of life you really are. No. No. That's not it at all. We're not here to talk about motive. The reason I gathered you all here is so that I could get rid of my grudge. Your grudge?
Why?
We have a grudge against you, of course, but I don't really recall you ever having a grudge against us. I told you yesterday, didn't I? An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell us what you're talking about. Well, Byakuya, you've already told everyone how one of you might be working as a spy for me, right?
Come on.
Yes, so what about it?
In other words...
Well, today I'd like to tell you about that spy. What?
Hey!
So guess what? The spy is actually Sakura Ogami. He said it so openly, made it sound like he wasn't even that big of a deal. Even though he just revealed a huge secret. What? What did you just say? He said the spy is Sakura.
What is
What are you talking about?
You're a liar!
There's no way Sakura's a spy. Right, Sakura?
Huh?
Sakura? And I might just make Sakura fulfill the promise she made sometime soon. And if she doesn't, I can't be responsible for what might happen to that hostage of mine. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. What you guys choose to do with that information is up to you.
Thrills!
Roast her, boil her, kill her, don't kill her, whatever.
I can't wait!
Either way, I can't wait. And just like that, he was gone. Finally I understood what he'd been talking about. An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. In other words, betrayal be met with betrayal. Yeah, Sakura refused to continue working with Monokuma. Monokuma took that as betrayal, so Monokuma betrayed her back by revealing she was the spy. So what does that mean? Is it true? Has Olga really been spying on us with a mastermind? What are you saying? There's no way. But that is what the stuffed animal said, right?
Wrong.
Well, he's wrong. There's just no way.
Hey.
Well, Sakura, if he's wrong, all you have to do is tell us.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier.
Huh?
What? He was being serious to serious? Always been working for the mastermind?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So you've been lying to us all this time?
Huh?
Not true. Sakura's probably being controlled. There's got to be some reason. Oh, Hina, you know, it's because she's your like gym buddy. So there's someone you've actually got close to and care about. And to be fair, yeah, Hina really cares about Sakura, as we'll see as this case goes on. She didn't have a choice. She was just forced to do it. Yeah, I'm sure Hina's right. The mastermind probably threatened her somehow, and Sakura had no choice but to do what she was told. What? You're talking like you know that for a fact? Because I do know it for a fact. Because I saw it. I saw Sakura and Monokuma fighting, and that's when I heard it. Monokuma mentioned a hostage a second ago, right? And during the fight, I heard Sakura say she decided to fight against the mastermind.
I see.
You saw all that. The mastermind took a hostage, so you were forced to swear loyalty to them, right? But in the end, you made your mind to betray that mastermind.
What?
Which means Sakura isn't our enemy. She's a friend we can trust without question. Is that it? Ridiculous. Do you live in some sort of alternative reality fairy tale?
Not possible.
She was the mastermind's tool. You absolutely cannot trust someone like that.
Impossible.
He's right. We can't just believe whatever she says now. How can we even be sure she really did betray the mastermind? Maybe this is a double bluff, and she's still doing exactly what the mastermind wants.
What are you saying?
Sakura would never do that. Okay then, Sakura, you really have cut ties with the mastermind. Tell us who they really are. Well,
I'm sorry.
sorry I can't. Even I don't know that.
What?
You don't know? That just makes you all the more suspicious.
Please.
She's telling the truth. You have to believe her.
Don't make me repeat
Shut up.
myself.
I'm not finished questioning her. Fucking Christ, Byakuya.
Come on.
Next question. What's this about a promise? What did the mastermind order you to do? I was told to kill one of my friends. Suddenly felt like the temperature in the room had dropped 20 degrees. The weight of those words. I see. So even now, you've taken aim at our lives.
Wrong.
You're wrong,
You're
I'm telling
wrong.
you. Sakura would never do that. You know what this reminds me of, now that I think about it? It reminds me of Taka, like, viciously defending Mondo. You don't have to yell. We can hear you just fine. Don't you have an inside voice?
That's terrible.
It's because you're not listening to me.
Wait.
Please stop. You don't need to defend me anymore. I have to take full responsibility for this.
However.
How do you intend to do that? By destroying the mastermind. What?
I
am going to challenge them. Even if it means we both go down, I will defeat them.
I'm sorry.
That is how I intend to take responsibility. Hold on. What do you mean if you both go down? Hina. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this.
Huh?
What?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know what to do. I went back and forth about confiding in you again and again.
Well,
But I was scared. I thought if I told you, you might think less of me. Sakura!
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Sakura turned away from us and left the gym. And then...
As soon, okay?
Usual nighttime announcement. Well, it's nighttime. We should all go to bed.
No way.
Hold on, this whole thing with Sakura
Don't
is
make me repeat
over.
myself.
She's our enemy. There's nothing more to discuss.
That's terrible.
No, Sakura is not our enemy.
Why?
Why? Why doesn't anyone understand her?
What?
What is it you think you understand? You didn't even know who she really was.
What is
Did
this?
that?
Calm down.
Let it go for now, Hina. Talking about it isn't going to help anything.
Why?
But
Anyway.
go to your room. Cool down, and we can continue this discussion tomorrow. It was the worst. The mood at the end of the night was just the worst. And the thing is, Monokuma said that wasn't a motive, but it was. He knew. He knew someone's gonna try, either someone's gonna try and kill Sakura, or Sakura's gonna do something real stupid. You know, like, he knew, so it is a motive, really. Being such an awful mood. We were honestly glad the day was over. Sakura is the spy, she's the traitor. Byakuya said Sakura is the enemy. But he's wrong. She's not my enemy, she's my friend, without a doubt. But what can I do? What can I do to make everyone believe in Sakura? How? As long as you're human, there will always come a point where you wish you could do things differently. Even a baseball player is in the major leagues. Even a soccer player touring Europe. Even a famous singer who started a career as a backup dancer on a comedy sketch show. She makes a brilliant debut, but instead of going for more, she marries some third-rate actor and retires. Every human has regrets, has things they'd like to go back and change.
But I don't, because I'm a bear.
Thanks, Monokuma. Great insight. He's actually saying something of merit. And he ruined it, yet.
Good morning,
Well, the thing is,
everyone.
everything Monokuma said is coming from the heart of the mastermind behind them. But then, because they're trying to keep up an act, they change it, usually. If you, like, in a lot of the Monokuma theatres, you can get the impression that what they're saying is from the heart, but they deliberately try and bury it a little bit so you don't catch on. Or, like, don't learn too much more about who the mastermind is and what they've been through. Anyway, good morning, everyone. Oh, this is the normal morning announcement. What about Sakura? I need to hurry up and get to the dining hall. You're so close, Monokuma. Yeah. Hey, Kyoko, are we chatting yet? Now you know what I was hiding. Kyoko. Good morning. Fuck! Still ignoring me. She's really that mad at me. Actually, it's not just Kyoko. It was Monokuma summoned us last night. The atmosphere around has gotten really heavy. I almost feel it looming over us, weighing us down. I have nothing else. I need to patch things up with Kyoko as soon as possible. Yeah, you fucking think? But smiles think you said all stream, Makoto. Oh, Makoto, you okay? What do you mean? You were late, so we were worried about you. Oh, Toko, you were worried about me? What a dullard. Oh, Byakuya, you're here too? Toko, Byakuya, what are you doing here?
What the heck?
They're taking refuge here. Refuge?
Such
Don't make that stupid face. We have to protect ourselves against the Mastermind's tool. The Mastermind? Are you still talking about Sakura? That's when I finally noticed. The only one that wasn't in the dining hall was Sakura. She's been basically outcasted. Where is Sakura?
Stop.
But now I get to ask the question, because we're getting not close, but closer to it. Who do you think's gonna die in this case? And who do you think the murderer's gonna be? All I know is, if she were here, I wouldn't be. The only reason I went out of my way to join the rest of you was as a safeguard against a threat. Threat?
What is this?
Why? Why do you hate her so much?
Naturally.
Isn't it obvious? Because that makes things unfair. Unfair? The game should be fair to all players. The existence of a spy for the mastermind upsets that balance.
What the heck?
That's a stupid reason.
What
Stupid.
did you say?
This is a life or death game, is it not?
That's terrible.
It is stupid. You're a stupid idiot.
Hey,
Before you get too far into your argument, maybe you should stop and think things through. Why did the mastermind reveal that Sakura was the spy to us?
What the heck?
They were getting revenge on her, right? Like Monokuma said, an eye for an eye.
however,
That may be part of it, but that's not the whole picture. Revealing that fact was also meant to serve as the next motive the mastermind wanted to give us. The chaos and confusion born from suspicion, the hatred.
in other words,
In other words, this right here, the fighting, the bickering, is the trap the mastermind laid for us. Knowing that, will you still stand there and argue like children?
But
That's not what I'm trying to do, it's just... I mean... How can I get you guys to believe in Sakura again? She can really beat the mastermind like she said. That'd go a long way in my mind.
what are you saying?
Idiot! You'd really ask her to do something so dangerous? What if something terrible happens to her? It wouldn't matter.
Huh?
What? If Sakura were to die, that's one less person for the mastermind to control. I have no problem with that. Hold on, Byakuya. In fact, if she did die, that would settle this entire issue, wouldn't it? It would put the whole problem to rest. slap.
What the hell?
You're gonna get. I'm surprised you didn't get slapped sooner. If I'm honest, Byakuya. I'm surprised you didn't get fucking smacked sooner.
You disgust me. You're a monster. To say something like that, it should have been you. You should have been the one to die.
Oh fuck.
What?
I should have died. Interesting.
Interesting.
Then are you planning to take care of that yourself? Go ahead. Try it. If you dare. See how it works here. After all. That's how it works here, after all.
What is this?
You think I can't do it? Hina, calm down.
That's right.
This is exactly what the mastermind wants. And it's exactly what Sakura doesn't want. What's wrong? Lost your nerve? I'm leaving. I'll be in my room. Trembling with anger, Hina ran off. That stupid cow! How dare she? She should die 1,000 deaths, no 1,000,000. So she was just another hysterical little girl. Hardly worth my attention.
Just a second.
It's what other people call having feelings, Byakuya. And all you do is mock them for it. What's wrong with that?
Hey,
A friendly word of warning. Someday, that attitude is going to come back and bite you. Hard.
I don't have time to.
And I will happily elude its attempts. So, you know, how about we, eat? You know it's not a good time.
You know?
I appreciate what you're trying to do, hero. Without a word, each of us left the dining hall, headed back to our rooms one by one. And in the happy music. So what should I do today? Like, ugh, yikes. Let's go back and see if we can get some more stuff. I don't even know if Hina will talk to us. She might be in too much of a state. I should actually check that first before I get carried away with this. Let's see. She might. Let's see if she might be in too much of a state, but she might calm down. Hey Hina, so about killing Byakuya. Makoto, do you want something? Okay, we can. She's still like down the dumps, but yeah, let me just get you something nice first. I think that's a repeat anyway. Oh! Fucking the handbar again, no. Jesus, getting a lot of books here. Oh, that was a new item, so the repeat rate went up. Fucking another antique doll. Can't wait to give that to Celeste. Flashlight? Oh, we already have one. Hey, that's something she likes. And because the repeat rate went up because, you know, we got rid of the one we had. Is that a fucking whip? Antique coin. That'll do for now. We got at least something we can give Hina. Try and cheer up this little sporty girl. And I imagine Kyoko won't talk to us still anyway. You haven't buried the hatchet on that one just yet. Makoto? Yeah. Let's go hang out.
About that.
Were you worried about me?
Sorry.
That's nice of you. You know, it was quiet and depressed, but I did what I could for her. You got a little closer.
Huh?
For me? Lift her up a little. Oh, she doesn't want to... Wow. Saying you have to go somewhere. I don't hate her for it. I mean, yeah, she's pressured. Man, so Hina just can't rank up right now. Got it. Interesting. Because we gave her our love, so that should force it up a rank, but she just didn't take it. She can't be ranked up yet. Alright, fine. Let's go fucking hang with... Oh, let's go hang with Byakuya. That'll be funny. That won't... Assuming he even wants to put up with us. That'll be funny. She's going too far to take everyone on her own. And of course Toko is just lingering outside the door. Jesus. Is this why you're in here, Byakuya, to get away? Sakura and Hina. Finally, some action. Things starting to become interesting. Oh, I didn't see you there. You need something. Let's reluctantly spend some time with... Fine. I don't mind allowing you to indulge in my attention. I hope you appreciate this. I spent some time with Byakuya. ... Byakuya and I grew closer today. To give him something. What the fuck would this maniac like? Oh, I imagine he's the guy who sips his coffee. Let me just check. I can just guide search. Byakuya gifts. Yeah, he does love his coffee. Fuck, I don't have any. He likes a scarab brooch. He actually likes a lot of things. Wow. That's a long list. Longer than I thought it would be. Now, this is a rare moment. Coming from a noble family. I've never been exposed to such vulgarity. Interesting. I think I'll keep it. Then Byakuya so... He's called it vulgar. Does he like... What? Come on. I have a question for you. You do?
That's right.
Something's been bothering me for a while now, and I can't take it anymore. So to answer my question, I need you to explain to me what your ultimate lucky student title means. Oh, well, I don't totally get it myself, but what I do know is that I was picked at random from a pool of normal students.
So in other words...
So you just got into Pope's Peak by blind luck. I see. Well, then that answers my question. What was your question? How the commoner like you, with absolutely no unique talents or ability, could get into this school? Oh, I forgot to mention boring. How a boring, untalented, utterly generic commoner got in. Boring? Generic? Do you really have to list all that off?
Naturally.
But it is the truth. Maybe compared to you, the ultimate affluent progeny and all. But even I... You seem to think it's merely an issue of title, but make no mistake. My lineage, intelligence, figure, athletic ability, they are all ultimate.
In other words...
Which is to say, I am the ultimate perfection. Feel free to begin calling me that. In fact, he's really taking this to the extreme. You, who have nothing, I, who have everything. We are living proof that all men are not created equal. You have my pity, Makoto. Life can be very cruel indeed. And because I pity you so much, perhaps someday I'll allow you to hear the tale of my glory. Consider it a blessing, a gift from me to you, to allow you to bask in my glory. Having finished his mean-spirited lecture, Byakuya left me standing there in silence. I learned one thing about Byakuya today. Anytime I talk to him, I need to be prepared for an extreme psychological trauma. What card's gone up? We got Cool and Composed. Oh, I think that stabilizes your aim during non-stop debate. I guess I hope it does. I did my best to keep my spirit from shattering like glass. I'm back to my room.
This is as such.
Yep, usual nighttime.
Okay, then.
Nighttime already. Tonight feels somehow uneasy. We haven't settled things with Sakura. Everyone's in a terrible mood. I hope nothing happens tonight. After I declined the offer to become a shrimp, we're back to this one, are we? The tech support lady just refused to drop the issue. Once the shrimp idea was dead, she came back to herself to be a crab instead. How much can one person love crustaceans? I said no, of course, and she shot back, okay then, how about we make you extra special? You can be a crab that walks sideways and backwards. But how is that any better? I don't want to go sideways or backwards, I want to go forward. I heard her annoyed sigh on the other end of the line, then she said, you just don't see the splendor of the crab. Haven't you ever heard of the tale of the crab and the monkey? Of course I've heard of it, I know all about it, but so what? The crab beats the monkey, but it's just some legend, hardly relevant to the greed-obsessed modern society. Sure, monkeys still show up in movies and stuff from time to time, but not crabs. Monkey-themed clothes while sweeping the fashion world, but the crab doesn't stand a chance, right? What I'm saying is crabs have no place in today's lightspeed world. Do your market research, lady. Which is why I choose the always popular bear image.
That's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
Meaningful. Also pretty sure shrimps aren't crustaceans, they're mollusks. Yeah, I think you're right.
Good morning, everyone.
Yep, morning announcement. Do something about Sakura. Better go to the dining hall and talk to the others one more time. Ooh, ah! Huh? Is that someone screaming? I think it came from the dining hall. Makoto, we got a big problem, man! What's wrong? Look! His finger shook as he pointed. What the actual fuck's going on here?
Are you okay? What happened?
She killed her.
Hiro, shut up. Look at her. Her eyes are open. She's holding her arm. She's not... Anyway, ignoring Hiro. Sakura's dead. Ooh, do you think Sakura's gonna be the victim?
Genocide Jill killed Hina!
You've gotta be kidding!
No. She's not dead. Open your eyes. No way she's dead. Why? What happened? Well, Sakura and Hina just all of a sudden they were yelling and then they knocked the pepper off the table. And that led to a sneeze.
You SOB!
Giant balloons are a little too perfect, aren't they? I might be flat, but at least mine are real. And look at my shapely collarbone. Doesn't it just totally set you on fire? Anyway, you totally non-adorable boys just get her out of my sight, okay? Or else I'll start cutting and indulging myself in who knows how long. Okay then, let's get Hina to the nurse's office. Come on, Hiro, help me. Sure thing. Wee-oo. You assume this is your wife, I feel like. She's becoming very quickly like your go-to woman. I almost want to recommend you try out Ultra Despair Girls, that spin-off, just because she's the second main character. Anyway, Genocide Jack's abrasive laugh chases out the room as we carried Hina away. By the time I finished taking care of Hina's injury in the nurse's office, she seems to have finally regained her composure.
Sorry.
Thank you. Are you sure you're feeling better? Yeah, it was just a scratch. But still, that was super close. You said she was dead, Hiro, you idiot. And yelled out, you'd be dead right now. It's all thanks to me, you know? Yeah, well, 1,000 thanks to you, sir. This was sarcastic. You make it sound like even more hostile. Yeah, it's almost like instead of doing anything, you just shouted. That's why she's annoyed. Alright, talk to me, Hina. What happened? Hey, Hina, what the heck happened? As the motorbike passes by. That was a loud one, wow. We was going into a fight, and I lost my temper and flew off the handle. Let me guess, the fight was because of Sakura.
But...
At first, I just tried to ignore it. If you let the jerk buttholes get at you all the time, you'll never have any time to live your life. But she wouldn't let it go, so I just... Not thinking about it, I just wanted to punch her like a dozen times.
You're serious?
A dozen punches isn't really without thinking. And when things got out of hand, Genocide Jack got let loose, right?
Sorry.
It's my own fault, but I just couldn't take it anymore. Because she was saying these terrible things about my friend, you know? If I knew it, Hina's eyes started welling up with tears. And it's like the tears on the brink of spilling over. The door to the nurse's office burst open. I thought the door was going to fly off its hinges. And there she stood before us. Hina! Sakura! You're hurt. What happened?
Huh?
Oh, nothing. It's not a big deal.
Hey!
Makoto, Hiro, what's the meaning of this? It wasn't me. It was genocide Jill. It's not that demented murderous fiend's fault.
Damn.
To hurt Hina. Damn you. Leave me alone. But hurt her? What is this?
How dare
What is this? Ah! Okay, really, it's just a scratch.
No forgiveness! I can't forgive this!
Hero, stop screaming! Hero! If you want to hate someone, hate me. You want to hurt someone, hurt me. But I don't hate you exactly. Why? Somebody save me! Asura's wrath. Yeah. He tripped over himself as he ran screaming out the nurse's office. Just a second later, what's going on?
Hey.
What is all the noise about? Kyoko stood in the doorway of the nurse's office, taking Hiro's spot in the room.
It would seem...
I gathered something happened. Kyoko, please, you have to stop Sakura.
Wait.
You don't need to stop me. I'm okay. I'm not going to do anything, I'm drawing a line. Right here and now. Drawing a line.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait, Sakura! Sprang into action, leaving the nurse's office to chase after Sakura. Yeah, Sakura wants everyone, like, if there's going to be an arguments and disagreements, she wants everyone to target her. Tackling someone, or taking on someone that she considers her closest friend, yeah, she's pissed off. It's like, oh, so you're going to beat up my friend and not talk to me about it? Alright, fuck you guys. That's what's kind of going through Sakura's head a little bit. And why she's getting so angry, and why she says she's drawing a line. There's more to it than that, but we'll see. Hina sprang into action, leaving the nurse's office to chase after Sakura. The only ones left were... Hey... I kind of shipped the two. Well, Sakura and Hina. Yeah, so do, it's like one of the most popular ships, if I'm honest, dude. It's genuinely one of the most popular ships, those two, because of how close their friendship is throughout the course of the game. There is one slight dip in it, but people, like, who want to commit to their ship, like, argue it away. If you go through Sakura's report card, you learn that she has a... It's not necessarily a boyfriend, but a boy that she cares deeply about, that she sees as, like, a rival. And there's, like, that kind of... To some people, that puts, like, a hole in it, 'cause it's like, well, there's a guy, you know, whilst other people say, well, no, it's a rival. It's someone that she cares about in terms of it's a competitive, like, well, competitor to fight against. Whilst her heart could be more open to someone kinder, which could be Hina, which would explain why Sakura cares about Hina so much in particular, and why Hina cares so much about Sakura in particular. When in the logic of the game, it's because those two are the two sporty ones, and so those two just bonded over doing sports stuff together. I mean, there are no people in polyamorous relationships, yeah. Kyoko, are you still mad? Yeah, I figured.
That's fine.
It's fine. Huh?
Whew.
About that issue we discussed earlier? It doesn't matter anymore. Then, do you forgive me for not being able to talk about it?
In other words...
You could have told me about Sakura and Monokuma fighting, but you stayed quiet. I can imagine the three of them together as a unit. Yeah, that'd be cool. You were only thinking of Sakura, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? You didn't want to confuse anyone else until you could talk to her and be sure of what you saw. That's what you were thinking, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? No route, but I'm also not limited by it. Fair. Yeah. To think like that.
I wouldn't have expected such arrogance from you.
Ouch! What?
Because...
Ultimately, that means you don't trust me. No, that's not it. If that's how you feel, I can't really change your mind. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It's fine. I've already forgotten about it. Besides...
And
I may have... Oh, she's blushing. Overreacted. Huh?
Anyway...
And then it's gone. She had her moment because I said it's not even a shipping thing. It's canon that Kyoko does crush on Makoto. She just doesn't know how to handle it because she's so like lock focused. The anime that follows this Danganronpa 3 does a better job at establishing it, admittedly, but it is a constant in the series that Kyoko does genuinely have a crush on Makoto. She just keeps it to herself. So no, so my rules are consent, not causing harm, and people who are equal. Yeah, I know, I hear what you mean, dude. I agree. Let people be them. As long as they're not harming anyone and everyone's on the equal playing field, just let them be them. It's over and done with. Like I said, let's just forget about it. Okay. Thank you.
Whew.
That issue we discussed doesn't matter anymore. We'll talk about something else. Yeah, you can go back through that conversation if you want to. What is it you want to talk to me about?
Indeed.
Actually, I'd like you to come somewhere with me. I have business there.
So...
Where? Just come with me and you'll find out. I guess, but...
Shall we go?
Well then, shall we get going? With typical indifference, Kyoko turned and walked away, setting a brisk pace. Kyoko! I had to catch up with her. Free spirit of a father. Are we disgracing that if I operated by any other way? Yeah, fair. She walked ahead in silence, and in silence I chased her. Eventually we arrived. The dressing room. So there's something else you mentioned.
Indeed.
That's right, it has to do with alter ego. But you said we don't need alter ego anymore.
Wrong.
I didn't say we don't need him, I just said he had done his job. Besides, it's not us that needs alter ego. He has business with us. Huh?
Right.
Alter ego asked me to bring the others to come see him. Apparently he has something he wants to ask us. Alter ego wants to ask us something? Hello. It's just the two of you, Kyoko and Makoto? Kyoko's fingers glided across the keyboard. Is two not enough? No, it's okay, two should be plenty. What was it you wanted to ask us?
Indeed.
Let's find out, shall we? Kyoko typed in the question. What do you want to ask us? Oh, yeah, so, I'd like you to take me somewhere where you can connect me to the school network.
What?
What? Kyoko and I quickly glanced at each other. She replied, why? Well, you said my job was done, right? But to just stop here, saying I finished my work? I don't want that.
I want to be able to help.
I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can get out of here.
That's right.
That's what Master would want too. So to help everyone else, to solve the mystery of this school,
That's right.
the only way I can do it is if you help connect me to the school's network. But if you did that, that's basically suicide. I'm positive the Mastermind would find out about it. They'd find you and they'd... You agree, right, Kyoko?
So,
I realize how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this.
but
I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but
still.
when I think about everything else, my courage starts to grow. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So it's okay. If it's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. I couldn't help but get lost in that voice. It was just so committed, too admirable, too fragile.
Hey.
You remember what you asked before, Makoto? You asked what the difference is between a person and a program, right? Yeah.
Certainly.
When I talk to Alter Ego, I don't know. I have no idea how to answer that question. I think maybe that the question even the program's creator can't answer. But I can say this.
Correct.
There's no question that Alter Ego is our friend. Kyoko. To be honest, I didn't want Alter Ego to push himself anymore. Because if we take any more risks, the Mastermind really will notice it. But...
Makoto.
Let's do it, Makoto. Let's connect Alter Ego to the network. But...
Hey.
He's our friend, so I want to take his feelings into consideration. And he says that he wants to fight alongside his friends.
Now,
if you were in his place, could you just sit by and do nothing in this situation? If you saw everyone else fighting and doing their best, could you just look the other way? Or would you stand up? Stand up tall next to everyone else and tell them you're their friend.
So,
Are you guys fighting? If it's about me, then please don't. I want to believe in myself. I want to be able to say I know I can do this. So please let me try.
Listen.
And besides, there's one place where the Mastermind might not notice. One place?
That's right.
Remember, there's another place besides here where there's no surveillance camera. A room without a surveillance camera? That's it, the secret room you told me about. I definitely remember there was no surveillance in there. And I do believe that you can connect to the network from there. I remember seeing an Ethernet port on the wall. However, just because there's no camera there doesn't mean there's no danger. There's no way to be sure the Mastermind isn't monitoring the network somehow. We'll also have to move Alter Ego, and the Mastermind may spot us going into the secret room. If they pick up on any of this, then it's all over. You're right.
That's what we have
but
to
despite
do.
all that, I think we need to try.
Correct.
Because that's our best chance of finding any new clues. Kyoko, in that case, will you let me carry him? There's no way you could hide him with what you're wearing, right? So let me do it.
It's true.
Okay then, I'll leave it to you. Thank you. Yeah, because Makoto wears like a baggy hoodie, so he can just stuff the laptop up his hoodie.
So then...
Okay, then let's get started. Whilst if Kyoko tried to stuff the laptop up her shirt, it would be far more noticeable. You know, it would be far more apparent. I'm going to be a little cramped for you, alter ego. Bear with us, okay? I started packing him up right away. I closed the laptop and stuffed it underneath my jacket. It tickles. Don't... Shush, you can't talk right now. I'm going to move you to another room. Until we get there, you have to be in absolute silence, okay? Understood. Your command has been implemented. Good. Don't react like a machine like that all of a sudden. I didn't know how to react.
Makoto.
In the secret room, there's a bunch of different cables in one of the desk drawers. So there might be a network cable in there.
However...
Assuming the mastermind hasn't taken it already. Well, all we can do is go in and check for ourselves.
It's true.
Agreed. Let's head to the secret room. You know, just a boy and a girl going into the boys' bathroom on the second floor. Nothing suspicious at all. Don't you worry about it. Actually, I think it's just Makoto going alone. I think. Nothing suspicious at all. Don't mind us. The fuck was that? My obsession. What are you doing? Living. I see. Anyway, I'm heading back to my room. I'll just be there living, totally calm. Can you imagine when they got the voice actress in to record that? I mean, I just want you to make gibberish. What? Just go blah, 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 blah. Okay. I think it was the second floor, right? Makoto?
Why?
Are you sure all the documents are gone? I refuse to believe you. Go and check again. What?
Listen to me.
Just hurry up and... She's making up a ruse. Just hurry up and go. Make sure you don't run off. I'm going to wait right here. Oh, I get it. She's acting. It took you a second. She was so forceful. I thought I made her mad again somehow.
Just a second.
While you're just standing there, hurry up and go. Oh, okay, I'm going.
So then...
And be thorough. Counting on you. Because they know they're being watched. So the mastermind's sitting there like, what the fuck are they doing? You know? Okay, first I have to find a network cable. Went to the Kyoko, there's a bunch of cables in this drawer. Oh, found it! It's a network cable, right? Just have to connect its alter ego. I immediately got the work. I put out the laptop and connected it to the Ethernet port of the cable. And I should do it.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it worked.
Leave it to me.
Just leave the rest to me, I swear I'll find something. I might even be able to connect to the outside world. If I can, I'll see if I can call for help. So please just wait a little while longer. Just hold tight and put your faith in me. So I was about to leave, I decided to leave it and with one last thing. No matter what, we're gonna get out of here. You and all the rest of us as friends.
Huh?
Friends? Even me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Makoto.
Makoto.
How'd it go? Well, it went okay, but all the documents were gone, just like I told you. It was an unintentional mix of acting and real feelings.
Correct.
I see. Then there's nothing left for us here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Before I knew it, Kyoko was walking away. She wasn't acting anymore, that much was sure. Ah, Kyoko.
What?
Yes? So we're just going to split up?
Why is that?
Of course, I've no reason to stay with you at this point. Well, maybe, but isn't that a little too direct?
Whew.
Should I hesitate and fumble something to say? It's just so high maintenance. That's not what I meant. I had more I wanted to talk to you about, like... What are you going to do about Sakura?
It's true.
Well, something has to be done, it's true.
However...
But the way things are right now, there's no way to persuade anyone. They don't have the mind to listen. Then what should we...
So...
If we can find some new clue, that would likely change the situation. That's all we can hope for right now. Which is why alter ego.
Correct.
All we can do is wait and believe in our friends. You're right. That's our only option. We parted ways and I headed back to my room. I'm kind of tired, so I laid down in bed. Maybe it's because of the stress of moving alter ego. But I was way more tired than I realised. Before long, at all, I had completely dozed off. Huh? The sharp sound of a doorbell pierced my sleepy haze and pulled me into the real world. Ral. Makoto, get out here. Kyoko, what's going on?
Indeed.
Hina just came to see me, and she was white as a ghost. It sounds like something's happened. What? As soon as I heard those words, my heart started beats a little faster, so I found myself wide awake. You're still stuck at JCC. Oh. So the thing would be fine if the odds weren't so rigged against you. I've said it before, it's because the odds and the randomizer and how it affects everything is so deliberately rigged against you, it's insane. Which is why in Kiwami, I'm glad they brought it back, but this time corrected the odds. So it's not against you so much, it's more fair. Come to the rec room. The rec room? Okay, let's hurry. Kyoko, Hina, what's wrong? Something's not right. In the rec room. What's inside? There was a window in the rec room door, and I hurried to look inside. And when I did... Sakura? Is she unconscious? She's sitting up in a chair like she's bowing her head. So I have to wing it with how many I have left before the trophy pops. Yeah, I know what you mean. I said what I did for a lot of it, anytime I did any of it, is save scum the hell out of it. So I could do like maximum bet, and if I lose, just load my save and get my money back. The alternative is doing the human bank that is like, I forget what they're called, those big guys that like steal your money if you lose to them. With Kiryu, one of his abilities makes it that you get like 1.5 times interest when you beat him. So there's actually a thing about, it's usually save before you do it, purposefully losing, tracking him down again, doing a rematch, winning because you get interest back. And because it's 1.5 times, if you lose like 10 mil, you're getting 15 mil back. Then if it's 15 mil, you're getting, 1.5 times 15 mil, you're getting like 22.5 mil back. You know? Like it starts to ramp up. So then you can grind up an obscene amount of money super quickly and then use that if you don't want to do the other thing. You can't do it with Majima, unfortunately. If you want to grind money with him, it's only a Kiryu skill. With Majima, if you want to make money, you have to do the fucking, or make money quick, you have to do the hostess club. But still. Che, she was bowing her head.
Hey.
What's going on? Did something happen to her?
Huh?
I was just walking past, I happened to notice her through the window. But I couldn't get the door open. I tried knocking, I tried calling her name, but she wouldn't respond. So what should we do? What are we gonna do?
Anyway.
First of all, we need to get into that room. The door's locked, right? If we break in, we'll be violating school regulations.
Listen to me.
We're going to force our way in. I just said the door isn't locked. It's not locked because the rec room doesn't have a lock. Then why? It feels like the door is pressed up against something inside the room. Is it the chair? Chair? Either way, the door isn't locked, which means, as far as I can tell, the rule doesn't apply. Then there's no problem if we break in.
Indeed.
Let's smash the window. That should be the fastest way. Okay, I'm going to get something to break it with. Right here. At the rec room, Sakura hadn't moved an inch. She's just unconscious, right? In Premium Adventure. Right now, Shakedown is forking around 1.8 million at base level right now. Damn, yeah. But still, my point stands. You get that 1.8 million, save, find him again, purposely lose, get all that money taken, and then find him again, beat him again, you're getting everything you had, plus that 1.8 billion back, times 1.5. If you have that ability. I mean, it's Sakura, so I'm sure... Kyoko didn't reply. There was only silence. But that silence didn't last long. Here! I found a broom in the classroom. Use it.
Makoto.
You can handle this, right, Makoto?
Please.
Come on, please, hurry. All right, you two, stand back. With a lot of broom and swung as hard as I could. And directly at the window, and all it took was one solid hit. The window shattered into 100 pieces, scattering across the rec room. I stuck my hand through the wide open window, the now open window, and started jostling the chair leaning against the door. I get well over $1 billion from the real estate storyline. That was Legends Forms Unlocked. Yeah, fair. I'm saying it's just quick money. That's the thing. It's quick money. Because all of that money that you have from the real estate and all the shakedown times 1.5, you know, like, do you know what I'm getting at? It's still quick money. The chair's pretty heavy, but if I could just... I pushed it with all my strength and finally the knob turned. Sakura! I ran up to her as fast as I could, but in that moment I laid my hand on her. Yes, the next victim is Sakura. You predicted correctly, and now the answer is, who killed her? All I felt was cold death. I could feel only the last lingering warmth of the living body. Life had abandoned Sakura's body. And then...
A body had been discovered after a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like. The class trial will begin.
Deadly life.
Huh? Sakura's...
I called it because Kuma no longer finds her useful. It's an old cliche. Yeah, but now, who killed her? So I love this case, and it's how this case evolves and how it develops that makes me love it so much. But it's who killed her? The title card shouldn't give away the culprit. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's not who you think it is. I'm telling you now, it's not who you think it is. It's not like the Celeste case where it's obvious. This one actually, no. It took me a bit to figure this one out.
Dead? She's really dead?
I heard Hina talking, but my eyes stared steadily forward. It's Hina. Ooh, okay, we'll see how it goes. I could only look on at Sakura's dead body. We didn't make it in time. It's happening again. Muttering to herself, Kyoko began to gently inspect Sakura's body. I wondered, was she confirming that Sakura was really dead, checking for a pulse or a reaction? I have to go get them. I have to go get the others. On shaky legs, Hina left the rec room, and I... Why did this have to happen? That's all I could say. I repeated it over and over again. I need to examine Sakura's body. Yeah, but the thing is, one man, the title card did not give away the culprit. That's why I'm saying interesting, let's go, because I know who it actually is, and it's... you'll see how it goes. There's a lot more to this case than you think. There's a hell of a lot more to say. I love this case because it actually took me a very long time to actually figure out who it really was. And then once you do realize, you go, oh, and this case like starts to come into one. Hina's in tears on the title card might not mean she's suspicious. It could just be because, you know, it's her best friend who's dead. But we'll see. But just, the title card hasn't given anything away. That's all I'll say. I just stood there motionless behind her while she checked Sakura's corpse. Time passed. While I stood there unable to do a thing, time just passed. And I don't know how long. I got everyone. Ogre?
Yes.
She's dead, huh?
I see.
Sakura's been killed. I see. As soon as they arrived, Kyoko began.
Just a second.
You heard the announcement just now, right? So you know what this means. Sakura was murdered, and by someone in this very room. Is that what you were going to say?
Huh?
No. Whoever killed her, or just someone in this room.
It's your fault!
It was one of you! Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, one of you killed Sakura! What?
What?
You're accusing us before we've even begun the investigation? I don't need to investigate anything, because you hated her! You hated the sight of her! That's why it's suspicious in the first place. I know my best friend Deception Gambit way too well. That's why I do in Among Us. I did that once, actually. I remember playing Among Us with randos, and there was another guy who was also called Rob. And so we just stuck together, and we were both innocent, and it worked out perfectly. We were just two buddies, we trusted each other, we were like thick as thieves, we could clear each other, we had alibis, we got through the whole round perfectly. The very next round, I was the imposter, and the fucker tried to do it again, and I just lured him away on his own and fucking killed him and ran. And I remember after the match ended, I just got a message, it was just, Robert, ... and I was like, I'm sorry! That when I actually get to be imposter, then was no one believes me. My main strategy is to be deadly honest. If I'm so deadly honest, when I'm good, like, not saying I'm an imposter, if you accuse me, I don't argue back, I don't counter-accuse someone. Like, someone says, I just saw you kill, I'll go, alright. Because then when I'm innocent, I get to strangle people who are the imposters. When they, when they are the imposter, when they actually turn around and are like, you know, when you catch them killing and they go, they did it, you know, like the last point of the finger, I can say, hey, look, when it's me, I confess. This time it's not me. And then I get to put them in the corner. White Cry's Wolf method. And that's fair, they both work. It's a game of deception. How you deceive people is the name of it. Everyone has their ways. But it's like me, if I'm so bluntly honest, you can't then make me lie, you know? Like, if I'm so bluntly honest, you can't then make me a liar, or make me out to be a liar, because it's like, if I owed up to it when you correctly find me as a killer, then when it's the other way around, it doesn't matter what you try, I can just be like, nope. And people will be more likely to believe me because I've yet to break their trust. Warfare is built on deception, yeah. It'll be fun to stream Among Us if we get to that sub goal. You hate it. You hate the sight of her. One of you did it, I know it. You know it?
Jeez, I don't know your power level would increase like that much just by getting mad.
And I share the same philosophy and invert it, yeah.
What the heck?
What are you even doing here?
Come on.
Isn't it obvious? I made a hand out my little murder flyer. That's right, it's time for the next Monokuma file. And don't get so mad, Miss Ashina, or you're gonna ruin that lewd little face of yours. Now then, with that,
Hold on. Something I want to ask you.
Huh?
It was you, wasn't it? You killed Sakura.
Say what?
Uh-huh.
Sakura wanted to challenge the mastermind to a duel. Maybe you and her fought,
In
and
other
then...
words,
Then I killed her? Sorry, not quite. Actually, not even close. That's the whole thing is totally irrelevant now. Sakura came to the most regrettable end without even getting a chance to finish things with me. Which, thank God for that, it saved me the trouble of having to go through with our little fight. Because even for someone like me, it would have been no mean feat to take down a behemoth like that. Not Hina, then it's Hero. We'll see.
hey,
I gotta tell ya,
I was pretty worried. I mean, she violated a rule by attacking me in the first place, but I wasn't able to punish her.
well,
So I don't know who it was, but whoever the blackened is this time, I owe you one.
What is
You
this?
owe them one?
Oopsie, before you get all pissy potty at me, you better figure out who did it first. Because I mean, your lives are on the line, right?
Yeah, I can do that too, Monokuma.
What is this?
What the hell? He owes someone?
I won't.
I hate him. I hate this whole thing. Well, I, for one, am glad it was Sakura. She was working for the mastermind after all. How can you say that now? Sorry, I don't have time for your squabbling. The next game has already begun. If you want to be angry at someone, be angry at whoever killed Sakura.
Anyway.
Right now, our top priority needs to be uncovering Sakura's killer. If we can't do that, we're all dead. Then let's decide who'll stand guard this time. I'll do it. Hina? I'm okay. Just let me handle it. Besides, I want to be here. Sakura. As a character, is how unapologetically evil he is. Yeah. It's one of my favourite and most interesting things. When the director was writing, or like putting Danganronpa together, it wasn't that he hates it or has a problem with it or anything like that. He said that he was just tired of everything that he was playing or watching at the time having villains that were either had tragic backstories or had a long string of motivations for why they do what they do. He said he kind of missed it when a villain was just a little shit. When a villain was just a villain. And so he wrote the Mastermind with that in mind. There's still more layers to them than that, and then a little bit, but that's what the sequels are for. But when he wrote the Mastermind, he wanted the Mastermind to just be a little shit. Just be evil and nothing more. Like a bird of a feather. And that's why the Mastermind, when we get to them and actually encounter them face to face, everything they do, or everything she does, and everything she fights for, make no sense. It's just hell for the sake of hell. It's just despair for the sake of despair. It's just pain for the sake of pain. Because she was literally, as far as the game's writing is concerned, just born evil. Like, there is no reason for it. It's just because he was, like I said, he was tired of tragic villains or, like, multi-layered motives and that. He just wanted a villain to be a villain. And so that's what he wrote the Mastermind. That's how he wrote the Mastermind. And it kind of, to be fair, even though I said that kind of gets more elaborated on in later games, that actually still kind of holds true. Because the people that get elaborated on are people outside the Mastermind but are connected to them, whilst the Mastermind herself remains, like, the same in every game. It's just, as I say, it's just the people surrounding the Mastermind that might have different depths or different parts to them for whatever reason. Like, in V3, the Mastermind of that game, they have a motive, they have a reason for what they do it. It's fucking warped and twisted, but it's still, you know, more than what the Mastermind in this one has, and that's because, like I said, it's different from this Mastermind. But I wanted to be here with Sakura.
That's fine.
Okay, then Hina is guard number 1, but we need one more. Kyoko, that's you.
What?
Me? You're always a thorn in my side. This time, just stand around by and watch quietly. Consider that an order. An order?
That's fine.
Fine, I'll stay behind. Then it's settled. Let's begin, shall we? Hold on! before that, there's something I want to say.
What?
Which is, Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, none of you are allowed to step foot in the crime scene.
Huh?
What?
It's your fault!
One of you killed Sakura.
I
I won't let someone like that come anywhere near her.
Stop talking.
Don't be stupid. Our lives are in just as much danger as yours. We have every right to investigate. I don't care what you say, I'm not letting the one who killed Sakura anywhere near her. Even if that means I have to use force, you're not getting in here. Tch. Well, it appears further discussion would be a waste of time. How about a compromise?
It's all clear.
I won't ask you to let us in. Just let me. What? You don't really care, do you? You're both useless anyway.
Yep.
If it's not Hina or Hiro, then Byakuya or Kyoko. I love the fact that you're trying to piece this together, because who it ends up being, when you get it, when you figure out who it is, you're gonna be like, oh, and then you start to put all the pieces together. I love this case because unlike the other cases, like you get to the trial and like you're still not really sure who it is. You might have an inkling, but you're still like, I remember like casting my suspicion and be like, I think it's this person, and I couldn't have been more wrong. And I love that. It's like one of the like few good things I actually really liked about the third game, V3, is that case 2 in V3, you literally go through the entire like case, 99% of the trial, get to the very end, and the game says, who's the killer? You know, when you have to actually accuse someone, and I genuinely didn't have a clue who it was. And that's like the only case in the game where I got that far still not knowing. And it's like the biggest like boon I can give Danganronpa V3 is that the case 2 of that game is wicked good at how it gives you all the pieces but doesn't give you the answer. I just wish I could say the same for that game's case 3 and case 4, because both of them would. Anyway, I really don't care. I'd rather spend my time coming up with another splendid fantasy involving Master anyway. And you, Hiro, do you really object? You're gonna go that far, what can I do? I mean, I don't have anything to hide. Why should I care?
It's all clear.
Then it's decided.
What are you saying?
Nothing's decided.
Calm down.
I know how you feel, Hina, but you should agree to his request. But
Hey,
we have to find out who killed Sakura.
correct.
For those of us who are still alive, and to honor Sakura's memory. Fine. I guess that's okay. But no matter what, Byakuya, you absolutely aren't allowed to touch her. Naturally, you'd want to touch a filthy dead body.
Listen,
That's enough fighting. We need to focus on investigating from here on out. Everyone keep this in mind. If we can't uncover Sakura's killer,
Listen to me.
all of us will face execution. Finding out who killed Sakura, a matter of hoping we can do it. So if we have to survive, we have to. It's kind of a hopeless hope. I've no choice but to just do it. And it's better to check the file before anything else. The victim was Sakura Agami. The time of death was estimated to be around 12 noon. The body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor of the school. There is evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noted. However, it seems that at some point the victim suffered from violent vomiting of blood. File's been added.
hey,
I think this case this time might be a challenge. Why is that?
so...
The only way into the rec room is the door we just came through. Even more irredeemable than Monokuma. Yeah! As I said, he's a rival character in a fierce sense. They wanted to make sure that like you want to stand against him and fight against him. So when he argues everything you say, you're more than willing to fucking argue back, you know? The sequel does a better job. Every single Danganronpa game has a rival character, you know, someone that fills that role. But in the second game, it's easily the best one. I'm not going to spoil who it is, because it's actually part of like the surprise of Dangan 2. They don't reveal who that person is until a little later on than you think. And then once the cat's out of the bag, then it goes on full force. But that game's rival character is phenomenal. It's one of the most beloved characters in the series. It's not my favourite, and the thing is, the reason why I struggle with that character is the exact same reason, and it's the exact same like dynamic I have with the fans of the people that I have to Akechi of Persona 5. You know, I don't like Akechi, but loads of people do, and they have 1,000,001 reasons, and they explain all the intricacies of his character and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, I still don't really... I have problems with him. It's the same with this character in Dangan 2. I'm in the minority, and I'm like, it's not that I don't like him. I think he is the best rival character in the series. It's just, he annoys me a lot of the time, so I'm like, ugh. But the people who like him and love his philosophies and why he does what he does and what he believes in, found Akechi to be discount Adachi. Yeah, I do, because I felt Adachi nailed the yin-yang dynamic perfectly. Whilst Akechi just tries to do that and kind of stumbles, but that's me. Also, I know there's a whole legion of people that love Akechi. He's the 3rd most popular character in a recent survey, for goodness sake. I know, like, I'm in the minority. And it's the exact same with this character in Dangan too. Like, he's like one of the most loved characters in the series, but I struggle with parts of him. Akechi's pretty much the epitome of immaturity of Persona 5. Well, to different extents, but yeah, I know what you mean. And that door has been jammed shut with a chair from inside the rec room. Moving all maturity. Yeah, and that also makes sense, because Akechi's a teenager and Adachi was in his 30s. You know, like in a literal sense, of course, there's going to be a little less maturity. Anyway, the door's been jammed shut with the chair from the rec room, which means the killer would have had to escape somehow after barring the door. So the door was blocked from the inside, and there's no way in and out until we broke the window. There's like zero escape, right? In other words, this is a classic locked room murder. Yep. And here's the point of the case. For us to solve this case, you need to solve the locked room. You need to figure out how a killer got out and the door was locked from the inside. Emblematic in its most concise. I get what you mean. Locked room murder? I guess you might see that kind of thing in a lot of mystery murders and whatever. But you have it in real life, and like right before our very eyes. Are you curious to hear more about it? Sure, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
When you break down this kind of murder mystery, there are 4 basic types. The first, when the locked room is created after the actual crime is committed. This simply means that the killer committed his crime, then through some special method seals the room. This mainly involves some sort of trick involving locking of the door. Basic approaches include using a string or simple mechanisms. There are a number of variations. So for that, we'd have to do is check the door to see what it was, right?
Correct.
The second type is when the locked room already exists before the crime is committed. Oh?
In other words,
basically, the killer uses a special contraption or tool from outside to target the victim inside. To push a switch and it fires a handgun, to shoot an arrow for a gap in the door, something like that.
However,
but in that case, this doesn't fit. There are no guns or arrows in the school, and the door doesn't have any gaps that would allow it. Yeah, I think we could probably cross that one off the list.
It's true.
The third type is when the killer stays in the room until it's opened up. What do you mean by that?
In other words,
they stay hidden, and when the door is open, they use the confusion to blend in with the group. They pretend they showed up along with everyone else, and that's that. That sounds like it could have been possible. Maybe.
It's true.
And the fourth and final type is when it wasn't actually a locked room at all. Not a locked room? By that I mean there's actually an alternate escape route somewhere within the room. You see that and this a lot in novels and things, but in reality it's genuinely not possible. When you think we can cross that one off too?
Indeed.
I believe so, yes. So when it comes to locked room mysteries, those are the basics. There are 4 possibilities. Then Kyoko, which of these 4 choices seems the most likely in this case?
It's true.
That's a good question. Answering that should be our primary focus during this trial. But right now, I can't really say. You fool! Uh-oh. Wait, which one's that's the one you were talking about? I see. The way to kill us up a locked room. So I figured that out, the truth behind Sakura's death will stay hidden. It's the last one. Oh, you think there's an alternate exit to this room? I need to concentrate and investigate as much as I can for Sakura, if nothing else. Alright, let's start investigating. There's some kind of plastic container rolling on the entrance to the room.
So...
It looks like a protein drink, and it's empty. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loves her protein. And she mentioned more than once how protein was good for all sorts of ailments.
Wrong.
I wouldn't take that to heart if I were you. I know. But still, this protein can... Have you noticed what's up with the protein? There's something that doesn't make sense. Full Q is the mechanism. That happened. There's something in this image that doesn't make sense. And I didn't even notice it at first until Kyoko gives you a hint later on. It's got a label on it that says Chem A2. That reminds me, Sakura mentioned how the Chem Lab had all kinds of health stuff. The last thing we did before we broke into this room was break the window. So how's glass underneath the protein? That's the thing. How is it underneath the chemical bottle? It should be on top of it, not underneath it. Yeah. So that means that chemical got there after we broke in. So she must have gotten this from the chem lab.
Just a second.
But that's strange. What is?
Hey.
You see what's scattered around the can? Shards of light blue glass. There must be parts from the window I broke to get inside. Key to the locked room.
Correct.
But they aren't just scattered around the can. They're also underneath it. Why does that matter? I can't say for sure yet, but you're probably going to want to take note of it. Feels like it will become an important clue later on. One clue? Sure, I see how. Yeah, because Makoto, you're not a detective the way Kyoko is. Oh, are they playing Othello? Oh, I can't check. I was gonna say, oh, how was the game going? Looks like some kind of rapper.
Huh?
Oh, that's... You recognize it, Hina? Well, yeah, I mean, I gave it to her. It's a candy wrapper. Sakura got super upset when she found out Genocide Jack had attacked me, right? So after we left the nurse's office, I gave it to her. I thought it might help calm her down a little. So you gave that candy to Sakura. I found a big box of it in the warehouse. I really like them. Well, I only play Go. Fair enough. Actually, as soon as we could get into the warehouse, I took the entire box back to my room. I made sure nobody else could get their hands on them. You really like them that much? But I wanted Sakura to get a chance to try one for herself. That's why I gave it to her. But now they've lost all their flavour. Hina. The polka dot candy wrapper, keep that in mind. Fellow's a rating person. I'm god awful at Othello. There were shards of glass scattered all around the chair Sakura was sitting on. The glass is all red and it's all on the bottom section of the bottle, right? This must have originally been a bottle. Got shards on the floor and added to the true Brit section of your handbook. Huh, there's something else on the ground near the glass. It's a figure. It fits in the palm of my hand. It's a Monokuma figure. Oh, for anyone following along, this isn't just necessarily for you, one man, just anyone who's following along, the thing that you need to pay attention to is what chess piece is in Monokuma's hand, because that will actually clue you into a small piece of it. Because there's other bottles that have other chess pieces, and you need to be able to identify the origin of where this chess piece came from. Behind Sakura. These bottles in particular. There are 4 red balls lined up on the shelf. It's like these bottles are kind of Monokuma figure. But do you notice? There's 2 bottles missing, not 1. We know the knight, but there's another bottle missing. We got the pawn, we got the bish, we got the knight, because we've got the knight in our hand. And there's a queen on the end. Where's the king? You know, we got pawn, we got the rook, we got the bish, we got the queen, we got the knight in our hand. Where's the king? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Where's the queen even? Because that is the king on the end. I always get them muddled. What I'm wondering is how they get these figures inside the bottles.
So.
Doesn't look like a queen. Yeah, it was a king. I get muddled. It's no different from your standard ship in a bottle, huh? You know where the bottle opening is smaller than the bottle and boat placed inside. You never seen that? Oh, maybe I have.
In other words.
So this is the Monokuma version of that, a Monokuma bottle, if you will. The chest enemy really easily triggered, sorry. But I'm finally starting to make sense of the things little by little. Bottles on the shelf. The figure we found on the ground. Red shards of glass, probably say that was a bottle. Which would mean Sakura's been hit in the head with the Monokuma bottle, right? Just master ranks before. I'm only okay at chess. The shards of glass and the Monokuma figure are evidence of that. So I think it's safe to say that the Monokuma bottle was the weapon. Sakura drew her last breath, sitting slumped forward in this chair. There's obvious evidence of a blow to the head Sakura suffered. Normally I wouldn't have any problem believing that's what killed her, but according to the Monokuma file, she also had vomited blood. And I can see traces of it on her lips for sure. So what could have caused her to vomit blood? One for you to face. I don't mind fighting people way better than me in a lot of things, as long as I learn something from it. If it's just mindless slaughter, then no, I don't enjoy it. If I learn something along the way, even if I lose like a million times, I'll still enjoy it. It's why I play fighting games. Well, it's part of the reason, because even if I find someone way stronger than me, if I learn something from it, I enjoy it. You're losing 7 turns. That being said, I had a character in Demon of Xenelheim, she's still alive, called Vita, and part of her thing is that she does actually love chess, but so much so that she can play it verbally. You know, the whole like C6 to whatever and whatnot. And so I have a point where someone challenges her to a verbal match and she wins. I've never had to do so much fucking studying on how chess works in my life before I made that decision. Like, I had to really fucking look up everything and like hyper understand it and like run a couple games past my stepdad and whatnot, and like, no, so I'm not trying to learn it to win, I'm trying to learn it so I could make a realistic enough match go out with Vita winning, and highlighting to an extent that Vita is like a mastermind of this. You know? So I had to study it and make sure I actually understood the fundamentals and understood enough of it to make it make sense. And the fact it was verbal, I had to be like, okay, she would say this, knowing that this piece would then go here. But okay, where does this leave these pieces? Yada yada. And then after I did the one, when it was like, Lux challenged Vita to a rematch, I could just then write the results always ended the same. So I didn't have to like write out another fucking game. I was just like, I can just say that Vita always wins. Like, fair enough. Well, it caused her to vomit blood. Monokuma file specifically said that she hadn't suffered any other injuries. Status of her body has been added to the handbook. Maybe getting hit on the head somehow caused her to start vomiting blood. Not a chance. Byakuya?
That's fine.
However, your eyes have landed on the most interesting location. Interesting? These moves and that was it. Fair?
Naturally.
Yes, most interesting. Would you agree? I mean, I'd call it interesting. But it does make me wonder. The reason Sakura vomited blood absolutely has to be connected to the way she died. Oh, here's something fun that's to add to the investigation. Figuring out the nature of what happened to this locker. The locker's open. And on the inside, a handprint?
Why?
What's a handprint doing here? It looks like someone touched the inside of the locker and left a handprint in all the dust.
It's true.
It looks quite fresh too. These other pieces move. And your tutelage ends when I can no longer beat you. Damn, he sounds like, you know when you watch like those samurai films? And it's like the sensei? And it's like, you can surpass your training when you can defeat me in battle. That's what that is. It's not a pure Q, it's a fake door. Oh, you're still on that. It's quite fresh too. I say someone was hiding in that locker, and they left behind a little something extra. So then, maybe the killer hid in here until the locked room was open, don't you think? And during all the confusion, they popped out and joined the rest of the group.
Wrong.
Unfortunately, that's not a possibility. Why not?
Hey.
Think back. Before we opened the door, we looked inside the room, right? It was already open. Well, yeah, and the locker was already open in that point.
Indeed.
So there's no way someone could have been hidden in there until after we opened the door. Yeah, so then, what does the handprint mean? The other thing I should take your interest in the fact there's a splattering of blood further away from the body over here. Well, he can only beat me in chess, but I think I never beat him in his level of wisdom. Yeah, fair enough. You fellas said my knowledge of chess is not strategic, it's fundamental. Like, I understand what the pieces do and understand how they work, but if you ask me to like plot ahead 5 moves, I would stumble. That's what I mean by I'm just okay. Like, I can do the fundamentals, but if anyone has any kind of forethought planning, they'll win. Because I just kind of move them as I feel, and act and like more instinctively instead of thinking. Bloodstained from the magazine shelf. Doesn't come from Sakura, right? But that doesn't make sense. Why is it so far away from where she died? Measures the psychology. Yeah, and that's what you're supposed to do, like, to an extent with chess anyway, aren't you? You're supposed to, like, think through everything, strategize everything, and then also try and get into your opponent's head to make them doubt their mind enough that they slip up that you can capitalize. Which is why people, like, in, like, professional chess matches, sometimes it feels like they're staring at each other, not moving a piece for, like, 5 minutes. Magazines. There's all kinds of magazines here. Alright. Let's see what everyone has to say.
What?
What do you want? You're bothering me. Go away. He's not even trying to hide how much he despises me. I better go before he crushes my soul completely.
However...
But for Sakura to have been killed, yeah, it's not the type who'd go down without a fight.
It's true.
And she certainly didn't, I would say. She was the ultimate martial artist, strong in body, mind, and spirit. So how was the killer able to get the upper hand on her? I wonder, did someone get the upper hand? They must have taken her by surprise, right? So I memorized every single possible move from muscle memory.
Certainly.
Certainly, they would have needed to do expected if they stand any chance against her. So did someone sneak attack her? That's the nature of the thing. It's not just solving how the killer got out, it's how on earth did they actually manage to get enough of a fatal blow on Sakura to kill her, considering the nature of the beast? And who's capable of doing that if so? We already know who did it. Byakuya took her a hero, it had to be one of them. They couldn't stand the sight of her. You agree with me, don't you, Makoto? Well, I don't want to say anything for sure until we find out more. Then let me help you find out more. You see, Sakura asked all 3 of them to meet with her. You know where? Right here in the rec room. What? After I went to the nurse's office this morning, Sakura and I both left together, right? Well, eventually she went off on her own. When I saw her again after that, she told me she'd left a note for each of them. She asked them to meet her in the rec room by noon. By noon? The Monokuma file said she died right around then. I'm telling you the truth, I heard it right from Sakura herself, and I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. I said not to worry, that she just wanted to talk to them. But this is what happened. If I stopped her, by force even, this would never have happened. Hina. It's impossible not to have regrets, I know. Hina's account, the fact that she had asked those three to meet with her, and she asked them to come to the rec room at noon, the same time and place she ended up dying. He didn't teach me chess, he taught me how he won. He could no longer beat me in chess. And yeah, and everyone has their own way. When it comes to a lot of things like that, everyone has their own way of learning and teaching, so I think that's kind of cool. To have that kind of, like, not like the talent, it's skill, obviously, but you know what I mean, like to have that be able to be taught and passed on and whatnot. Very good. It might be good to confirm what I heard with the three of them directly. Alright, Byakuya!
What?
What do you want? You're bothering me. Something I want to talk to you about. Make it quick. Is it true that Sakura asked you to meet her in the rec room? So you found out. Interesting. Then it's true. I did receive a note to that effect, yes. But what fool would have done what it said, and risk being killed by that monster? So you didn't go see her? Of course not. I ripped the notes to shreds and threw it away. I haven't seen Sakura today at all. Okay, it says he didn't go see her. Is that the truth? Well, so I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. Teaching me life skills using chess as a medium.
Come on.
If you're all finished, please remove yourself from my sight. Oh, alright, thanks. Alright, Byakuya's account's been added. Trying to think, is that everything here? No, there's more. Okay, what haven't I examined? Glass, the bubble wrap. I examined the bag of magazines, didn't I? Clock? No, fuck it. 1. According to my Genshin file shared at noon, it's roughly an hour ago. That was when Kyoko and I were moving Alter Ego. Kyoko, help me. Give me a hint. It was the ultimate martial... I wonder if I can get the upper hand.
Certainly.
There's chance, any chance? Okay, no. Oh, the chair. The chair that was used to block the door. The chair was shut up against the doorknob, so he couldn't get it open. There's no evidence of any kind of string or mechanism was used on the chair, so we can probably rule out the string theory. In other words, there's no reason to think the chair had anything special done to it. Now are we done? Fuck. Now can I talk to Kyoko and be like, hey. No, it's the same thing.
What the heck?
You're just going to restate that, yep. I think it's Hero. Ooh, the glass shot sitting around the chair Sakura was sitting on. And the glass is all red and... Okay, nothing new there. What am I missing? Oh! The door! The door we broke. So it's stupid, crafty, and lucky. Anyway, out here, rec room. The door doesn't have a lock, and there's no evidence that the mountings have been tampered with. Strange how he was always in the right place at the wrong time. The only noticeable change to the door is the smashed window, which happened, of course, when I broke to get inside. There's no evidence of any kind of string or mechanism used on the door. In other words, I don't see anything suspicious about the door itself. Having examined both the door and the chair, there's no doubt the reason the door didn't open was simply because the chair was shoved up against it. This kept the doorknob from turning and the door from opening, and there was no evidence of the door or chair being tampered with or anything like that. So the killer must have created the locked door from the inside, not the outside, which slightly narrows some parts down. Rec room door matches the true, but it's in your handbook.
Listen.
Well, Makoto, are you finished with your general investigation? Yeah, I think so, for the most part.
So then...
Then you should probably go talk with people now. I'm on guard duty, so I can't leave.
Listen to me.
Which is why I've decided you'll go in my place. She decided? It's gotten a lot more pushy since we had our, issue. But she's right, I do have to go talk with the others. Sakura wanted to meet the two other people. I need to hear what they have to say. Yeah, we need to go talk to Hiro and, Toko. Alright, those two probably went back to their rooms. And it just warps us straight here. It's like, okay, I'm just going to cut the middleman. Just get over there. I'm using the mini-map. I'm using this to figure out who's... Yeah, this is Toko's room. I pressed the doorbell. After a few seconds... Who's there? Oh, the most negative aura I've ever felt. An aura of total decay.
What do you want?
So you're back to normal. Genocide Jack isn't around anymore.
Don't even say her name. It makes me sick to my stomach. I was in such a good mood, too.
She didn't look like she was in a good mood.
Hey, I was hoping to talk to you about something. Is now a bad time?
Obviously annoyed, Toko slithered out into the hall.
What do you want?
So you wanted to talk to me about something. I wanted to talk to you about the fact that Sakura had asked to meet with you. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Byakuya already told me that she had asked to meet with him. What? She wanted to meet with Master too? Oh, I just said two, didn't I? I guess now it's totally obvious, isn't it? Yeah, pretty much. So can you tell me about it? I admit, I did get the note. But I didn't go see her. I was scared, so I couldn't bring myself to go. So glad you didn't go see her, but can I really believe her? Well, until I prove otherwise, no choice except it was fact. That's not good enough. I went back to my room. That Toko quickly retreated into her room. Toko's account's been added. Alright, there's Leon's room. Hero. Press the doorbell. After a few seconds.
You know?
What's up, Makoto? You need something? Yeah, actually, I wanted to check something. It's about how Sakura wanted to meet with you. What? How do you know about that?
Could it be?
What, maybe you gaze into my soul? If your special abilities awaken in you? But I'm not the only one I wanted to meet with. You told me yourself that she asked Byakuya and Toko to come too. Oh, so that proves you did actually go see her as well. What, when did Sakura tell you that? Oh, well, when she asked me to meet with her, of course. But she didn't write you on a note? No, she gave it to me in person. She happened to mention the others, like, in passing. I gotta be honest, this is super suspicious. So, then you went and met with Sakura. No way, I totally didn't. Why would I ever do that? Yeah, definitely suspicious.
Actually,
the last time I saw Ogre was when Hina got hurt, and I took her to the nurse's office. I haven't seen her since then. While I'm here, could you show me the note she gave you? Do I still have it? Let's see. He was feeling around his pockets. Sorry, I don't have it anymore. With a big goofy smile on his face, he pulled his hands back into his pockets. And when he did, something fluttered to the ground, something falling out of Hero's pocket. Huh? Oh! There's a wind, Hero snagged it back up again, and shoved it back into his pocket. Sorry, there's been trash I've got to throw out. Trash? Anyway, I had the night that Ogre asked me to meet with me, but I never went. So, like, you excuse me. Not waiting for a reply, Hero quickly slipped back into his room. Hero said it was just trash, but no way that was all to it. Pocket trash has been added. Alright, I've heard from them. What next? Then we have to look at the actual crime scene again, but on top of that, maybe I should go find out more about this protein can. I'm sure I'll have some more in the chemical lab. So where should I start? I'm going to the chemical lab. I'm going to the fun place. We can go back to the crime scene later. We've got other things to do. Oh, I could have walked right next to the door. Whoops.
What?
Makoto, do you have an eye on the chem lab too? Just make sure you don't get in my way. Yeah, I got it. I think what you meant to say was, yes sir, I understand. Ugh. This isn't the first time seeing this shelf, but I just can't get how big it is. Should probably take a closer look at it. It looks like the shelves have been connected together by one giant shelf. But more important right now, what's that powder that's been spilled out on the shelf? Be careful not to step in it. There's a broken bottle in front of the shelf, and this is where all the powder came from. Looks like the bottle had a label on it, Chem C4. Would you like to hear something interesting? I was on the 4th floor this morning, checking things out, and at that point, this room wasn't like this. Then the powder must have been spilled.
So in other
That's
words...
right. It could have only been around the time of the incident. Is that really what happened? It must have been raised to the case somehow. Source of the powder. And these are footprints. They're in front of the left shelf. How do these footprints relate to a scene of the whole? We made to sketch out the floor plan. By we, you mean me. How kind of you to offer. You fuck. With an insufferable smirk, he handed me a piece of paper and a pen.
What?
Well, let's go. Chop chop. Alright. So I got to work, and before long, I'd drawn up a sketch of the room. How's this? Not bad. For you, I mean. For me?
See.
So when you take a look at this, interesting. It would appear that whoever left these footprints only had business with the leftmost shelf. They came in, went straight to that shelf, did whatever they had to do, and left. That's what the footprints tell me.
I see.
These footprints must be...
Certainly
Makoto,
possible.
are they yours? No!
What?
Okay, then let me see your shoes so I can confirm their size for myself. Couldn't think of a reason not to, so I quickly did what Byakuya said. I see. The feet do appear to be too big. Unfortunately, I must admit these are not your footprints. Unfortunately? But, with how clear these prints are, it should be quite easy to determine who they do belong to. And these footprints are a valuable clue. So then make a note. I suppose the map is the note. It's a valuable clue. What's on this shelf? There are all kinds of dietary supplements and different medicines. The protein drink we found in the rec room probably came from this shelf, and all the containers on the shelf are labelled with the letter A and a number, so I guess I can consider this part of the A section. But wait! There's one bottle here that's labelled Chem C9. Did someone put this here on accident? On this shelf it looks like a bunch of chemicals. I have no idea what they are. They're reagents. Put simply, they're used as experiments to bring about a chemical reaction. How have you lived in such ignorance for so long? It must truly be bliss. Isn't that kind of harsh?
What?
What? You think studying science and mathematics has no practical application in the real world?
That's fine.
The words of a lifelong loser, which, I suppose, suit you well. I didn't even say that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right now I need to focus on the shelf. All the containers on the shelf are labelled with the letter B and a number, so I guess these are all part of the shelving unit B. There's anything out of the ordinary here, in which case I don't have to worry too much about that shelf. On this shelf there's nothing but dangerous chemicals, like poisons and other powerful chemicals. All the containers on the shelf are labelled with the letter C and a number, so I guess that can be considered part of the shelving unit C. I should try and find out more about this shelving unit. It's like they're split into 3 sections. A is dietary, B is reagents, and C is lethal. Sakura must have gotten the protein power from section A. But what concerns me is that in section A, there was a bottle from C. What was a bottle of poison from C doing in A? There's definitely something going on there. Is there anything about the spillage itself? There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor, but not leave a footprint. We'll take a good hard look at that powder. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor in front of the shelf. It's like the remnants of a broken bottle. It looks like the bottle was labelled Chem C4. It looks like someone left footprints in the powder. Based on the positioning of the prints, whoever it was on the left side of the shelf. Are we just going to do this again? Byakuya, the powder has spilled. Oh, that is a new clue, okay. That's all I can say for right now. You have to examine both the footprints and the powder itself. Taking a good look at the chem lab, maybe we should take another look around the rec room. What does Byakuya have to say?
I see.
Makoto, I admit, you have a good eye for spotting useful clues. But you also need to learn how to make use of those clues. Oh, thanks. I'll just run downstairs. It's only one floor away. Oh, no, wrong way. Too many turns. This way. Did we just get a compliment from Byakuya? I know, Dad actually admires us, and he's actually nice to us once in a while. Anyway, so Makoto, how's the investigation going? I told Kyoko what Toko and Hiro told me. I see. So along with Byakuya, they're both claiming they didn't go see her. But it's all too convenient. Someone must be lying. Someone's lying.
Anyway.
Well, I've made some progress on my own. Sakura's body, the shelf of the magazines, and the bottles. These are the 3 things that reveal new clues. You do well to look at them one more time. Magazine. Magazine shelf hiding a clue. Clue. The magazine's upside down. Don't put it back this way on accident.
Hey.
If something catches your eye, it's important for you to explore that in detail, don't you think? Well, yeah, you're right. Pick up the inverted magazine and flip through it. This is one of the pages near the center of the magazine. A word had been written in bold, bloody letters. It said Toko. Could this be a dying message?
Correct.
Then it would appear you found it. Kyoko, is this?
So...
It is indeed a dying message. Someone used their finger to write it. A dying message?
However...
But just to be clear, I'm not the one who put it back upside down. It was already like that when I found it a little while ago. I made sure to put it back exactly as I found it, for the benefit of others who may come looking. Hey, is that... It says Toko, right? Yeah, it looks like it. Then she's the killer, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet. It's Cecil, she's the killer for sure. That's conclusive evidence, right? We can use it to corner the killer. You can see why you'd think that, but it seems too easy. If anything, it makes me much more suspicious. It's a frame message. Ooh. I think Kyoko said she found a new clue involving the Monokuma bottles. Like new.
Hey.
So did you figure it out? There's a hidden correlation between all the bottles. Pay attention, you'll be able to find it. Yes, it's chess pieces. We've talked about this. Correlation? Hey Kyoko, can't you just tell me what it is?
So...
I don't mind guiding you towards clues, but giving you my conclusion isn't a good idea. Each person needs to come to their own conclusions so that everyone can have the confidence in the outcome. It's not just because you don't trust me, right? No answer? I do trust you to a degree. Otherwise I wouldn't have told you anything to begin with. To a degree? Oh no, what Kyoko's doing, it's not that anything's changed. It's that when we first investigated the bottles, we were talking about the chess pieces. Makoto only figured out that the knight piece came from here. He didn't realize, you know, that there's another bottle missing. And that's what, like, you know, Kyoko's trying to be like, hey, there's more than one bottle missing.
Hey.
Figure it out. There's one other thing about the Monokuma bottles that's bothering me. Let's experiment to confirm it. You don't mind helping me, right? An experiment?
Anyway...
Can you gather up all the pieces of the broken Monokuma bottle and try to get the smaller pieces too? Are you sure it's okay to mess with the scene like this?
That doesn't matter.
I've already done a thorough investigation, so it's fine. And not that and that obnoxious Byakuya is not here, so
then.
Anyway, I need to get something from the chem lab. While I'm gone, try to gather up the glass. It's like whilst Byakuya's not here to tell her off, she's gonna vanish. Well, that Kyoko left. We didn't know what I was about, but what choice do I have? Better just do it. Got the broom and dustpan, and got the work collecting the broken pieces. And so I finished up. So to keep you waiting.
So then.
Is everything ready? Look at that grin. Like she knows she just got away. She knows she just got away of getting past Byakuya. Everything ready? Let's get to work. So what kind of experiment are you doing?
In other words...
I got a scale from the chem lab. We're going to use it to compare weights. Compare the weights of what? The pieces of glass you collected. And the one from the Monokuma bottles that's still intact. And you got that trophy. Hey, congrats. Where do you want to do that? That's the point of the experiment. It'll make sense when we're done.
Listen.
First, let's compare the weight of the two of the normal Monokuma bottles. It's balanced,
In other words...
which means each Monokuma bottle weighs about the same. Which makes sense. Monokuma figures inside are basically the same, and nothing else could really affect the weight.
So then...
Now, here comes the important part. The pieces you picked up on one side of the scale. Now, what might we expect to see? Well, a normal assumption would be, either they balance out, or the pieces we collected will be lighter. I did my best to get them more, but there's a chance I could have missed some here and there.
So then...
Alright, then let's give it a try. Huh? The broken pieces are heavier? How is that possible?
I knew it.
Just as I thought.
In
What?
other words...
The result of our experiment and the correlation between each of the bottles? Put it all together,
Hey.
and I believe you'll arrive at one very persuasive conclusion. What do you think? It's all on you. Yeah, there's two bottles used in the attack. But one of them is impossibly swept away to only look like there's one. Kyoko, there's still something to be discovered from Sakura's body.
Just a second.
Just staring off into space isn't going to help you figure anything out. Oh yeah, I know,
Hey.
but don't you think you might need to actually examine the body? There's no getting around it. Unlike me, Kyoko didn't recall it before touching a dead body. She was completely unemotional. It's the kind of thing I've grown perversely used to. Although, there are still some times. I can't believe how calm you are. No matter how many times I see a dead body, I can't get used to it.
It's true.
That's totally normal. Then how can you?
So...
I imagine it's because I've had plenty of opportunities to touch dead bodies in the past. What? Sorry, never mind. What do you mean, never mind? More importantly, look here. Her shoes?
Correct.
You see the yellow powder on her instep? Yeah, it really stands out.
I see.
The powder is clue number 1.
Hey.
Next is the wound in her head. Look
It's
carefully.
true.
Actually, even telling you that, it's incredibly difficult to spot, so let me just explain.
It would seem...
It would appear that she didn't suffer a single blow, but instead received 2 blows to the head. 2 blows?
Indeed.
Interesting, wouldn't you say? And there's one more interesting thing.
Correct.
Both of her hands were spotless. There's no trace on either one. Yes, that means she didn't write the note.
It's true.
So that's what I learned from examining her body in detail. Kyoko's examination summary. Can't believe she was able to learn all that just by looking at the body. I don't think anyone but Kyoko could have pulled that off.
Whoops, you caught me sleeping. Your investigation was just so boring I couldn't stay awake.
Dub between us both.
Should I
Uh-oh.
do it? Is it okay?
It depends what and how we'd set it up.
Can I? Okay, then let's begin the class trial. You know where to meet,
Yeah.
right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
Yeah, that's saying end of the investigation. Every clue you've got, you're going to now be using. It'd be a fun idea, but I don't know how we'd sort that out and when we'd get around to it. No, whatever happens, I have to make something happen. Alright, now we have all the pieces of evidence. As we start to put the puzzle back together, one man, who's your final conclusion? Who killed Sakura? Monaku made his announcement, everyone began to meet up one after another, and then...
The ultimate martial artist! Unlocked from murder mystery.
What's the fucking emojis? What the?
Oh, I just recently discovered the power of the emoticons. Like, no matter how awful something is, if you toss in a smiley face, it turns out positive.
Yes, indeed.
For example, you're at a picnic and you find a dead body, XD.
It's just plain creepy.
Well,
And how about the reverse? No matter how great something is, you put a sad face, it makes it super negative.
yes, indeed.
For example, do you have 100 friends?
Right, it does make it seem sad.
I can't
Now then, please go in the elevator. Ooh, I'll see you down there.
What the hell was that? I don't get it.
Just the
I don't get you guys. How can you be so casual after murdering someone?
Don't
I
look
don't
at
think
me.
I'm acting casual.
Don't be mean.
I mean, I didn't murder anyone. Yeah, I'm completely innocent. How dare you call me a murderer? Whatever. Either way, the truth will be revealed soon enough. Because there can be no doubt one of us is the culprit. Killer, the one that murdered Sakura. She was stronger than anyone I know. And yet someone killed her. And that person is here. That person is one of us.
Hey,
Standing around here isn't going to do any good. Let's get going.
What the heck?
How can you just stand there and say you didn't do it without even breaking a sweat? Yeah, of the 15 people we started with, we're down to only 6. I didn't do it. How many times do I have to tell you? The culprit is one of us. Make no mistake about that.
Don't look at me.
I said it before and I'll say it again. It wasn't me. And put an end to this. I made my way towards the elevator. But with each step I took, it felt like I was moving further and further away from my goal. I could feel the chill and fear running through inside me, making me try to rot from the inside out. No matter how many times I go through this, it never got any easier. We climbed into our steel prison in total silence. We watched the doors close and felt it begin its sinister descent. The elevator lowered, uttering in its all too familiar clunking sounds. It fell lower and lower, and it suddenly, as always, the ride was over. The doors opened once again. That's got a bit of an Aztec feel to it. Great.
Just 6 of you are, really? That's so few. You must be so lonely.
Say it's not your fault we're all like this.
I wonder. Will the class trial end with one less classmate again, or will your school life come to an end completely? Now then, are we ready to begin? You know the drill. Find your assigned seats.
And so the curtain opened for the 4th time. Time for the catchphrase. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Sure, I'll save. Alright, before that, we got a new skill. Yeah, steady's your aim. So our aimer won't wobble around all the time as much. So that means that all our skills are more focus, steady aim. The focus gauge decreases slower. And melodious voice. Extra damage when we destroy a statement being BTB. Once again, to go through all our bullets, we have 21 pieces of evidence to use. We have the file detailing how she died, the rec room door being jammed by the chair, the status of the body, the magazine blood shelf, the candy wrapper, the glass shards on the floor, the figure, the bottles, the drink, the handprints on the locker, Hina's account, Yaki's account, Toko's account, the pocket trash, the yellow powder on the shoe, Kyoko's examination summary, Monokuma's bottle experiment, the magazine's dying message, the chemical lab shelf, the source of the powder, and the footprints. Before we start, just like always, because it's another long trial, I am going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be cracking straight on. So back in just a minute. Alright, let's get this started. Case 4. Let the trial commence.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, where to begin?
We already know who did it.
Whoa, deja vu.
Yeah. Case 3's trial also started with Hina exclaiming, "We know who did it."
The one who killed Sakura is one of the people that hated her. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It was one of you.
Idiot.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah! I'd never kill someone, no way!
I don't want to hear your stupid excuses.
Hina seems really sure that one of those three is the killer, but she must have some reason for believing that. And so we begin. Oh jeez, whose account do you need?
It was one of you.
I imagine if Al's accusing, I have to back up with her
You
account.
killed Sakura.
Let's just see what Hiro says.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No, we have her account.
No, that's wrong. Another reason you suspect them is
For once,
because
I agree with
Sakura
Hina.
wanted to meet with them, right?
Yeah, and that was right before she died, so there's no doubt about it. One of those three killed her.
I can't disagree with Hina. There's good reason to suspect all three of them. Then does that mean one of them did it? Straight into the next one. Yeah, this one keeps moving a little bit. Like, they know you're in the latter half of the game now, so they keep moving. It's like, okay, no, we can just... Now you gotta... Since, you know, we first challenged Hero, that means you're gonna continue challenging Hero for a moment.
That Sakura wanted to meet with all three of them? There's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is absolutely guilty.
I don't deny that she wanted to meet with us.
Pocket trash makes the most sense.
I never went to see her.
Yeah, we can't disprove that.
I didn't either.
We can't disprove that.
Yeah, same here.
We can disprove that. Because you have tissues of a candy wrapper that Hina hoarded.
Hiro, when we were talking before, you dropped a small piece of paper, remember?
Oh, Jesus, I just realised I've got 5 tabs open on my phone. Oh, God. I need to clean that up. Whoops.
It was white with red polka dots.
What's that got to do with anything?
Red polka dots? That's gotta be the wrapper from the candy I gave Sakura.
No, it's...
Ever since we got into the warehouse, I totally monopolized that entire box of candy. So there's no way a single one of them was left in the warehouse.
In that case, Hiro, where did you get that piece of candy?
From Sakura! It's the only explanation.
Well, I mean... Yeah, sure I got it from her, but she gave it to me forever ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to her.
When? When did she give it to you?
The last time you saw Sakura was... when Hina had to go to the nurse's office, right?
Yeah, so I must have got it sometime before then.
But what Hiro said can't be right. Because Sakura could have only gotten the candy after the incident in the nurse's office. And the reason I know that is because of when Sakura got the candy.
I got it!
She only
I'm
got
not
it
sure about
from,
that, Hiro.
Hina. And Hina gave it to Sakura to calm her down after the nurses.
Hina didn't actually give Sakura the candy till after she left the nurse's office. So if that was the last time you saw her, there's no reason you should have had that candy.
Damn it! I mean, what I meant was, oh, that's right! I did meet up with her in the rec room. You got a problem with that?
Why the sudden hostility?
But we just talked, that's all! I didn't do anything, you gotta believe me!
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
You're acting incredibly suspicious!
Yeah, great comeback, Hiro.
You're hostile.
It's not just normal hostility! You're the real culprit! I even have proof!
Huh? Proof? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about her shining message.
What would a shining message even be?
At the scene of the crime, she had written out Toko in her own blood, right? It was her dying message. Just like what you guys were talking about with Sayaka.
That's true. I saw it for myself.
See? See? Toko did it!
What are you saying? No way! I didn't do it!
You just don't know when you're beat, do ya?
Hiro! Stick...
Hiro, hold on. When did you see that dying message of hers?
Huh? Well, when we found Ogre's body. Duh.
But if you recall, Hina was very adamant about keeping you away from the scene of the crime. So it's hard to believe that's when you actually saw the message for yourself.
Huh, hold on. When Kyoko found the message, the dying message, it was on the shelf.
I got it!
So yeah, he couldn't have.
Kyoko, you found the magazine on the magazine shelf, right?
That's right. Looking through the shelf, I found the magazine with the dying message on it. I found it right there at the scene of the crime, after we'd started the investigation.
If that's true, then what Hiro just said doesn't really make sense, does it?
Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Everything I said makes perfect sense!
No, there's an obvious problem with what Hiro said before. Oh, straight into the next one. None of them help. Okay, so we're absorbing a statement. Good to know.
can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
But you couldn't have. But we don't have anything like with this that proves it. None of our evidence pieces disprove that. We need to pick up a statement.
After the investigation had begun, I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, and I think it's going to be when he said the body was discovered. We can now challenge it.
The dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Gotcha.
No, that's wrong.
I'm going to be honest. In V3, I miss this mechanic. In V3, they get rid of absorbing statements and replace it with the ability to straight up lie.
That magazine was sitting on the shelf nearby.
You can straight up like commit perjury in the courtroom, as the game calls it, to try and make the cases move in different directions. And sometimes you have to literally get things to move full stop. And I kind of miss just absorbing statements. I get that V3's thing was less hope versus despair and more truth versus lies, so that's why they had the perjury system, but at the same time I was like, I kind of miss just absorbing shit. Having to pay attention to the conversation and react.
That's where Kyoko found it. After we'd begun the investigation, and you weren't at the murder scene. So there's no way you could have seen it then. Tell us the truth, Hiro. When did you see the message?
Hold on. You're focusing on the wrong part. Why does it matter when I saw it? All you gotta do is read the Vienna sausage Ogre left us, and we know who the killer is. Toko!
I don't even know where to begin with that one.
He's just trying to confuse us.
Actually, can we even be sure Sakura wrote that message in the first place?
Yeah? I think we can all agree Ogre wrote that message. 100%, without a doubt, she wrote it. And this is me talking, so you know it's true.
That is not a good way to, like, defend your point. This is me, so you know it's true. Hiro. No, that doesn't help. Without a doubt? No, I absolutely do doubt it. There's no way Sakura wrote that message. Oh god, we're doing BTB already? Alright. Time to go into my rhythm game skills.
Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right.
Shut up, 30% right.
The cult is bullcrap. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. The end is nigh.
What?
Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right.
Oh, missed.
The occult is bullcrap. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30%.
Oh no, I've lost the rhythm. Alright, fine.
The occult is bullcrap. The end is nigh. Can't hear you, can't hear you. Conspiracy. Show me the proof.
This should prove
I lost it. I had it. It's annoying. Like, back in case 2, I had the rhythm perfectly, and I just haven't been able to keep it since. I was so proud of myself, and now I lose focus. It's because there's a third button. That's all it is, because you have to reload as well. There's a power-up you can get that makes it so you can double reload instead of having to only press it once, but I don't know what character has it. And to be honest, it might be a character that's already dead, so we've lost the opportunity to get it.
Because if you look at it, the message was almost certainly written using a finger. But both of her hands were completely free of blood.
Say what?
Then, who did write it?
Hiro could very well have written it himself. That would explain how he knew about the message in the first place.
Also, yeah, I hear you, one man. Like, Hiro, like, he tap out, dude. Stop. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Ah! He admits it!
I figured as much.
But why would you write something like that?
Because I killed her!
You're admitting to killing her?
Please, just let me explain what happened. I got Ogre's note, and so I headed to the rec room right before noon, just like it said.
You just did exactly as the note asked? What a fool.
And when I got there...
Sorry, but do you mind waiting? I asked a couple of other people to meet as well. Okay. Would like a piece of candy? It might help you get some energy. Oh, sure, thanks.
That's all she said. After that, we just stood around in awkward silence. Suddenly, I heard her mutter something.
This is it. I'm going to end it today. I'm going to end everything.
As soon as I heard that, I just knew. I knew she was gonna try and kill me. She was gonna kill me and make her escape. So of course I freaked out, and then... I saw my only chance. I grabbed the Monokuma bottle from the shelf and smashed it across her head. I hit her from behind, before she had any idea what was happening. Then she just went limp. I didn't see her move again after that. Once it was over, I pulled myself together. I realized if I didn't do something, I'd be caught and executed. So I wrote Toko's name in blood across a magazine on the table and I ran away.
I can't believe you! You're the worst! I hope you die!
Well, that's what happened. Go ahead. Roast me, boil me, do whatever you want.
You're not gonna get off that easy. It's death. Death for the one that killed Sakura. We're ready to vote now, right? We know who did it.
No. I think there's more to Hiro's story.
What are you talking about? What else could there be?
There's one thing that Hiro's story just now doesn't explain. And until we figure that part out, we can't
I love seeing you trying to figure it out and piece it together. But yeah, Hiro only thinks he killed Sakura. You really think one bottle smash is going to be enough to kill a giant like that? Yeah. So what is it that Hiro did that doesn't make sense? Yeah, why was the magazine hidden if he was trying to frame someone?
That's true. Everything you just said. It doesn't explain why the magazine was hidden, does it?
Huh?
By the time the body was discovered, the magazine had been picked up and put on the shelf. Why would you take the time to write that message? Then stick it somewhere we might not find it.
Oh. Well, I didn't hide it. I'm sure I just left it sitting there on the table.
Really?
He's lying! He's gotta be lying!
I don't see any reason he would lie now, after already confessing to the crime.
Then, he's not lying?
Assuming he's telling the truth, someone else must have put the magazine back on the shelf. In other words, at least one other person was in the rec room both before and after the incident.
I don't think there's any question about that.
But then, who was it?
If they went to the trouble of hiding the magazine, they must not have liked what was written on it.
Someone who wouldn't like what had been written? There's only one person. Toko, yeah, if you saw your fucking name, you'd be like, what? Hey!
Toko, right?
Exactly. Don't know why Toko didn't just, take the magazine with her and, hide it in her room at that moment, but whatever.
Who else would want to hide the magazine other than the person whose name was written on it?
Was he right, Toko? Did you really go to the rec room?
Why would I have... Wait, but more important... That doesn't even matter. We already know who did it, right? Hiro just admitted it.
That's right. I killed her.
No, you didn't.
Who asked you?
I don't doubt Hiro attacked Sakura with the bottle. But that's not where this case ends.
What do you mean?
What he means is that Hiro isn't the killer.
You can't be serious. That's just... I don't believe it.
Hiro, tell us what happened one more time. If we go through it once more, it should become clear he's not Sakura's killer.
So... what do you want me to do?
Just tell us what happened one more time, when you attacked Sakura.
I don't really see why, but... okay.
We haven't reached the end of this case just yet. Hiro isn't the real killer, and I have to prove that. Alright. Oh god.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind.
Okay, can't challenge that. That is fact.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once.
Wait a minute, before I commit to this, hang on. So the 2 blows to the head. Okay, so that is what's important from this.
Yeah, just once.
There it is. I was like, just to make sure I'm not going crazy, I'm on the right ballpark here.
If Sakura died from Hiro's single blow, that doesn't explain why she had 2 head wounds.
Huh? 2?
That's right. She had 2 separate wounds on her head.
And remember, this girl examines dead bodies as a hobby. Personally, I'm inclined to believe
Byakuya. I mean, he's got a point. He's got a point, but at the same time, Byakuya.
But I only hit her once. How could she have 2 wounds?
2 wounds means she was struck twice. What's more, both attacks must have come from a Monokuma bottle.
Hold on. How can you know that just from some cuts on her head? She was attacked twice with 2 Monokuma bottles?
It's not just because of her head wounds. It's also because of the Monokuma bottles themselves. There's something very suspicious about those bottles.
Once again, Kyoko wants Makoto to figure it out, so she's kind of spelling it out but not doing it. Heartbreaking. The worst person you knew. The worst person you knew just made a great point.
Once you understand that point, you'll understand why 2 separate Monokuma bottles must have been used. Think back. After the incident, there were 4 Monokuma bottles left on the shelf, right? And we found pieces of a bottle on the ground, along with the chess piece it had inside.
That was the bottle Hiro hit Sakura with, right?
For now, just note that there were 4 intact bottles and 1 broken bottle. But originally, there were 6 bottles in total, meaning 1 has gone missing.
But how can you know for sure there were 6 bottles?
That's easy. If you look at what the bottles all had in common, it should become clear.
The correlation between the Monokuma bottles, I just don't know. Maybe it's the chess piece? The connection must be... Oh, you're gonna make me spell chess piece. Please just put the I and the E in piece in for me. Fucker. P-I-E, okay. So I need C. Give me an S. P. It is E. Fuck. Give me a C. And then the last E. Gotcha.
Now I understand.
It's like a real, like, catch for me. The amount of times I've accidentally put P-E-I. I'm like, no, wait.
That's it. The chess pieces.
Because, you know, dyslexia is a beautiful thing.
Inside each bottle, there was a Monokuma figure holding a different chess piece.
King, rook, bishop, pawn. I definitely remember seeing each of those.
And the piece that was inside the broken bottle we found was the knight, if I remember.
So, what's that matter?
I guess you don't know too much about chess, do you? Then let me explain. In chess, there are 6 different pieces. The king, the queen, the rook, knight, bishop, and pawn. What was left intact at the crime scene were the king, rook, bishop, and pawn. Just those 4. And on the ground was the knight.
Oh, so the queen is missing.
So we only have evidence for 5 bottles at the scene, while 1 apparently went missing.
What does chess have to do with anything?
Yeah, shogi is way better.
Yeah. Wait, no, that's not what I mean. So, let's say a bottle did go missing. There's still no evidence that has anything to do with this case. That bottle could have disappeared any time before the murder.
No. It's clear that the missing bottle is connected to this case.
How is it clear?
Think about what state the missing bottle must have been in. Maybe then you'll understand.
Wait, and the boy who was missing, it was excited! No, it was broken.
I got it! The bottle must have been broken.
What makes you so sure?
Because there was evidence at the scene that supports it.
Huh?
That's right. We found evidence that shows there was more than just 1 broken bottle at the scene.
And what is this evidence?
It wasn't just a single oh, fuck. Where was the... Oh, there's the ball experiment.
I got it!
Every time it comes out saying, here's your whole wall of evidence, pick the right one, my brain, like, immediately goes... It immediately goes into panic mode for a second.
We compared the weight of the broken bottle pieces at the scene to one of the unbroken bottles. And what we found was that the collection of pieces was heavier. And the reason for that is there was actually more than one bottle's worth of shattered glass.
So from this, we can surmise that 2 bottles were actually broken at the scene of the crime. But someone did their best to clean up the pieces of one of the bottles, along with the figure inside. But when they did, they must have left behind a few too many pieces, which is only natural. They certainly had no way to measure the exact right number of pieces to remove.
But why would they have to try and get rid of it like that anyway?
Because of what it would reveal about the case.
There can be no doubt that the second missing Monokuma bottle was involved in the case. It must have been used by some bowling aficionados. No, it's the second attacker.
The bottle that was removed from the scene was used the second time Sakura was attacked.
The second wound on Sakura's head came from that second bottle. Given all the evidence, this is the only possible conclusion.
The killer wanted to make it look like there was only one attack, so they had to get rid of their evidence.
From there, we can conclude that it wasn't Hiro who delivered that second blow. Wouldn't you agree, Toko? And there's the matter of the magazine. You must have been in the rec room when the incident took place.
Wait! I admit, maybe there was a second attack, but there's no evidence I had anything to do with it.
No way! You killed her! I'm sure of it!
Shut up! Until 2 seconds ago, you were claiming you killed her!
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. That's just the kind of guy I am. Plus, I just remembered something that proves it.
Okay, fine. Let's hear it.
It was right after I got Ogre's note. I was kind of nervous about it, so I went to the rec room early. You know, to stake it out or whatever. So I was waiting there, and that's when I saw her. I saw Toko go into the rec room.
You did?
Pretty soon, Ogre showed up, and she went into the rec room. I assumed Toko was still in there, so I figured everything would be okay. That's why I headed in. But when I got inside, Ogre was all alone. Toko had disappeared.
And you just now decided to share that with us?
After the shock of thinking I'd killed someone, I forgot all about it.
Could someone tighten the screws on his brain? I think they've come loose.
So, Toko, where the heck did you disappear to?
You don't know what you're talking about. I never went in the rec room.
I'm sure she didn't disappear, but maybe she found somewhere to hide.
What? Hiding in the rec room? Don't be ridiculous. Whoa. Why are you all ganging up on me? You're all nothing but vermin.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. There's definitely proof that shows Toko was hiding in the rec room. A new element's added to BTBs. Oh right, I forgot. Case 4 is the one that's got like 3 fucking BTBs. Sure, what is it? Oh no, you've just been pressing the triangle button for the final strike without a second thought. But from now on, you're going to have to pay a little extra attention to your finishing blow. You have to choose the proper truth bullet during your coup de grace. If you select it the same way you do during normal bullet, press L1. The debate, your logic sets the kind, you have fewer bullets to choose from. But for educational purposes, we're going to pretend it's your set to mean regardless. Just this once, okay? Well, I already have the difficulty set to that, so that's fine. Oh, by the way, you're about halfway through the game now. Go you. What the narrator means by this specific line, he's not saying, like, what he means is, because you're in the 4th case of 6, he means you're exactly at the halfway point of the script. The amount of lines of dialogue we've done throughout the whole course of the game, and the amount of lines of dialogue we have yet to go through are the same. This exact line, actually, is the middlemost line of the entire game script. So even though we're case 4, that kind of shows how big case 5 and 6 are going to be. If we're on case 4 and case 5 and 6, or I'm not saying the rest of this case, alone are going to be enough to make the rest of the game. Anyway. Well then, good luck, have fun. So I need to pay attention to what the correct word is, as well as fight.
It's a lie! I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No! That's enough! I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse you. It's a lie! That's enough! It's a lie! nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No, no, no! That's enough! I admit nothing. I curse you. That's enough!
This should prove it.
After I fucked up the last few, I was like, no, I'm shutting up for this. I'm just gonna do it. I think I still had like one slip, but I got into a rhythm.
Left a handprint behind on the inside of the locker. They must have been hiding in there and put their hand on the wall without thinking. Does this handprint look familiar, Toko?
No, it doesn't.
Okay then, let's just compare it to your hand, shall we? That'll clear everything up.
Yeah!
Stop wasting my time. Just tell us the truth.
Okay, it's my handprint.
Dang, she just straight up admitted it.
Then you killed Sakura!
No, I swear, there's no way!
Out with it.
I probably did kill her.
Straight up again?
Wait, what do you mean probably?
Give us the details, Toko. What happened between you and Sakura?
Talk. Now.
After I read Sakura's note, I decided to go there early, so I went into the rec room. I didn't know what she might do if I didn't go, but I was too scared to face her head on, so I figured I'd just sneak in first and hide in the locker.
Then, did you see what happened? Did you see me hit her?
Yes, and I saw you write my name. I saw you forge her dying message.
Well, that's awkward.
So after he left, I jumped out of the locker and put the magazine back on the shelf.
But when you did, you put it back, upside down.
I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry.
Imbeciles, all of you.
Forget all that. Why did you attack Sakura?
After I put the magazine back, I heard a sound behind me like a monster growling. And when I turned around, there was Sakura, covered in blood and staring right at me. When I saw all that blood, I fainted. Right there in front of the magazines. I don't remember what happened after that. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask her.
Her? You mean...
Guess who's back?
Oh dear God.
It was your fault after all!
My fault, Master's fault. When our faults combine, they soar to even greater heights.
Just answer the question. Did you kill Sakura?
That visual Sakura's thumbnail worthy. Yeah, that's a strong artwork. Your love is... Oh no.
Well, to be honest, Miss Morose and me don't actually share our memories, so I can't really say what was going on. But I was just minding my own business, sleeping peacefully when someone shook me awake. Was it a prince paying me a visit? I wondered. So I opened my eyes to see... splatter everywhere! I was not prepared for that. And, well, I guess it took me by surprise. I got so startled, I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle. Sakura was just worried about you, and you're terrible! No, she's terrible! Thanks to her, I murdered someone who wasn't an adorable boy for the first time ever!
And when it was all over, you collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence, didn't you?
I wasn't about to die for some woman! If I'm gonna go down, I want it to be for killing Master!
Just go away and die your meaningless death alone. Don't drag me into it.
Fucking Byakuya. It's like, get out of here, fuck off, don't come back.
But I just can't catch a break, you know? Fate's got it out for me. Because normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack, no problem!
Even as strong as she is, she must have still been reeling from Hiro's attack.
Hey, come on. That's... you know. But anyway, I'm not the one that killed Ogre. So that's good.
So that's good. I'll keep talking like that and Hina's
Well
gonna...
then, that's that. Let's start the vote.
Huh? Well, I thought for sure you'd have some words for Hiro on that one.
What's wrong? Come on, everyone, we're ready to vote, right? Let's do this.
No, not quite yet.
Huh? Not yet? Why not yet?
Don't you think there was something odd about Toko's story? I mean, you had to have noticed.
Odd? Huh?
Hiro's attack, and then Toko's, but that still wasn't the end of it.
It wasn't?
Tell us your story one more time. Tell us what happened after you fainted. Then even this skaggle of idiots should understand
what do you mean?
about.
You know what? You know, fair.
Your wish is my command, darling.
Nailed it, it's Hina. It's not over yet, is it? The one who killed Sakura is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, right, I forgot. They're just gonna start throwing 5 bullets at you all the time.
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden...
We haven't used it yet, and I think that's what we're gonna go to, so I'm just gonna sit on this and see where it goes.
Right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
You got it! I smashed her good!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the show.
But she was sitting down, so she didn't die from that attack either.
No, that's wrong. We found Sakura sitting upright in a chair. If the blow by the shelf was the cause of death, there's no explanation why she was in that chair.
So, you finally noticed.
That's just another lie from a bloodthirsty serial killer.
Are you sure you didn't attack her while she was sitting in the chair?
No, I'm sure she's telling the truth. Anyone who saw the murder scene should think the same way.
That has to be it. The evidence that proves the attack was in front of the magazine shelf. Was the blood stain in front of the shelf, maybe?
I got it! Sakura was definitely attacked in front of the shelf. The blood stain by the magazines is proof of that.
Then she must have moved the body after she killed her, right?
How in God's name would you move Sakura's body?
All to make it look like I did it. Because when I hit her, she was sitting in the chair.
Hero, how in God's name is Toko of all people gonna move? Oh, jeez.
Hey, come on now, look at me. I can't carry anything heavier than my own scissors. There's no way I could move a muscle-bound heavyweight like that.
Then what's the deal?
Well, are you still convinced the case has come to an end?
But... Plus, the biggest mystery of all, the locked room, still has yet to be explained. Until we take care of that, we can't say this case has been properly settled.
Oh, that part's easy. After she killed Sakura, Toko just hid in the locker again.
So she just hid in there till everyone showed up and opened the door? And while everything was all confused and hectic...
No, we've already established the door was open before we got in. We all saw the locker room was open. The locker door, sorry, was open.
No, I don't think that's possible.
Reason is because I was in the locker. The locker was too small. No, I saw it.
Even before we opened the door to the rec room, Hina and I both got a look inside.
Why did she know?
And at that point, the locker was already open.
It's annoying, because I want to be like, you've got this bit right, but you've got this bit wrong. You've got this bit right, you've got this bit wrong. It's like, no, I like seeing you trying to figure it out. You're close, but you're missing a critical point, and that critical point would steer you a very different direction. And as soon as you realize it, you'll go, oh. Anyway.
So obviously Toko couldn't have been hiding in there.
Okay then, where was she hiding?
I don't know. What's this whole locked room thing about anyway?
How do you not know? You killed her!
I think the fact that I don't know proves I didn't kill her. Thank you very much. You're lying.
No, she's not. I've been saying all along, there's still more to this case.
But if Genocide Jill didn't do it, that means Ogre didn't die from the shot to the head.
And?
Well, I can't imagine what else could have killed her.
That's because you're overlooking vital information.
Could we really be missing something so important? Is there another possible explanation? Maybe it's... Oh, jeez. The examination summary... Hang on, I need to read. The summary is, you can also say it's getting later in the game, because I'm having to kind of, like, guess myself and check things again. It's not that, because that doesn't make any sense to what we're talking about. That was that there was 2 bottles, but that already suits everything. What was on this? Oh, it's this.
What was it that killed
Because
Ogre?
this tells you that she had blood coming out of her mouth.
Jill's attack. And what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
No, that's wrong.
I like how when you go into the slow-mo with it, you kind of almost sort of get the voice actress's normal voice.
Sakura had vomited blood.
You know, you get kind of close to the actress's actual normal voice. That's kind of funny. I didn't even really notice that until that line.
I think we can assume there's a chance this was related to her cause of death. In fact, there was even a trace of blood left around her mouth.
Well, I mean, maybe when she got hit with the bottles, she cut the inside of her mouth.
If that's all it was, the file wouldn't have specified vomited blood. Not to mention, I didn't find any cuts inside her mouth.
You even checked in there? God, you really are into dead bodies!
No, I'm not into dead bodies. What I'm into is solving mysteries.
Kyoko should work for the Scooby-Doo gang. Yeah, I said it. I'll admit it. She'd be way better than like half the Scooby-Doo gang.
But if there wasn't a cut or anything, then what made her vomit blood?
Some sort of reaction within her body. Most likely, Sakura was poisoned.
Poison?
That's right. This is the conclusion I've arrived at, and so there can be no mistake.
Like a Byakuya's like, because I got to this conclusion, it means I'm right.
You're making me go all weak in the knees!
She was poisoned?
Is it really so hard to believe? Then let me explain exactly how the culprit was able to poison her.
You can explain it?
Of course, if you don't mind.
Everyone quiet! Shut up and listen to Master!
But you're the only one talking.
The key to unlocking this mystery was hiding in the chem lab up on the 4th floor.
Huh? Not in the rec room? Then I could have found it all along.
You never would have, since you gave up on the search the moment you were barred from the crime scene.
Well, yeah, good point.
There's a big shelving unit in the chem lab that houses a variety of mixtures and chemicals.
Jules VA must have had the time of her life. Yeah. And the best part is that she got to do it again, because I said she's in Ultra Despair Girls. She got to have 2 rounds of this chaos.
And that's where I found...
And in Ultra Despair Girls, she's one of the leading characters, so she had way more dialogue.
Is that the poison?
It's not an especially powerful poison, but it'll still kill you if you drink an entire bottle. But the specific properties don't matter. What does matter is where I found it.
Where'd you find it?
The shelf is divided up into 3 sections, A, B, and C. In Section A, dietary supplements. In B, reagents. And in C, a variety of lethal chemicals.
And that's where the poison came from? Section C?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
The bottle of poison that Byakuya showed us, it actually came from Section A.
I got it! The poison was actually in Section A, wasn't it?
Huh? You just said that Section A was for supplements or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Why would there be a bottle of poison mixed in with all those nutritional additives?
Yeah, so? Why?
Because the culprit switched it out. That's why.
What do you mean?
I mean, this.
Also, this is the boldest fucking thing Byakuya does in this game. Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. He just drinks it because he's like, yeah, he knows they've been swapped. I couldn't believe my eyes. Byakuya put the bottle of poison to his lips and...
Master!
He was so shocked at what we were seeing, all we could do was stand there and watch. But as if it's the most natural thing in the world, Byakuya was as calm as ever.
Ugh, that tastes awful.
Oh no! Master's in real trouble! You have to drink some water! You can't just swallow powder! It'll stick to your throat!
Idiot! He just swallowed poison! We need to make him spit it out!
The flavor certainly makes me want to spit it out. What's so high quality about this stuff?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the protein, of course.
Byakuya is fucking insane and I'm all here for it. Yep.
Protein?
Can I see that bottle for a second?
Sure. Do whatever you like.
Kyoko took the bottle from Byakuya and scraped out a bit of the contents with one finger. She touched her finger to her tongue.
It's protein powder.
Correct. That wasn't poison in the bottle, but harmless protein powder. Which makes one wonder, the poison that should have been in that bottle, where did it go?
The bottle of poison was actually filled with protein powder? Which means that conversely, the poison must have been... Could it be? You're gonna make me spill protein? Protein drink. Okay. So P. Pro. So P-R-O. You can hear my brain tuning, trying to figure out how to... Oh, the O's already there. I didn't even look. The O's already there. The O there's being a hint. So I need a T. Teen. Oh, there's already an I in there. They knew. Okay, so the fact that there's I think they knew. It's like, okay, that catches people out. E. And I know how to spell drink, so I just need... come on. There we go.
Now I understand.
I'm glad that I was there, because I would have got muddled on the I and the E for sure for protein.
The protein can. If the protein's in the poison bottle, it seems only logical to assume the reverse is true, right?
Absolutely. The contents of each container were switched, so the protein was in the bottle of poison, and the poison was in the protein can. Once you accept that, it becomes obvious how the culprit was able to get Sakura to drink the poison.
Holy crap!
All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene, and she was happy to drink the poison herself.
Something at the scene? Oh, there was a protein drink at the scene!
I got it! You're saying they gave her a protein drink, right?
A protein drink which actually contained a deadly poison.
What?
Yeah, why are you going, what, Al?
That's all it took to kill Sakura. That is the true cause of death.
You know, I do remember Ogre saying that protein stuff was good for all kinds of aches and pains. So maybe she took it to try and help with the whole bleeding head wound thing.
But what was offered to her instead was a bottle full of poison. And I already know exactly who swapped the mixtures.
For real? Who was it?
Evidence revealing who replaced the two materials was left in the chem lab for anyone to see.
The evidence that showed? Oh, it has to be... Oh, I don't know, the fucking footprints?
I got it! The footprints left behind in front of the shelf. That's the evidence you're talking about, isn't it?
I visited the chem lab this morning, and there were definitely no footprints there at that point. They must have appeared around the time of the murder, which leaves no doubt that they're connected. What's more, the footprints were in front of Section A, where I found the bottle meant for the poison. The culprit must have gone to Section A to swap the poison and protein, leaving their footprints behind. And given how clear the prints were, figuring out who they belong to will pose no problem. All we have to do is check everyone's footprints right now. Then we'll see who...
It was me. The footprints. They're mine.
Hina?
If you're all gonna find out anyway, I'd rather you hear it straight from me, you know?
Then, Ogre's killer was...
Yep, I did it. I killed Sakura.
Just as I suspected. The footprints were made by a pair of sneakers. There was no mistaking it. And the only people here who wear sneakers are...
Sneakers, huh? It's only... They kind of give it away, but yeah, there's actually only two people. It's you and Hina.
I got it!
No one else has got sneakers. They've either got boots or other forms of shoes.
Once. Oh, so Byakuya. That explains why you...
These footprints must be Makoto. Are they yours? No? Okay, then let me see your shoes. See your shoes? Jeez, I can't speak. See your shoes, and I'll confirm their size for myself.
If the footprints didn't belong to Makoto, that left only one other possibility.
Just Hina.
Plus, Hina's been acting strange ever since the trial began. You were in an awful rush to get to the vote, weren't you? This whole time, you've been focused on pinning the crime on someone else, haven't you?
I can't believe it.
What about it can't you believe?
Well, it's just... The two of them were so close.
That's likely exactly why it turned out this way. Because they were so close, Sakura didn't think twice about it when Hina handed her the concoction. Hina used that trust to kill her. She deceived the victim, and she tried to deceive all of us. I have to say, Hina, coming from you, this was a particularly nasty little scheme.
Hina, is it true? Did you really kill Sakura? And if you did, why? Why would you do that?
I found her. There in the rec room. She was hurt. She asked me to bring her that protein drink, but when I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me all of a sudden.
Now's my chance to kill her. That's what you thought, right? That's when you switched out the protein powder, and that's when you gave her the poisoned mixture.
And then she downed it all at once. And then...
Hold it. I'm not convinced.
You're not about to claim she wouldn't kill a close friend, are you? You still don't get it, do you? The game we're playing here isn't so kind. Honeyed words like friendship don't matter here. What matters is outwitting the opponent, defeating them. Not a person alive would sacrifice themselves for another. In the end, we're all in it for ourselves, just like how this girl sacrificed Sakura to save herself.
You say that, but I'm still not convinced.
How many times do you plan to repeat yourself?
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it because of some misguided sentimentalism, but there's still that one unsolved mystery, and I'm not convinced.
Are you talking about the locked room problem?
Hina, if you really are the killer, explain it. How did you create that locked room?
Well... that doesn't matter. Just because I'm guilty, that means I have to tell you everything?
No, it doesn't. But the fact that you won't tell us concerns me.
Surely you're not... Do you honestly think Hina didn't actually kill her?
And if I do?
Impossible. She switched out the mixtures. She's the culprit. There's no way you can doubt this.
Are you sure about that? Even ignoring the fact that I don't want to believe it, it just doesn't fit.
What doesn't fit?
I mean, why would someone leave such a clear clue like a footprint? It's too obvious. Too easy.
He's right. It makes it look like you wanted people to suspect you.
I was just nervous. So, I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
You didn't notice?
Yeah, that's just how it was. What can I do?
Listen, Hina. Could you go into a bit more detail? Tell us more about when you switched the poison and the protein.
How come? That doesn't matter.
Hina, please. I'd like to know too.
Fine.
Waste your time if you like. It's clear that Hina is the culprit. There's nobody else to suspect. Nobody else could have possibly done it.
Go ahead, Hina. Start from the moment you arrived at the chem lab.
Well, right away I went to Section C and got the poison.
And is that when you spilled the powder in front of that part of the shelf?
Yeah. When I opened the bottle, I dropped it like an idiot.
I see. Okay then, go on.
So then I moved to Section A and got the protein powder.
How come there's only footprints at Section A then?
Once I was done with that, I took the protein can that had the poison in it and left the room. But I accidentally put the bottle filled with protein powder back on the wrong shelf. And because of that, everything I did got found out. And that's it.
That story you just told. First you went to Section C to get the poison. Then moved to Section A to get the protein, right?
Only two people can pull off a locked room now that I think about it. Byakuya and Kyoko.
Meaning you went from Section C to
There's actually,
Section A.
I'll give you a little bit more of a hint, because we're getting close to it being revealed anyway. There's, actually a third person.
Yeah.
But if that's true... Isn't that a little strange?
Can you repeat that series of events one more time?
What's wrong with you, Big Mac? You're
Don't call me
being awfully
fucking... Stop
pushy.
calling me Big Mac, Jill!
It's the same thing no matter how many times you hear it. How long until you're satisfied?
How long? Until we figure it out. Until I uncover the full truth of this case. And it already spelled it out. It's the footprints of the powder. It literally showed the image. We already know it's the footprints.
First, I went to Section C.
Because how would she go from Section C to A? If she went from Section C to Section A, the footprints would go across, but no, they approach A. They approach A from like a wide angle. They don't approach from like anything even remotely facing C.
Poison. And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of
And
the
this is a
shelf.
long one. You can always see up here how many pieces are in this conversation. This is a big conversation to find one clue.
Okay, and then
I moved from Section C
to Section A.
No, that's wrong.
Like, they make it bigger so it's easier for you to miss because there's so much more of the conversation you're supposed to pay
You said you
attention
went to
to.
get the poison from Section C, and that's where you spilled the powder, right?
Yeah? What about it?
And after that, you said you moved from Section C to Section A to get the protein. But the footprints left at the scene were not moving from Section C to Section A. That contradicts what you just said.
What?
Then maybe she moved in some weird direction on purpose to disguise her movements?
No, that can't be it. Remember what Hina just said?
I was just nervous, so I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
What the? Hina, what's the meaning of this?
Well...
You lied to us. Plain and simple. If you look at the footprints, your movements in the chem lab are obvious. The powder had already been spilled when you came in, and you went straight to Section A. So you never went to Section C. Whatever you did there, it only involved Section A.
Well... You see...
What the hell? What's going on here?
And the reason why Byakuya is losing his cool is because his perfectly laid belief on who the killer was, now has a flaw. And he did that whole thing earlier about like how his logic is sound and everything makes perfect sense. Suddenly it doesn't, and it annoys him. It unsettles him because he thinks he's perfect, and suddenly he's been opened up.
And the footprints aren't the only problem with her account.
What?
Before I explain that part, I'd like to submit some new evidence.
New evidence? Impossible, there can't be.
Are you sure? After all, you're the one that gave it to me.
I did?
It was hidden inside the bottle of poison you gave me. I'm amazed you, of all people, would miss such a vital clue. A truly grave oversight.
Just say it already! What is it you think you found?
I found this.
Huh? A piece of glass? Imagine if Byakuya had accidentally swallowed that.
It had sunk to the bottom of the bottle, and the hidden clue was exposed, thanks to you ingesting the powder. I couldn't have solved the mystery without you. So, thank you for that.
But, what is it?
Oh, you still don't realize? Well then, Makoto, why don't you explain it?
God, fucking every time, Kyoko. She's like, yes, I solve it. Makoto, tell him. Fucking please.
Me?
Fine. If you really do know, explain the meaning of that shard of glass.
The shard of blue glass that Kyoko found in the bottle of poison, it came from the rec room window because the bottle was underneath it.
It's part of the window from the rec room door, right?
And if we know that, and instead of before, the protein bottle was on top of the glass, which means the swap happened after we got in the room.
The window?
The window we broke to get in was light blue.
Which means
just
the
like
poison
that.
was in
So
the
I
room
think that must be
with
it.
Sakura when we broke in. In a poison bottle, not swapped over. Why would a poison bottle, if it was a poison bottle and not a protazine bottle disguised as one, then be voluntarily drunk by Sakura? Figure that bit out, you're literally on the home stretch.
You're right. It must be. Of course, that leads to another question. How did a shard of glass from the window get inside this bottle of poison?
What's so strange about that?
What's strange is that, according to what Hina told us,
Where was it the bottle of poison should have been when I broke into the rec room window? According to what Hina told us, it should still have been on Self A.
got it! The bottle of poison was left on the shelf in the chem lab. That is what you said, right, Hina? And yet, somehow a piece of glass from the rec room window made its way into the bottle.
Everything Hina told us was a lie?
In reality, that bottle of poison most definitely found its way to the rec room. It was there at least until the window got broken. In other words, when the locked room was unlocked. There's no other way to explain the presence of that glass in that bottle.
And then, once the room was opened, the bottle somehow got moved back to the shelf in the chem lab. Meanwhile, the protein can we found at the crime scene was planted there. That had to be after the locked room was opened. In other words, after Sakura died.
Wait, hold on. You're moving too fast. I'll grant you, the bottle of poison may well have been in the rec room when it was locked, but how can you say the protein can was put there after the room was unlocked? We already know she was given the protein can with the poison inside, right? If that can wasn't there when she died, how did she get poisoned?
You're right. We do need to explain that. But before we do, there's something I'd like to confirm with everyone here.
Huh?
It has to do with the protein can. After Sakura's body was discovered, did anyone move it or trip over it or anything like that?
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of loaded question?
Not at all. Just answer to the best of your ability.
Well, no, not that I remember.
Yeah, me either.
Not me.
Same here. Yeah, me either.
Okay then, that settles it. That proves that the protein can found its way to the murder scene after the room was opened.
Oh, come on! How can you say that? How can you know what I don't know?
I love that line. How can you know what I don't know? That's like the most defining thing of who Byakuya is. That's what upsets him. That's what angers him. That he's not the font of all knowledge in this situation. He's being outsmarted and outplayed, and he doesn't, and that's what's pissing him off. The reason she can say that is because there is evidence. There's proof that someone brought the protein can to the rec room after it was open. Yeah, because the ball's on top of the glass. Oh, also worth mentioning, it's playing Hope vs. Despair again, that track. Which only plays when you're about to corner the killer. And by the way, it's not Byakuya.
When it comes to that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time. It had to be. It was
in there before the rec room was unlocked.
No, you're wrong.
You remember how there was broken glass scattered all around the room, right?
Of course. It came from the window you broke to get in. What about it?
Well, those pieces weren't just scattered around the protein can. We also found pieces underneath the can.
What?
And this proves it. It shows that the can must have been put down on the floor after the window was broken. So it had to be after we got into the room.
I see. So that's your explanation. Kyoko, earlier when you asked if anyone had moved the can or tripped over it...
If that were the case, that would explain the can being on top of the glass.
So you asked everyone about it to eliminate that possibility right out of the gate.
And that's made everything clear, hasn't it? As long as it was a locked room, it only contained the bottle of poison, and not the protein can. But once the room was opened up, they were switched, and as a result, the protein can wound up in the rec room, and the bottle of poison returned to the chem lab.
If that's all true, then why did Sakura drink the poison? I thought we all agreed she was tricked into drinking it because of the protein can.
No, that's not why. The only explanation is she drank it from its original bottle, knowing exactly what it was.
Precisely. She was alone in a locked room. All she had was the poison. What other possibility is there?
You're saying she drank it knowing what it was? Such a ridiculous fiction is...
Exactly what happened.
Then tell us already. Sorry. Please, tell us.
He's dropped his tone. Now he knows he's been beat. He's dropped the attitude.
Before we get to that, we need to clarify one other thing. We need to establish who exactly got the poison from the chem lab and took it to the rec room.
It was Hina, right? She took it and gave it to Ogre.
What do you think, Makoto?
The one who got the poison from the chem lab and brought it to the rec room, it was Sakura.
I got it! I think it was Sakura herself.
Huh? So Sakura, who was apparently murdered, just poisoned herself? What are you talking about? There's no way!
On the contrary, we know for a fact she went to the chem lab, right to the section full of poisons.
You're lying! Stop lying! Why? Why would you lie like that?
No, it's not a lie. Sakura definitely went to Section C. I have to get Hina to admit that. Alright, third BTB in this one case. You've gone from doing only one a case, now 3 in this one. Oh, jeez.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! Just let it end already! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you! You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! Just let it end already! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you! You're a liar! I'm telling you, I did it! Do you have any kind of proof Sakura took the poison?
This should prove it.
God, I had to think about that for a second. I was like, oh god, why are there so many bullets?
Hina, did you know that Sakura's foot had a certain yellow powder stuck to it?
It did?
It did. The same yellow powder that had been
Have you
spilled
figured
by
it
the
out
shelf
yet,
in
one
the
man?
chem lab?
Who killed Sakura?
That powder was yellow, wasn't it?
If you know who killed her, it automatically solves the locked room mystery as well.
So the powder we found on Sakura, what else could it be but the powder from the chem lab?
Wait. So, what was that powder doing on Ogre's foot?
And it was only on her instep, right?
Sakura must have been standing right there where the powder was spilled. So the person who spilled the powder by the shelf wasn't Hina, but Sakura. And when Sakura dropped the bottle, she dropped it away from where she was actually standing, which is how she was able to avoid getting it all over herself. But the powder still got scattered around, and some of it must have wound up on her instep.
Haha. Yeah, you're finally starting to get it together.
Is there any problem with my thinking?
But why did Sakura...
That's why every time he was guessing, I was like, you're getting there, but you're not right. There's only 3 people who can set up the locked room murder mystery. Kyoko with a higher identity, like a high ability to overanalyze everything. Byakuya, who has been plotting ever since the beginning. And Sakura herself.
The only
Because she was the only one in the room.
Poison. After all, that's all that section contained.
It's earlier, by the way. Yeah, but you didn't say it. There was clearly just enough doubt.
No! It was me! The poison!
Now we just need to prove why Hina's being this way.
Because I killed her!
No, you didn't kill her.
Because it seemed ludicrous. Oh, no, it makes perfect sense. Following Sakura's character and her self-made pride, what better way, knowing that Monokuma had a hostage, and if the killing game didn't continue, that hostage would be gone. How do you get a killing game to continue when you actually genuinely care about the people around you? Sakura killed herself. Because then there was still a body that had to be discovered and a killing game that had to be solved. It then saved the people she cared about. The one that killed Sakura, the connection between Sakura and the poison, the unsolved mystery of the locked room. There's only one way to explain it. All you need to explain is why Hina was so adamant about taking the guilt.
Here's my answer. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
What? The killer was Sakura?
Wait, so you're saying it was suicide?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than I believe I can fly.
I can't believe it either. Or rather, I don't want to believe it. But when you really think about it, everything matches up. Sakura went and got the poison. She barricaded herself in a room, and she drank it, all so she could end her own life. And that explains why we couldn't solve the mystery of the locked room.
Because of course, Sakura wanted to create the locked room.
I got it! The locked room mystery was created by Sakura.
I'm sure she locked herself in so nobody could stop her from doing what she did.
Yep.
She sat there, drank the poison, and breathed her last breath. And the empty bottle of poison rolled around the locked room until we came and opened it. At that point, someone grabbed the bottle and snuck it out of the room. And that was you, wasn't it, Hina? You did it to throw off the investigation, didn't you? When we found her body, you stayed right there near the door because you already knew Sakura was dead, and because the bottle of poison had rolled near the doorway.
That's when you picked up the bottle, right? I was too shocked to notice anything, and Kyoko was busy checking the body.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize how unusual your actions were.
I have to get them. I have to go get the others. On shaky legs, Hina left the rec room.
You said you were going to go get everyone else, but your real intention was to go to the chem lab and switch out the containers, wasn't it? Once you were at the chem lab, you headed straight to the section where the protein powder was kept. There, you took the powder and poured it into the bottle of poison you'd grabbed from the rec room. When you left the lab, all you had was the empty protein can. Thinking about it like that, the footprints make perfect sense.
When you were done, you gathered everyone together. And once you were back in the rec room...
I got everyone. What, Ogre? Oh, she's dead, huh? Sakura's been killed, I see.
While everyone else was focused on Sakura, you quietly placed the can on the ground. Honestly, I should have noticed. You should have been the first one to run up to Sakura's lifeless body. The Hina I know never would have left her side in a situation like that.
So, Sakura committed suicide. In order to hide this fact, Hina undertook a series of actions to undermine the investigation. As long as you could disguise the truth, you didn't care if we blamed you for her death. That's why you didn't bother to get rid of such obvious evidence, right? The footprints in the powder and the bottle of poison? Vital pieces of evidence, and yet...
So you're saying Hina consciously deceived us to make it look like she killed Sakura?
No! I killed her! I did it!
That's enough, Hina. It's over.
It's not! Nothing's over!
It is. Actually, no. You're right. We have to end this properly.
Oh, time for the closing argument. Alright, here we go. Alright, firstly, everyone read notes. Sakura talked to Hiro, Toka, and one other person. Alright, let's find Byakuya. Wow, what a fucking face. Toko got to the room early and hid in the locker. Is that entering or coming? Oh, jeez. I'll have to pray that that's... they show up. What was in the Monokuma bottle? That's the Queen's, that's later. It's the Knight. What did Hiro try to cover up the murder he thought he committed? He then bolted out of there. Toko, who was in the locker. Oh no, that's too calm. That's her closing it, isn't it? And that's her peeking out. What did she do with the magazine? She put it back, but left it upside down. Then woke up, the blood made her pass. She woke up and it was Crazy Girl. She picked the next bottle. What was in the Monokuma bottle? That Samurai Jill. A fucking Genocide Jill. I don't know why my brain went to Samurai Jack, but whatever. Clean up the evidence, bolted out of there. What actually killed Sakura? The poison. And then we all got in. There was something on the floor near Sakura's body, which someone grabbed. What was it that switched the... What was it that they switched the with the bottle of poison and left on the floor? I'm assuming that one, but I just want to check. Alright, let's fire.
Here's exactly what happened. This case began when Sakura asked a number of people to meet her in the rec room.
I'm more disturbed by the fact that Byakuya was outwitted by Hina. Because he had it so convinced. The only reason he was like that is because Byakuya had it so convinced in himself that everyone was in it for themselves. That was why. He convinced himself that everyone was in it for themselves and no one would do anything to help another person. Hina genuinely deeply cared for Sakura and didn't want her to just... like, to be known as the one who committed suicide, basically. She wanted her to have more dignity, even if it meant more. But because she also, you know, kind of blamed everyone else for the situation that happened, you know, they said she blamed Toko, she blamed Hiro, she blamed Byakuya for how they'd been treating her that led to this situation. She basically wanted to take everyone out with her. So by deliberately making us guess wrong, by making it look like she'd done it, she would kill everyone. She'd literally fallen into despair. Which tracks, because like I said, they've been leading up to it all game. In every single case, there's little scenes here and there showing that Hina is cracking more and more. That she's struggling to cope with it. Little scenes throughout it. Mostly in like late case 2, early case 3. Because case 4's the payoff, so they don't want to tease more, they want to just see the bang. But it's been going. I'm still struggling with that cynicism of Byakuya, but that's just him.
Specifically, those people were Hiro, Toko, and Byakuya. But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others. Toko. She got there one step ahead of everyone else, and looked around for a good hiding spot. And she found it. She crawled into the locker to get out of sight. Then, from inside the locker, she saw Sakura enter the room.
I should have the same mindset as with the shed. Yeah, fair. If anything, I'm probably too trusting. I'm too much the other way.
When he got there, he mistakenly thought Sakura was going to try to kill him, so he panicked. Without thinking, he grabbed a nearby Monokuma bottle and attacked Sakura with it. Thinking he'd killed her, he hastily began covering up his crime. He took a magazine from the table and forged a dying message from Sakura. To that end, he wrote down a name. Toko. By writing her name, he was hoping to pin the murder on her. But of course, Toko had witnessed the whole thing.
We're too willing to trust others.
The coast was clear,
yeah, and I've been hurt by it, but I still do it. Because I would rather, as naive as it may sound, I would rather that than the alternative. I'd rather still try to let people in, still try to trust people, still try to, you know, not assume the worst in others or whatever, than do so. It's just me. I don't have an excuse or answer for it, it's just me.
She jumped out of the locker and hid the magazine on the shelf with all the others. But in her rush, she made one little mistake. She put the magazine back upside down. Soon after, she watched as Sakura slowly opened her eyes. She also saw the blood dripping off Sakura's head and fainted. This caused her personality to switch back over to Genocide Jack. When she woke back up, her second personality also saw the blood-soaked Sakura, and she freaked out. And just like Hiro, she grabbed another Monokuma bottle and attacked her. This explains why there were 2 wounds on Sakura's head. Assuming Sakura really was dead this time, she set about disposing
I still can't wrap my
of
head
the
around.
others.
It's not that hard to figure out, at least I feel so. It's just if I had the option of continuing to pursue the happiness that I could have with others, or to throw that away and accept being on my own, one of them would lead me into a very dark place. One of them keeps me fighting. I choose the one that keeps me fighting, and that is trying to trust people and see where it goes. Because there are some dear friends that I do trust and have never let me down, and so I have reason to hold on to it, even though I have been hurt, even though I have, you know, like PTSD and whatnot from an ex. I don't use her as the example to blame all others. I use her as just a lesson along the way.
She gathered up the broken Monokuma bottle shards and the queen chess piece. And that explains how Sakura was attacked twice with the same type of weapon. But even after those 2 blows, she was still alive.
Yeah, and I might be trusting people, but I'd rather that for the odd occasion, or however often it may or may not be, when I fight the people who reciprocate that. Because you mean kind-hearted people, do you think they'll never find each other? You know? They're always going to find each other eventually. People attract others whether you like it or not. You're always going to attract other people, and not all of them are going to be monsters. Some of them are other naive, kind souls, or people who just want the best in the world around them in the same way. What, are they two going to start exploiting? No. I would never do that. I don't think you'd ever do that. You know what I mean? The whole time that exists, I carry on. The whole time that exists, that will never not, you know? That will always be a thing. There's never just one person of anything. There's always more, and the whole time they exist, I'll carry on happily, no matter what scars, physical or mental, I take along the way. Because the kindness I could find on the other side, the love I could find on the other side, will make everything worth it as far as I'm concerned. It's just me. It's just the way I think, the way I believe, and I've held on to it through everything, even in my lowest. Because the alternative is don't trust anyone, and then what happens? You just isolate more and more people, and even those who are friends, you eventually start to doubt. Because you have it set in stone in your mind of how it is. And suddenly there are no kind people in your world, because you haven't let any of them in.
So then, what was Sakura's actual cause of death? It was the poison that Sakura herself got from the chem lab. She turned the rec room into a true locked room scenario, and then drank the deadly mixture. And there, she took her final breath. Later on, the rest of us discovered that her body was in there. We had to smash the door's window to get inside. But someone already knew what had happened. Knew that she had committed suicide.
Yeah, but that still fits into my point, one man, saying you can't look past situations people lose their lives trusting in the process that does not reciprocate. That's the assumption that it won't reciprocate. Even if there's examples of it, that doesn't mean it's the rule. There are other people who are exactly the same. There are people who are kind, and then there are other people who are kind. You know? There's always going to be people who do that. There's always going to be problems. There's always going to be nasties. There's always going to be the hells. But it doesn't mean that's everything. That doesn't mean that's a fault, that, you know, that's 100% guarantee. If one person is kind, it means, by logic, in a world with over 8 billion people, there's at least someone else who's the same. And so it's never a guarantee. It's never 100%. And they're not a minority either. I refuse to believe that. They're everywhere. It's just the ones that are hurtful are the ones that tend to be the loudest. So they seem like a majority. I trust in my friends, even the ones that I know don't necessarily see me the same way, regardless, because I know they do the right thing. And I believe in them. And I know that wouldn't change. And it only got to that point because I refused to give up on other people when some people hurt me horrendously. You know, when I was getting, like, you know, physically, mentally, sexually abused, all the rest, by that one ex, which I won't name, for like 2 years straight, that didn't make me give up. It awakened me. It made me hate a lot of things, but mostly about myself. But it didn't stop me giving up. And there are people that I found or met either during or after that I hold the world to because I let them in. Because I chose to trust them anyway, despite what I was going through. That's enough for me. That's enough proof that there are kind people, and it will carry on. No matter what happens, no matter how much more hurts I get, no matter what happens around, even when I was in that point, there were people, and there were people who cared and chose to care and chose to love, and that's all. And so I don't anymore. You know, I don't look in the mirror and like, ugh. I don't think worse of myself. I don't blame myself for things that happen like I used to. I carry on because I choose to trust people no matter what, even if it hurts. And because I do, I ended up trusting people that were right to trust. And people that helped. And so I remain positive. I remain optimistic. And I'll always be that way. Sorry, I'm getting myself all choked up now. In what's supposed to be us highlighting... I mean, it fits getting emotional with a character that literally killed themselves, but, you know. No, I don't anymore, one man. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm talking back when everything happened. Oh, come on! What am I missing? Something on the floor. But that piece doesn't look like it fits.
Here's
Try
exactly what happened.
No issue. No, it's cool, dude. Don't worry. Oh, that is it. Oh, okay. Oh, because she...
And that same
right,
someone
because she slipped it in a
quietly
pocket. That was a
snatched the
pocket
bottle of
motion.
Poison from off the ground.
No, so I don't anymore. It was when I was at that time. It was like, I guess it's a common thing with a lot of people who are going through those kind of things. You start blaming everything, especially yourself. But I said that was a long time ago. You can see it with my throw, it still gets me a little bit because you don't recover from those things. But I'm in a better place, and a lot of that is because I still continue to trust. It's something I will, like, almost preach on. It's something that the moment you give that up is the moment you stop getting those opportunities to find peace with others. There are those people that can find peace in themselves and be fine on their own and don't need anyone else, and that's a different thing entirely. People are like that. That's fine. You know, that's just the nature of how some people are. You know, that's some people can do that, and people live their whole lives doing it and do it happily, and all the power to them. But even my introverted ass, no, I can't do that. I need to have someone to bounce off. And choosing to trust people, even in my worst moments, has led me to finding the most beautiful people in my life. And I mean that wholeheartedly.
They did all this specifically to place all the suspicion on themselves, in an attempt to guide the trial to a false conclusion. And the one who went to all that effort was you, Hina. That's the full truth of the case.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised it frustrates your friends. Because there's such a glimmer of an opportunity. And yeah, even if you do let them in close, there is always a chance one of them might hurt you or might turn against you or whatever. But equally, it's just a chance. You know? And you've known these people for however long. You know what they're like. You know how they are. And if they genuinely care about you, they've probably given you 1,000,001 pieces of ammo to do so. It's just down to you whether you've noticed that. And whether you're prepared to actually let them in. You know? Because there's a lot of things, especially when you're already doubting people, because I can only speak from experience. You seem to, like, you end up almost reading everything everyone says in a negative light. Right? Right about the opposite. Yeah, but you've still got to try, right? You can't just be like, oh no, I might end up hurting you for yada yada. The fact that you think that shows you've got a conscience. You know, you're not just some, like, exploitative monster. You still care about them. You know? And if you care about them, then that won't happen. If you care about them, even if you do stumble, they're your friends. What do friends do best? They pick you back up. They will be like, okay, yeah, you did this, but we know this. And if you apologize, even in your fucking adults, it's amazing how much an apology can just go. You know, it can make a difference. It doesn't fix everything, obviously, but you know what I mean. Anyway.
Sakura took her own life, and you claim to be the killer to hide that fact. Isn't that right?
That's what happened? But Makoto, how did you manage to... How were you able to uncover the truth that even I couldn't discern?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean...
You still haven't realized? We don't all act according to calculations and cost-benefit diagrams. That's what makes us so complicated. That's what you don't understand. And that's why you couldn't solve this case. See? Didn't I tell you? When you dismiss other people's feelings, it'll always come back to bite you in the end.
Alright, out of a possible 1,300, how many points did I get? Okay, 1,264, that's nigh on perfect still. I only made a couple slip-ups here and there. You gave me 136 coins.
Okay. I think we can all agree you made your point.
You know what's also great about this case? Is that Monokuma, like, only speaks at, like, the start and end. Everything else is just a natural discussion between all the characters without Monokuma interfering or saying anything at all.
Did you guys forget already? You still haven't voted yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You seriously forgot? I can feel my energy draining out of me. Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it. Maybe you don't want to, but please grab your lever and cast your vote. So, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
It's like nothing but melancholy for this case. For me, I love it because it was the build-up. The whole game had been building up to, like, this case through subtle things of, like, you know, trying to figure out who the spy is after, you know, Byakuya sets it up. Yet at the same time, Byakuya getting proven wrong after believing he was unfaultable throughout the entire game, which will affect him. He's going to be slightly different in case 5 and 6, you'll see. But, or it was the fact that said, like, Hina was very evidently slowly breaking across each case. She was getting more loose, she was getting more aggressive, she was crying herself to sleep in case 3, for fuck's sake. It was getting to her, like, all the pieces build up. And we still don't even know why. We're gonna get why, because there's a suicide note that Hina has, and there's an actual suicide note that Monokuma hid away, which helps establish and elaborate on more pieces.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
But that's me. Like, I can't remember how I ordered the cases on my first playthrough, but I know for a fact my opinions changed on all of them across all 3 games. Like, the ones I thought were the best and worst have definitely changed. Like, the more I think on it retroactively and, you know, put different pieces together and all that stuff.
Okay.
Like, there are some, like, case 1 in this game is like a fucking, like, it's simple to solve, and that's like its biggest, like, weakness, that it's very simple to figure out because it's the opening case of the game, so of course it's going to be a little easier. But the setup to it and the build up to it and then the deliverance of everything is perfect, because I genuinely went no when the first victim was revealed. Like, I genuinely, like, I remember my blind playthrough, my illness, genuinely, like, screaming out no, because I genuinely didn't expect the person who died to die. After everything that happened. I had fear, I had doubt, but the build-up and yet the execution, yet how perfectly set up it was, and how many pieces of the mystery there were beyond that, it was, like, there's such a respect to making that first case nail it. The second case is also fantastic, in my opinion, with Mondo. The third case, I said, my biggest thing that ends up breaking it down and why I think it's the weakest is because I figured out who the killer was, like, 2 steps into the investigation. Because it's way too obvious. I mean, don't get me wrong, the actual, like, trial for case 3 is pretty good. It's just the fact that, you know, I went into it already knowing who it was, so on my blind playthrough, some of the excitement was missing. And in this one, I had vague inklings, but I kind of just pushed it to the side. I was like, yeah, no, she wouldn't do that, but it's going to be explained why she did soon.
Yeah, that's right. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
My
Okay, we're done here.
So that's the whole truth, huh? I see. But there's still one thing I don't understand.
Come on.
Hina, why did you try to cover up what happened? If the truth hadn't come to light, you would have died along with the rest of us. And yet you... Why would you do that?
Don't be mean!
Yeah, we almost died there. Because that's exactly what I wanted! What? I mean, the reason Sakura died, because all of you pushed her into a corner. You all killed her. So that's why...
You should have been the one to die!
I couldn't let her be the only one that died.
What?
You don't mean you could take us all with you? We have to atone for our sins. Because everyone, even me, we all killed her. We all have to pay for our crimes. You're serious? That's... You still don't understand? Let me explain. Do you realize just how much despair Sakura was carrying with her when she died? Look at this. Such brutality has made me desperate. So instead of waiting to be killed, I'll do it my own hand. That's... I found it on the ground in front of the rec room. It's Sakura's suicide note. Suicide note? Thinking back, I should have seen it coming. It was right after the genocide attack had attacked me. Sakura got mad and stormed out to the nurse's office. I ran out after her and... Sakura, calm down. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can't calm down. I don't care if I suffer for this. It's my fault after all. But now you're suffering because of me.
No forgiveness!
You tried to protect me, but because of me, my closest friend got hurt. Sakura, because of me, my friends are all going to kill each other. This is all my responsibility. Sakura thought she was responsible. She thought everything was her fault, which is why she wanted to find some way to get everyone to forgive her. So she asked to meet with them. You asked to meet with those three? You can't. Don't you see how dangerous that is? Don't worry. I just want to talk to them.
But...
Talk about what? Listen, don't do it. They all gang up at you at once, even you... Hina. Please don't think of things like that. They're not my enemy. They're friends. Sakura. She clearly believed. She completely believed in all of us. If you just talked to her, you would have understood. She was a friend to all of us. And yet...
Why?
And yet... You trampled all over her feelings. And then you did the unthinkable. No, that was just a misunderstanding.
What are you saying?
Don't stand there and call it a misunderstanding. She believed in you, and you wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Without asking a single question, you tried to kill her. Do you have any idea how desperate she was, seeing you act like that? That's what this note means. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hands.
Why?
That's how far you pushed her.
Huh?
Sakura, what happened to you?
Hina.
You came. Wait, right here. I'll help you out. Emotions a little too personally. Yeah. Hina.
Huh?
Huh?
I'm
So glad I got to meet you. What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you talking like that?
I have a favor to ask.
Huh?
A favor?
Some protein.
I'd like some protein. Could I ask you to? Yeah, you got it. Just hang on, I'll be right back. That was the last conversation I had with her. I went to the chemical lab to get the protein she asked for. When I got there, I saw the powder. And that's when I realized I saw that someone had taken something from the poison shelf. Sakura. So I ran back to the rec room as fast as I could. By the time I got there, it was already too late. Sakura!
Please!
Let me in. Please open the door.
Why? Why?
Why did she have to die? She had weaknesses, just like any other person. If she got cut, she bled. If someone hurt her, she felt it. That weakness, that's normal. And yet,
Why?
you all blamed her. I tried to protect her and I suffered for it. And that just added to the weight she had to carry. And I didn't even realize it. Hina. We killed her. All of us. We pushed her into a corner. And we murdered her.
Why?
People like us shouldn't be allowed to live. And that's why you tried to lead us astray. You did your best to make us arrive at the wrong conclusion during the class trial. Yeah, this track, it's, I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically the cooldown. It always plays after a trial's concluded. It's like the cooldown track. Sakura died hating all of us. I wanted to free her of her regrets. But even that got found out. In the end, I wasn't able to do anything for her. Could never have faced her after this.
Hey!
I'm so sorry to interrupt when you're about to deliver the final tearjerker, but it's just taking so long. I'm about to fall asleep over here. I mean, do you really have any idea what Sakura was actually thinking when she died?
What is this?
I think even more brutal in hindsight, that it's just the cooldown. It's just that it's over now, right? But now Monokuma's theme starts playing. Because Monokuma, there's more to this mystery yet. A little sliver, a little bit of bullshit that Monokuma did to make all this happen. What did you say? Everything you just said is nothing but your interpretation, right? Your own opinion on what a suicide note meant. Of course I know what she was thinking, because her and me...
In other words...
Well, what I'm really trying to say is, don't you think the entire foundation is shaky? What if it was really like this?
What the heck?
What is that?
Of course!
Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
A suicide note. Sakura's suicide note. What the... But Hina already... Oh, I wrote that one. That was all me, baby.
It's
See?
true.
He added a little fucking wrench to the problem because he could never fucking help himself. Since Monokuma is just the fundamental foundation of evil. This is the one Sakura addressed to Hina and put in her room.
Huh?
What then? You lied to me? Oh, don't say lie. It makes it sound so dirty. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit. I can't help you if you totally took my little scribbles at face value. I didn't even have Sakura's signature on it. You filthy little... I'm not filthy, I didn't do anything. Did I falsify evidence? Did I affect the outcome of the class trial? The case played out between you and you alone. You were the ones jerking each other around. Heck, even if the will had factored in, it still would have been between you guys. So what's the problem? This is all part of the production process. Okay, and scene. Cuts.
And?
So then, what did she write in her real suicide note?
What are you gonna do?
I'm glad you asked. For your benefit, I shall read it using my melodic, angelic, harmonic narrator voice.
Hey!
But you know, haven't you ever been curious about the whole suicide note thing? Who came up with the idea of leaving a note when you kill yourself in the first place? And isn't it just so unfortunate killing yourself is just so final, you know? You can never hear the rest of their story. The truth is lost in darkness. Gives me the willies.
Enough already.
Could you get on with it, please?
Yes,
Okay, geez, talk about a buzzkill. Alright, here we go. Ahem. I'm not going to read this in Monokuma's voice. I'd rather read this in Hina's. Not Hina's, Sakura's. My good friend Hina, there's something I have to tell you. I hate to do it like this, but you need to know. This is my final wish.
As you know, I've been giving information to the one who's imprisoned you here.
It was our first night in this strange school that the mastermind came to see me.
You see, the mastermind took control of my family's dojo and demanded I become their tool.
You might not see the importance of a dojo, but my family has watched over it for over 300 years.
I couldn't let it be destroyed under my watch, so even if it meant my own life, I had to protect it. That's how I saw things.
However, that was my greatest weakness. The reason why they're alternating between the two voices is because it's supposed to be that Monokuma's reading it. So anytime it's not doing voice acting, it's because that's supposed to be Monokuma's voice. But because they don't want to take from the moment, they don't have Monokuma voice them. It's only Sakura's bits that are voiced. You have to figure out the rest yourself in that sense. And because of that, I made the mistake of giving in to the mastermind.
And what the mastermind wanted from me was nothing less than murder.
They were probably worried that until the first murder had happened, nothing would move forward. But what neither the mastermind nor I expected was the incident involving Sayaka, Case 1. At that point, the plan changed. The mastermind told me to hold off, to wait until we reached another stalemate.
However, as I lived here with all of you, as I lived here with Hina, my resolve began to weaken.
Watching everyone fight with such despair, trying to desperately stay alive, I saw the weakness in my own heart, the mistake of succumbing to the mastermind. And more than anything,
I cannot betray those who would call me their friend.
That's how I came to feel. So that's why Sakura...
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Of course! Because of that, I decided to reveal her secret, which made everyone else hate her. Her decision to stay true to all of you led directly to all of you hating her for it. Ironic, isn't it? Or maybe oxymoronic, or just moronic?
Of course, I understand if you all hate me. All of this is because of my own weakness.
I'm perfectly willing to accept whatever attack you may want to make on me.
So this is my atonement for betraying you. That's what I had in mind.
But unfortunately, that's not enough. This won't end with just me accepting your hatred.
My own situation has started having an effect on more people than just me, which is exactly what the Mastermind wanted when they revealed my betrayal.
My betrayal brought suspicion, disharmony. The Mastermind knew that eventually it would escalate into someone murdering someone else.
Of course, I'm still responsible for that as well.
I have an obligation to get this situation under control. And to fulfill that obligation, I decided to do as the Mastermind has commanded. I will do as I am told and commit murder.
But I've decided the one I'm going to kill is myself.
If the Mastermind demands that I kill someone, then that someone will be me. Then my dojo will be safe, and above all else, none of you will have to kill anyone. When I die, the source of conflict among you all dies with me. For that, I'm willing to give up my life.
If it can save you, then sacrificing my own life could have no greater meaning. Whatever you think of me, please know that you are all my most treasured friends.
I've never had people like you in my life.
Huh?
Then Sakura didn't feel cornered. She didn't die hating us.
No way!
She wanted to stop us from fighting, to protect us.
Correct.
She didn't end her own life because she was weak. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was strong. Too strong. That's why she killed herself. She chose death for herself in order to protect the rest of us. To sacrifice so much, no normal person could do that.
However,
It was only her limitless strength that made it possible.
Finally, Hina, I want to apologize to you especially.
The reason I didn't tell you any of this is because I knew you would try to stop me. I'm really, truly sorry, but please don't be sad. If I can thwart the Mastermind's plans, if I can keep you from killing each other, that's enough for me. This is the path that I have chosen. This is the only way I have left to distinguish myself. And you can use this note to bring the class trial to a quick end. I'm so sorry to ask you to do something so unpleasant, but I have to leave the rest to you. And that's why Monokuma took it, because it would have stopped the class trial almost immediately. Please talk to Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro on my behalf. I can't tell anyone about my plan while I'm alive, but I wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. In the end, though, I hope to show myself through actions and not words. Hopefully then they'll see.
I never saw you as my enemy. You were only ever my friend, who I wanted to help as much as possible. Hina, whatever it takes, survive. Survive along with everyone else. No matter what, just survive.
But...
To be honest, one of the biggest things that made me fall in love with this case was what you just saw. Learning why Sakura did everything she did. Because I was just like, fuck, when I first read it. Like, it hit hard. I was like, this character, like... Because, yeah, like, I liked the character, but I equally was kind of, like, not doubtful in the same way Byakuya and the rest was, but I was like, okay, but what led her to do this? What, was it really that simple? What made her change her mind? You know, all that shit. But then you learn the truth of it all, and it just kind of fucking hit. And I was just like, man, Sakura's a fantastic character. She is a phenomenally good character, you know? This is... I didn't understand how she felt, not at all. I thought we were so close and still...
What are you gonna
But
do?
in the end, all her meloding was, like, totally pointless.
Or meddling, sorry. She died so you guys wouldn't try to kill each other, but you almost ended up doing it anyway. Thanks to you, her death had no purpose at all. In fact, it was because of their stupid meddling that the rest of you nearly bit the big one.
Too bad.
She deserves all the blame. Everyone blame her. Go ahead, she deserves it. Now then, the next victim's been decided.
What do you mean, next victim? Nobody here blames anyone. First of all, you're in the wrong for tricking Hina for that fake suicide note. And plus, Sakura's death wasn't a waste. Because she made us remember we're not enemies that hate each other. We're friends who need to work together.
You know?
Damn straight. This is all because of our misplaced history.
Well?
Don't blame her. I can't blame her, and nobody can blame Hina either.
What?
Whether or not there was a spy never really mattered, because the one we needed to destroy is you, nobody else.
What the heck? That's not how it's supposed to go. But anyway, you sure about that? This killing game is a competition between all of you, remember? Your enemies each other.
He's absolutely right about that.
Oh, lovely Byakuya, you understand, don't you?
This is a life or death elimination match. The only way to survive is to win. There can be no doubt that those are the rules of the game. Which is why I am bowing out of the game.
Huh?
Naturally.
Sakura and Hina were both willing to sacrifice their own lives to deny the reality of the game. Thanks to them, it would appear the others have cast aside their fear for this game.
Don't make me repeat.
There's no point in participating in a game which has lost that sense of excitement. Which is why I will no longer be participating in it.
What's going on here?
Now I only have one thing to look forward to,
It's all clear.
and that is to heap the harshest possible punishment onto the one who thinks they can control me. Byakuya, does this mean... Don't misunderstand. I haven't been moved by some thoughtless sentimentalism, if that's what you're thinking.
Oh, wherever Master goes, I go. And if the mastermind turns out to be a guy, maybe I'll catch on fire.
Everyone.
Hey,
Well, now can you say that Sakura's death had no meaning? It brought everyone, including Byakuya and Toko, together.
How boring. But nothing good can come from this. I'm still gonna be the one having the fun time.
What the heck?
The fun time?
Anyway, let's forget about that good-for-nothing backstabber and get back on track.
You want me to
It's the
punish you
moment
guys?
you've all been waiting for. Punishment time.
Oh, this fucking gut. This gut-wrenching twist at the end. The twist of the knife. Wait, but Sakura's technically the killer, right? And she's dead. You're not gonna... Is it me?
Oh, heavens no. Just because the Blackhead is dead doesn't mean I can just sub in whatever old student I want. Didn't I tell you? I'm very particular about the bad times one rule.
Listen up!
But I spent so much time preparing my special punishment, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. So for my special punishment, I prepared a special guest.
Special guest?
Let's
Let's
give it
get everything we've got.
It's punishment time!
Time for the last twist of the knife of Chapter 4. The fucking music is what does it. This bit at the start, before it kicks off. And there went our one opportunity to get access to the outside world. To try and figure out what's going on outside. They get completely crumpled to rust. And it's also the final death, I suppose, of Chihiro, since even the AI doesn't remain. For now. Putting everyone in, although a unified front with no answer. Going into Case 5. Like I said, starting Case 5, and it's the same with every game in the trilogy for this matter, Case 5 is when the main overarching plot takes center stage, instead of it being the who killed who, which is why everyone's now unified, because no one here is going to kill each other. I say that, there's more pieces to the puzzle, obviously, but you get the gist. There's more here. There's more people could still die, but one thing at a time. You suck, man! You turned into a mangled hunk of junk!
That really took it out of me. Maybe I'll go grill up a plate of chicken. After all, they say for post-workout grub, chicken's where it's at. And I'm about to have the grilled goodness. Fried, broiled. Oh, give me a break. The color, the smell, the succulence. Grilled is where it's at.
I said, Monokuma is just evil. And that's deliberate. I realized how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. It's obvious that fried hash browns are the peak meal for post-work. Oh my man! I love hash browns! You might think it's just some inhuman AI, but it's true, so it's okay. Just for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. Alter Ego's words raced through my heart and soul, and my disbelief gave way to raw anger. The anger turned to a fury, black and muddy and boiling over. It bubbled up through my body, quickly overflowing and shooting at my mouth. How dare you! That was my friend! How dare you kill him!
What's the matter?
You were friends with a laptop? That's pretty pathetic. What next? Friends with a basketball?
Shut the hell up! He wasn't just a laptop, he was my friend. And you killed him.
Is that what you call animism? Where soul dwells within all things? Even like laptops? Well, you can call it whatever you want. Bottom line is, it got in my way. It was trying to find things out all sneaky.
Just as I thought.
So you finally noticed him.
Actually...
Finally? Oh, no. I knew all about it from the very beginning. I knew Chihiro was doing something with the laptop, and I knew you were using it to analyze data. I knew exactly how it's all going to play out from the start. What?
What are you thinking?
You knew, and you were still cocky enough to let us take the plunge. Hey, basketball led me to a season of an undefeated team, good sir.
Yep.
Well, I mean, the data in that laptop, it was... I guess you could call it a gift from me to you.
Phew.
Or maybe more like a reward, in honor of you being unable to unlock something so difficult.
Hey.
So of course I didn't care if you got access to it. But sneaking into the network was just too personal, so I had to do a little, reformatting.
I want to be able to help.
I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to be to work as hard as everyone else so we can all get out of here. Alter Ego wanted to fight for us. He wanted to help at the risk of his own life, and for that he was killed.
Yes, the punishment time has made me feel 1,000,000,000 times better.
Very nice.
Experiencing a meaningless death is so soothing. It makes me remember that every low can get even lower.
No, his death wasn't meaningless either. Everyone who's died so far, the deaths of each and every one of our friends, they all make us stronger. I swear to God, someday you will pay for this.
Holy moly, you're Superman! Like, just unreasonably upset.
Well...
Okay, time to bring this thing to a close. Oh, but before that, I need to read the postscript.
What?
Postscript?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a little bit more of Sakura's note.
Huh?
Do I have your attention? Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Prepare your ears for the dulcet tones of yours truly.
One other thing, Hina. There's something I'd like you to tell the others. Hopefully, it will act as a clue to help you unravel the mystery of this school. What a clue?
Hina.
I've spoken with the mastermind off and off the whole time I've been here, and I've learned one thing, which is, the mastermind has done something to us. I think that what they've done is...
Whoopsie daisy, that was a close one. Another word, and we would have been hip deep in spoiler territory.
Literally, we don't find out what she was about to say until chapter 6.
Too bad.
Okay, I don't want to ruin the surprise, so book club is dismissed for today.
What? You can't just stop at the most important bit?
It makes your brain rumble and tumble, huh? It makes you so mad you don't even frigging know, huh?
You guys...
That's the whole point, stupid! To get you back at you all for hardening your resolve.
Yeah, the more we push against him, the more determined Monokuma is to piss us off. To try and get under our skin. And because it's not working, it's pissing him off, or, sorry, her, because it's, Mastermind's a female, her off more, and so he's trying to let it out even more against us. Fine, but at least Sakura's note.
Like I'd ever let any of you greaseballs have it.
Huh?
But...
Too bad.
Sucks for you, loser. Wait, what's this?
What?
what is it now?
What?
There's one last line in the notes.
And let me just say this to the Mastermind. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you, you bastard. No matter what.
And that's seriously it. What a stubborn loser, huh?
And the thing is, what Sakura did before she did everything else is our ticket that will eventually lead to the Mastermind's downfall. Knowing, if you already know you're gonna die, you might as well, oh, I don't know, break some regulations to see what you can open up for everyone else. Maybe, like, how he really wanted to not let us into the headmaster's room, and so made a rule just to stop us? Maybe, you know, if you break the lock, then no one else is breaking the regulation, She won't lay down and die, she'll fight you.
Well, whatever. Who cares what some dead musclehead has to say?
Well?
Okay, I'm out of here. You guys should try and get some rest, you know. And maybe take time to reconsider how you approach this school life of yours. Are you sure you don't want to graduate? Can you really cut free from the regrets of the outside world? Oh, think about that. Think long, think hard.
Those were his parting words for us before disappearing. But what was that all about? Sakura's final message. Her last clue to help us solve the mystery of this school. The mastermind did something to us? Kyoko said something like that before, didn't she? It was after Celeste's trial was over.
You...
What did you do? What did you do to my body?
Who?
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body? The mastermind did something to our bodies. What are they saying the mastermind did? What did the mastermind do to us? I mean, did the mastermind plant a bomb in us or something? Yeah, are we trying to leave the school, a sensor goes off, and then the bomb explodes? I've seen stuff like that in movies and comics and stuff. So it's not totally unheard of. No, I feel awful just thinking about it. I can't afford to acknowledge thoughts like that.
Yo!
So the class trial is over and Monokuma's gone.
What?
So now what do we do?
Yes.
What else is there? Other than head back up. Oh yeah, okay, let's get out of here. But, you must still feel responsible. Dial back that ego a bit, girl. The kind of mystery someone like you could pose is absolutely no threat.
Not possible.
I would never have lost to that kind of challenge. What are you talking about? Kyoko and Makoto are the ones that figured everything out.
Stop talking.
Shut up. Seriously. I'm sorry. How many times do you plan to apologize? How about you make that the last one? I haven't reached a point where I need someone apologizing to me more than once. Yeah, he did, but this is Byakuya. Even though he's a bit more friendly and he's like, he's on our side now, he's still got the ego a little bit, but one thing at a time. Okay, I see what you mean. Then, I'll try. Huh? That totally was a normal, right? Did she just capture his flag?
No.
No. I cannot suffer the existence of someone else who would disturb the romance between me and Master. Huh? What are you talking about? It's absolutely not what is happening here. I would never go for a sleazeball like him. Sleazeball?
What the heck?
That's right, I called you a sleazeball, because you are a sleazeball. Apparently, you still have a death wish. Oh, more biting sarcasm. No wonder you don't have any friends.
No.
Hey, stop fighting with Master, you're making me jealous. I want the abuse give and take. Me! Of course you do, Jill. Fucking Christ. But I guess it's not so easy for everyone to act like friends. Well, that's just how it is for now. And so Sakura's class trial came to an end, and we returned to the world of Hope's Peak Academy. But the story wasn't even close to over. Time kept marching on, and we all went back to our rooms. Before long, night snuck up on us. We've still got a smidge left, like an epilogue to this case, which sets up case 5. Byakuya doesn't want to. My DMs are open!
It is now 10 p.m.
It's now nighttime. Nighttime descended and pulled me down with it, down into sleep. I couldn't remember the last time I'd fallen into such a deep sleep. But the night still wasn't even over for me. A voice. I could hear a voice. Wake up. Wake up. Huh? The voice dragged me from the deep slumber into a hazy half-consciousness. My eyelids were like lead. Christ, how do you get in here?
Kyoko?
Yes, it's me.
Huh? Kyoko?
I said yes.
So Kyoko's here.
Wait, what?
In a flash, I was wide awake. What are you doing here?
It's true.
I'm here to wake you up. Oh, I see. Wait, but my door! It was unlocked. You're unbelievably careless. It was unlocked? Are you serious?
Hey.
Anyways. Always. And you don't have to overreact like that every time you're surprised. What time is it?
Correct.
3 o'clock in the morning, of course. 3 a.m.? Why is Kyoko waking me up at this hour? What do you want? It's so late, what happened?
Makoto.
I have a favor I need to ask. What's your favor?
So...
Remember what Sakura said at the end of her note? I'm not going to just lay down and die, I will fight you. I want to find out what she meant by that. Okay, but how do you plan to do that? Then Kyoko put her lips next to my ear and whispered. The data center on the 4th floor. What?
Goodbye.
I'll meet you there. Without another word, she was gone. What the? The word reverberated through my half-dazed head. The data center? But I thought it was locked. I made my way to the into the after-hours school and headed to the data center on the 4th floor. Eventually, I ran up to the data center, but when I arrived, Kyoko's not here. That's weird. She said she'd meet me. Guess maybe she's already inside, but I entered the door with a certain amount of force. Didn't open. I tried again, but it must be locked. What was it Kyoko said? The data center on the 4th floor.
What's this?
Oh, how... I imagine Monokuma's tired, so I'm gonna... What are you doing up, mister? Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? Oh, well, You're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet, right? But I can see that, you dolt. Don't waste my time telling me crap I can see for myself. It looks like you might break in any second, so I thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Or are you gonna try and tell me you're sleepwalking or something? No, nothing like that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, for crying out loud. Even I get tired, you know. Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Kyoko!
No, you two! Oh, whatever, the 2 of you. Just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
Sure, you got it. Come on, Mikoto, let's head back. What?
Hey.
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. No idea what's going on anymore. Yeah, what happened is, we going to the data center caused a distraction. Monokuma came to investigate, letting Kyoko actually explore where she wanted to without prying eyes.
Shall we go?
Don't worry about it, let's just go. Okay.
Yeah, go on, get out of here. Shoo. Let me go back to Betty Pies.
So we left and went back to our rooms. And then?
Goodbye.
So goodbye. Hold on. Listen, what was that about just now? She woke me up, and we go to the data center, which just happened to be locked, and then she shows up late, and we leave without checking a single thing. What's the point of all that? Don't worry about it. I figured that would be the end of the conversation as always, but...
Goodbye.
Well then, good night. Sure. And then that was over. As I turned to leave...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
What? Kyoko was right next to me once again, whispering into my ear.
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
That entire paragraph is going to get a little infamous, because anytime they bring up Mukuro, this entire paragraph gets, like, they flash back and do this whole paragraph. I'm not kidding. You're going to hear, word for word, Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student lying hidden somewhere in this school, the one they call the ultimate despair, watch out for her. You're going to hear that exact paragraph so many fucking times in Case 5 and 6. And it's actually quite tragic who Mukuro is, and what they were doing, and what they're involved in. And there's actually a spin-off visual novel that exists in Danganronpa 2 that I will be reading that goes into great depths who Mukuro is. And she's actually one of the best characters in the franchise. And I know I say that a lot, but I mean it. Like, Mukuro is one of the better characters of the whole franchise. She's excellent. And it's a shame that, you know, she's only really in that spin-off material. Anyway. So I will read that visual novel when we get to Dangan 2. I'll probably read it after the game because it's interesting, but... That is the very sharp end of Chapter 4. And now it's been introduced that maybe there is a 16th person in this school. When it does the tally at the end, you get something kind of cool. There's an unknown, so it goes back up to 7. To be continued. And we got the altar lump as a present. And that's the end of Chapter 4. And also, by nature, the end of my stream.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Watch.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Look, watch. Just for this bit, and then I'll rep.
The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
See, I told you, they're going to repeat it a lot, because they want to get it in your head. But for some reason, they do the whole fucking paragraph. But that's enough from me. Let's return to the main menu. Tomorrow, then, we'll be starting Chapter 5, the penultimate chapter of Danganronpa. Until then, though, a lot of these images could be thumbnail material. Oh, yeah, once we finish Case 6, assuming we have time, I will go through, like, the art gallery and whatnot, because there is, you know, you can see extras menu. That's basically premium adventure, by the way. So when you beat the game, you go into, like, a free play mode where everyone's alive, and this is so you can max out everyone's report cards. And get, like, special extra events and whatnot. And there's, like, a few mini-games you can do as well to pass the time while you're doing it. But, yeah, but the extras and whatnot, like, You know, so it's like the event gallery, the movies, artwork. I think artwork's locked until you beat the game, because they don't want you to get artwork for... Yeah, artwork's locked until you beat the game, because there's artwork and stuff that's spoilers. And then there's also, you can get the sound gallery if you want to listen to any track in the game. As long as you've heard it once, you can buy it to get in here. So like, see, this track, which we'll hear in the next investigation. Chapter 5 investigation always remixes the investigation theme, so enjoy that when we get to it. Oh, and like the ending tracks. So we're only missing 3 tracks. But that's going to do from me. So, once again, as I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Case 5. Case 5's kind of crazy, and I also remember it being kind of weird in length. I can't remember if it's shorter or if it's longer, but I remember it just being kind of weird. But the point is, you'll see when we get there. But until then, thank you so much for watching.